Chapter 494. For 94 killing their way to the Netherworld Prefecture. In fact, most of the kings present had the same thought as Yu Ming. They did not believe that Lu Ming could kill a third-level martial king not long after he had broken through to the martial king realm. After all, a level 3 martial king was much stronger than a level 1 martial king. The main reason they came to befriend Lu Ming was because of his potential. They valued his future and not his current combat strength. Now, they finally understood that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a terrifying level. To be able to kill Yu Ming in a few moves, he could be said to be the strongest person in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Especially the master of Great Sun Prefecture, his body was trembling slightly. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to kill him, he did not need one move. Half a move would be enough. Amazing, truly amazing. Heroes really come from the youth. It seems that this old man has really become old. The Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Emperor reacted and sighed. That's right. The Champion King is truly a rare heaven's favorite. In the future, he'll definitely become a famous expert on the continent and his name will shake the world. Immediately, the dozen or so martial kings all smiled and flattered Lu Ming. The other people at the scene were stunned. They found that the kings who were usually high and mighty were now like ordinary people. They would flatter and fawn over stronger people. Everyone, some problems have been so levered. Please take a seat and continue drinking. Lu Ming waved his hand. After cultivating in the earth cave for more than 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle of the first-tier martial king realm. His combat strength had also improved. Lu Ming did not find it strange that he could use the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to kill Netherworld. The banquet continued immediately. However, everyone's mood at this banquet was different. The people of the Burning Sun Empire were naturally excited. With an expert like Lu Ming in charge, the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely flourish. As for the people from the other empires, all sorts of thoughts flashed through their minds. The banquet went on for 5 hours before it was announced to be over. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping stayed in the imperial capital for 2 days before they returned to the Lu family. On this day, Lu Ming had a feeling and flew towards the Mystical Sword Sect. When Lu Ming arrived at the Mystical Sword Sect, the sky above the Mystical Sword Sect was filled with blood. It was the blood cocoon formed by the golden-eyed blood corpse. It seemed like the evolution had been completed. Buzz! The blood cocoon trembled, and the blood chi around it was so thick that it couldn't dissipate. After a long while, the blood chi gathered toward the blood cocoon and disappeared. Gotcha! Then the blood cocoon cracked open, and a strong figure walked out. It had golden eyes, a blood-red mist, and its skin had turned pale gold. Its hair and fangs had disappeared, and it looked like a normal person. A terrifying aura spread out from the golden-eyed blood corpse's body. King. This was the aura of a king. The golden-eyed blood corpse had successfully evil-levered into a true king after absorbing the blood of 5 to 6 kings and the blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Master! When the golden-eyed blood corpse saw Lu Ming, a trace of excitement flashed across its face. It bowed to Lu Ming. Golden Eye, you can speak? Lu Ming was stunned and asked. Yes, I can naturally speak after breaking through to the king tier. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. As expected, legend has it that once a demonic beast reaches the demonic beast king level, it can also speak. It seems like the king level is really a huge gap. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out a set of clothes and threw it to the golden-eyed blood corpse. Put on your clothes. Yes, master. The golden-eyed blood corpse took the clothes and put them on. Golden Eye, come back to the Lu family with me. You'll be responsible for the safety of my parents in the future. Lu Ming instructed. Yes. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed and accepted the order. Lu Ming was overjoyed that the golden-eyed blood corpse had become a king. Originally, he was worried about Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's safety, but now that the golden-eyed blood corpse had broken through to the king tier, he was much more at ease with it protecting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. In a flash, they headed for the Lu family. Not long after, they returned to the Lu family. When Lu Yuntian found out that the golden-eyed blood corpse had evil levered into a king, he was first shocked, then pleasantly surprised. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, the scars on Lu Yuntian's face had completely disappeared. Not a single scar was left behind. He had regained his usual handsomeness and looked 60 to 70% similar to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and the rest were overjoyed. At this moment, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was time to return to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. After Li Ping's reminder, Lu Ming rose into the air and left in an instant. However, he didn't go to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace immediately. Instead, he came to the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. That was because there was still one thing that had not been wrestle-levered. Although Netherworld had been killed by Lu Ming in the Underworld Royal Palace, there were still some other powerhouses below. If Lu Ming left, these powerhouses might harm Lu Ming's family. He had to get rid of this scourge first. In the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the person who knew the Underworld Royal Mansion the best was undoubtedly the Emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire. Lu Ming's arrival shocked the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Naturally, it was easy to meet the Cloud Wilderness Empire's Grand Emperor. The retired Emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire was called Huang Su. When he heard that Lu Ming was going to deal with the Hades Palace, he was naturally overjoyed. Champion King, my Cloud Desolate Empire has been investigating the Hades Palace for close to 100 years. Even though the Hades Palace headquarters is extremely secretive and we think that no one knows about it, in fact, I have long known about it. In the past, I was afraid of Netherworld strength, so I didn't attack the Underworld King's headquarters. Now that Netherworld is dead, I can get rid of this scourge, this cancer," said Huang Su overjoyed. "Senior Huang, we don't need too many people. Just the two of us will be enough." Lu Ming said. "All right, I'll take you there immediately," said Desolate. After that, Lu Ming and the ruins flew out of the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital and headed north. The northern side of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was extremely desolate. There were mountains everywhere, and powerful demonic beasts roamed. There was no empire here, and not many people survived. Lu Ming and the ruins came to a wide lake. As far as I know, there's another universe under this lake. The headquarters of the Hades Palace is right under this lake," said Desolate. "It's indeed secretive." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let's go." Then, Lu Ming and the ruins rushed into the lake. With true essence covering their bodies, the two of them silently headed to the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. The deepest part was actually 1,000 meters deep. There wasn't much mud at the bottom of the lake. Most of it was made of smooth rocks. In the middle of the rocks, there was a 2-meter-wide crack. There were inscriptions in the crack that blocked the lake water, so the lake couldn't flow in. It was obvious that the Hades headquarters was right below. The two of them concealed their auras and silently passed through the inscriptions. After seeing through the inscription, his eyes suddenly opened up. Below them, there were actually some naturally formed underground caves that extended in all directions, extremely wide. In front of him, he could hear faint voices. The two of them moved forward. In a small cave, a few assassins in black robes from the Hades Palace were talking. Lu Ming and the ruins flashed past, and the few assassins fell down silently. Chapter 495. 495 people from the Xing clan. Then, the two of them continued to go deeper in, killing more and more assassins from the underworld. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. Every assassin from the Underworld Royal Palace had blood on their hands. They were all paid to kill. Countless innocent people had died at their hands. It could be said that every one of them deserved to be killed. In a short while, hundreds of people had died at the hands of the two. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Finally, someone discovered Lu Ming and the ruins. Their frightened shouts spread in the underground cave. Boom! Boom! Since they had been discovered, there was no need for the two of them to hide their auras. The two of them burst out with their full strength and charged in with a crushing momentum. No one could stop the two. It had to be said that the underworld royal palace was indeed very powerful. There were 6 martial king realm powerhouses in this underground cave. However, the strongest among them was only at peak level 2 martial king realm. It was impossible for them to resist Lu Ming and Huang Su, and they were easily killed. And NBSP, a deafening boom exploded in the underground cave, and it began to shake. Boom! 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 In the end, the entire underground cave collapsed. Buzz! Buzz! 2 figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake and stood in the void. Naturally, it was Lu Ming and the ruins. Below, the water in the lake churned. Due to the collapse of the underground cave, a huge whirlpool was formed. The lake water poured down and completely submerged the underground cave. Not a single person escaped from the Hades Palace. This is great. Champion King, thanks to you, we were able to get rid of the cancer in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Huang Su laughed out loud, extremely carefree. Senior Huang, you're too polite. I'm just doing it for the sake of convenience. Right? I'll have to trouble you with the remaining branches of the underworld royal palace. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Haha, no problem. As soon as I get back, I'll immediately call on all the countries to surround and annihilate the people from the underworld king's mansion. Said Huang Su with a smile. That's good, then this junior will take his leave. With that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He's a genius. I wonder what heights he'll reach in the future? I'm really looking forward to it. Looking in the direction where Lu Ming left, the ruins muttered to himself. Lu Ming made his way to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The distance between the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the Myriad Star City was closer. Lu Ming only spent 3 days to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Then he reported the mission and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. In a large hall of the Thunder Palace, the Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy as he sat on the chair at the top. What's going on? It's been so long, why aren't Chao and Zhang Kong back yet? Also, those 5 guys didn't send me any messages. Thunder Palace Master muttered, feeling a little anxious. It had been so long, but Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao had yet to return. This gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming really did not die? That's impossible. According to what Su Zhong and the rest said, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Moreover, even if he's not dead, he'll still die when he reaches the Blazing Sun Empire. But why haven't Chang Kong and the rest returned yet? What happened? Damn it, I'm being watched closely by Eccentric Wind and the rest. I can't even send people to find out more. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. Back then, when Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest returned to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they reported that they had encountered the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and that the bald burly man had attacked Lu Ming. This caused a huge commotion. The Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others were especially furious. They had suspected the Thunder Palace Master at the first moment. However, Thunder Palace Master naturally denied it. The other Palace Masters didn't have any evidence and couldn't do anything to Thunder Palace Master. However, they had sent people to keep a close eye on Thunder Palace Master and see what he would do. Therefore, during this period of time, the Master of Thunder Palace was completely unaware of what had happened in the Blazing Sun Empire. He also did not know that the people he had sent had all been killed by Lu Ming. Hall Master, Hall Master. At this moment, a young man ran in hurriedly. What is it? Speak. Thunder Palace Master said with a frown. Hall Master, Lu Ming has returned. The young man shouted. What? Lu Ming did not die? How was that possible? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Thunder Palace Master suddenly stood up from his chair and almost shouted. It's true. I saw him hand in the mission with my own eyes. He has already returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. The young man reported. Damn it, why isn't that little bastard dead yet? How is that possible? Thunder Palace Master roared. According to his arrangement, Lu Ming should be dead. Even if he managed to escape from the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, he would still die when he returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. But now, Lu Ming had returned alive. Could it be that someone is secretly helping him? It's very possible that the Palace Masters and the Palace Masters have sent people to help him in secret. It must be so. The light in Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered continuously. Lu Ming, this little bastard, I can't let him live. I must find a way to get rid of him. A cold, killing intent flashed across Thunder Palace Master's eyes. At this moment, his expression changed and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind and was slightly stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. The Sheng family actually sent someone here at this time. Good. Doesn't Lu Ming have a grudge against Sheng Wuxuang? We can use this opportunity to sow discord between the Sheng family and kill Lu Ming with the Sheng family's hands. Thunder Palace Master was overjoyed. Go and welcome the Sheng family. Then, Thunder Palace Master strode out. In the west of the Myriad Star City, 5 figures were heading toward the city. Of the 5, one was a white-haired old man, while the other 4 were all young. They were all in their 20s, 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them had one thing in common, which was that they had cold and arrogant faces, with an expression of superiority. At this moment, 2 figures flew out of the Myriad Star City and greeted the 5 of them. One of them was Sheng Wuxuang, and the other was the Thunder Palace Master. Haha, so it's Brother Xingyao. What brings you to the eastern part of the Tianxian region? Thunder Palace Master cupped his fists and laughed. Brother Xing, how have you been? I did come here for a small matter. The gray-haired old man laughed. Sheng Wuxuang pays his respects to the Sacred Glory Elder. Sheng Wuxuang walked forward and bowed respectfully. Xingyao looked at Sheng Wuxuang and his face turned cold. He nodded slightly as a response. Hehe, Sheng Wuxuang, I heard that you've been abused very badly. Moreover, you were abused by a Detian Divine Guard from the same batch as you. Sheng Wuxuang, you've really brought shame to our Sheng family. A young man from the Sheng family sneered. That's right. Sheng Wuxuang, you're really a piece of trash. You're actually being abused in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If you were to return to the central part of the Tianxian region, you'd be worse than trash. The other young man sneered. Sheng Wuxuang's face turned red and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 496. For 96 coming for Lu Ming. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was only a branch disciple of the Sheng family. However, these young men in front of him were direct descendants of the Sheng family. Whether it was status or cultivation, they were many times higher than him. He simply couldn't compare to these people. The Sheng clan was the most ancient clan in the entire Tianxian region. It was also one of the 2 strongest clans in the Tianxian region. One was from the Sheng family, and the other was from the Mu family. The Sheng clan was located in the middle of the Tianxian region. The center of the Tianxian region was the most fertile, vast, and rich place in the entire Tianxian region. The area of the central part of the Tianxian region was 10 times the size of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. There were many talented people and monstrous talents. That place was the core of the entire Tianxian region. The young men in front of him were from the direct line of descent of the Sheng family. They were not people Sheng Wuxuang could offend. Sheng Wuxuang, don't worry. Although you're a piece of trash, you're still a member of the Sheng family. Even if you're a dog of the Sheng family, we'll make you pay 10 times the price if you get bullied. Don't worry, we'll avenge you. A young man said with a smile. Sheng Wuxuang's face turned even uglier. What did he mean? Was he being compared to a dog? Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such great humiliation. I won't let you off. Sheng Wuxuang roared in his heart. He did not dare to offend the direct descendant of the Sheng family. He could only blame everything on Lu Ming. Brother Xing and the other heroes, let's go in first and catch up. Thunder Palace Master laughed. All right. Xing Yao nodded. Immediately, the group of people came to the Thunder Palace. Someone had already prepared the spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. Everyone took their seats. Brother Xing, may I know why you have come this time? This Xing might be able to help. Thunder Palace Master was the first to speak. I'm not happy with Brother Zheng. This time, I'm mainly here to do something that the young master of Xingshan has entrusted me with. Xing Yao said. What? The young master of Xingshan? Hearing that, both Thunder Palace Master and Xing Wushuang's expressions changed. Xing Xingshan was the #1 genius among the younger generation of the Sheng family. He was a peerless monster. At the age of 21, he had reached the martial king realm and shocked the entire Tianxian region. I wonder what is on the eastern part of the Tianxian region that the young master of Xingshan is concerned about? Thunder Palace Master asked. It's not a big deal. Young Master Xingshan is mainly looking for someone, and then he asked us to bring this person to the central region. Xing Yao said. Looking for someone? Young Master of Xingshan, who are you looking for? The Thunder Palace Master asked. We don't know either. Therefore, we will need the help of Thunder Palace Master. Xing Yao said. I'll definitely do my best. Do you have any clues? Thunder Palace Master immediately looked like he was going all out. Brother Zheng, you should know about Palace Master Mu's daughter, Miss Mulan, right? Xing Yao said. Thunder Palace Master's expression changed again, and he said, Of course I know about Palace Master Mu's daughter, Miss Mulan. I also heard that Miss Mulan had an engagement with the young Master of Constellation since she was young. The Palace Master they were talking about was not the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace in the Tianxian region, but the Palace Master of the entire palace in the Tianxian region. That's right, but that girl Mulan has never wanted to marry young Master Xingshan. She even ran away from home and hid in a remote place like the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, she actually went back some time ago. Young Master Xingshan has already sent people to investigate. That girl Mulan actually went back because she wanted to ask for an invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection on behalf of someone. This is the person that young Master Xingshan is looking for. The person that Mulan asked for an invitation for is from the Burning Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I heard that he has already joined the Ditian Divine Guards. Holy Light explained. Thunder Palace Master's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Brother Xing, I know this person. His name is Lu Ming. There were 2 Ditian Divine Guards from the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Changkong was definitely not one of them. Lu Ming was the only one left. Lu Ming. Hearing that, Xing Wushuang's face changed. What's wrong? Is this Lu Ming very famous? A young man from the Sheng family asked. Everyone, this Lu Ming is the East Heaven Divine Guard from the east of the Tianxian region. He's also the one who injured Xing Wushuang. The Thunder Palace Master explained. He was overjoyed. He had been thinking of how to use the Sheng family to get rid of Lu Ming. Now, he realized that he did not have to do anything and the Sheng family would not let Lu Ming off. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Thunder Palace Master thought coldly in his heart. So it's the same person. That's good too. It saves us trouble. I'll teach him a lesson and cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. Then, I'll bring him back to the central region and hand him over to the young master of Star Palace to deal with. One of the young men with sword-shaped eyebrows laughed. Everyone, don't underestimate Lu Ming. His combat strength is terrifying. Not long ago, he defeated a genius who had just broken through to the Martial King realm when he was only half a step away from the Martial King realm. Thunder Palace Master said. Of course, he didn't mention that the Martial King who was defeated was his disciple, because it was really embarrassing. What? A half-step king warrior actually defeated a Martial King? The faces of Xing Yao and the 4 geniuses of the Sheng family changed drastically. How is that possible? How can a half-step king defeat a true king? The sword-browed young man couldn't believe it. It's true. Sheng Wushuang was there and he saw it. Thunder Palace Master said. That's right. It's true. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifying. Sheng Wushuang said coldly. A half-step king can actually defeat a king. Although he has just broken through, it's still unbelievable. In that case, we can't let this kid live. Saint Kong, Saint Might, you two go together and cripple Lu Ming's cultivation first. Then, take him down and bring him back to the central region. Holy Light ordered. Don't worry, Elder. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's only a half-step king. I've already reached the early stage of the second-level Martial King realm, and my holy aura has reached the peak of the second-level Martial King realm. It'll be a piece of cake to take him down. The young man with sword-like eyebrows, Shin Kong, said confidently. Moreover, they were all geniuses, and their battle prowess was unparalleled among those of the same level. They could even fight those of a higher level. Lu Ming should be in the Eastern Sky Courtyard. I'll take you there. Sheng Wushuang said immediately. At the thought of Lu Ming being beaten up like a dead dog, his heart trembled with excitement. Lu Ming, how dare you hurt me and take away 30,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals from me? I'll make you pay 10 times the amount. Sheng Wushuang roared in his heart. He immediately brought the Saint Air and Saint Might to the Eastern Heaven Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he sat cross-legged and thought about the direction of his cultivation. Now, my thunder mentality is progressing very fast. It's almost at the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. However, the progress of my wind and fire mentality is too slow. I must improve faster. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Chapter 497. For 97 attacking the Eastern Sky Courtyard. It's still too slow to quickly level up 2 intent realms even at the Dao Enlightenment Palace. Only intent crystals can quickly level up these 2 intent realms. However, it's not realistic to buy a large number of intent crystals. I'll go take a look at the mystical treasure house later. Intent crystals, consumables that were extremely effective in comprehending intent, were too hard to buy. This was because everyone needed it, and there would be no surplus. If they bought it, it would be consumed. It might be possible to buy a small amount, but it would be difficult to buy a large amount. The spiritual crystals I have now should be enough for me to break through to the second level of the Martial King realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained the Bald Man's storage ring and the storage rings of the 6 kings, including Xue Chao, from the battle at the Mystical Sword Sect. He had obtained many top-grade spirit crystals. Now, Lu Ming had 150,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. In the Martial King realm, the most important thing was to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. Only by breaking through the will of heaven and earth could one's cultivation break through. Once the essence realm of heaven and earth broke through, it would be much easier to improve one's cultivation. As long as there were enough resources and enough energy, one could make a breakthrough in cultivation. Supreme spiritual crystals were undoubtedly the most suitable. Moreover, Lu Ming had an advantage. He had the 9 dragons bloodline. The speed at which he refined supreme-grade spirit crystals was tens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Now, I'll improve my cultivation first. Lu Ming's thunder will had long reached the initial level 1 will. In other words, as long as Lu Ming had enough resources, he could break through to the 4th level Martial King realm without any bottlenecks. Lu Ming waved his hand and 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. Explode! Lu Ming's essential core spread out and 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals exploded. The spiritual energy in the courtyard was extremely rich. Devour! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and inhaled. The majestic spiritual chi of heaven and earth was swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons like water. The bloodline of the 9 dragons began to be refined rapidly. Even the best spiritual crystals had impurities and it would take time to refine them. At most, it would take dozens or even 100 pieces. However, Lu Ming refined tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals at the same time at a terrifying speed. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. The 9 dragons' bloodlines seemed to be breathing. With every breath, an extremely pure energy surged into Lu Ming's body and was absorbed by him, turning into quintessential essence. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly and he was approaching the late stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm. Very soon, 10,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and began refining. When Lu Ming had refined 30,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, his body trembled and a dragon's roar was heard. He had broken through to the late Level 1 Martial King realm. Oh my God, I've refined 30,000 pieces of top-quality spiritual crystals to break through from the middle stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm to the late stage. It's too costly. I still have 120,000 pieces of top-quality spiritual crystals with me. I think I can only break through to the early stage of the Level 2 Martial King realm at most. Lu Ming was speechless at the consumption of the best-grade spirit crystals. This consumption was too terrifying. How could ordinary people afford it? I don't care anymore. No matter how many resources I consume, increasing my strength is the only way. Then, Lu Ming took out 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and exploded them all. He then began to devour and refine them. At this moment, Sheng Wushuang, Sheng Kong, and Xing Wei arrived outside the Eastern Heaven courtyard. Brothers, this is the East Sky courtyard where Lu Ming lives. He has just returned not long ago and should be inside. However, there is a large inscription formation guarding the courtyard. Sheng Wushuang revealed a flattering smile and spoke to Sheng Kong and Xing Wei. In the Sheng family, the status of direct descendants and branch descendants were too different. The Xing family had been in the Tianxin region for too long. They had countless branches, and many of them were no different from servants. Although Sheng Wushuang was extremely talented, he was still nothing in the eyes of the Sheng family's direct descendants. Sheng Kong nodded slightly and said, "So what if there's a rune formation? Just blast it out directly." After saying that, the holy skies struck out with a palm. The earth's spiritual chi in the world gathered madly and turned into a huge yellow hand. The hand was as big as a small mountain, and it directly smacked down on the Eastern Heaven courtyard. Buzz! The Eastern Heaven courtyard glowed and runes appeared, forming a light screen. Boom! The huge yellow hand hit the light curtain. Although it didn't break the light curtain, the Eastern Heaven courtyard started to shake. At this moment, Lu Ming was refining the spiritual chi of the supreme-grade spirit crystal with all his might. Suddenly, the entire courtyard shook violently as if it was about to explode. This was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked. In his shock, the essential core in his body could not help but run wild. Lu Ming's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who is it? You actually dare to attack the Eastern Sky courtyard. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He then circulated the true war dragon technique with all his might to stabilize the chaotic vital essence. Outside, the sacred sky palm shook the entire mountain. One figure after another flew into the sky. Who's there? You dare to attack the Eastern Sky courtyard? This is against the rules. Look, that's Sheng Wushuang. Who is he with? The others began to discuss. Who's there? You actually dare to attack the courtyard of another Ditian Divine Guard. You've already broken the rules. Follow me to the enforcement hall to be punished. A deacon flew over and shouted angrily. You're the one who's bold. This is the Sheng family's matter. Get lost. Go. Sheng Kong shouted and waved his hand. A purple gold jade token flew out and enlarged rapidly. There was a flash of light on it, and 2 big golden words were carved in the middle. Xingtian. The Sheng family's sacred sky token. The deacon's expression changed drastically. In the Sheng family, only the direct descendants of the Sheng family, and only the extremely outstanding ones, had the divine sky medallion. It represented one's status. The scene was in an uproar. A direct descendant of the Sheng family had actually appeared here. Could it be that he was here to stand up for Xing Wushuang? How could Xing Wushuang be so powerful that he could invite a direct descendant of the Sheng family? Now, why aren't you getting lost? Xing Kong berated. The deacon squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. He glanced at the eastern sky courtyard, gritted his teeth, and left. Rules were useful to ordinary people. However, the Sheng clan was one of the two strongest clans in the Tianxian region. They simply ignored these rules. Continue. Let's see if you'll come out. The holy sky struck out another palm. A huge palm print crashed down on the eastern heaven courtyard, causing it to shake violently. In the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He then focused his mind and focused on stabilizing his true yuan. Boom. Boom. The palm prints of the holy sky kept striking down. The eastern heaven courtyard was like a small boat in a storm, shaking continuously. Lu Ming is done for. Sheng Wushuang actually invited a direct descendant of the Sheng family. These two's auras are unfathomable. They're definitely not ordinary king tiers. In my opinion, there must be something else. It's just Xing Wushuang. I'm afraid the direct descendants of the Sheng family wouldn't come so far to find trouble with Lu Ming. The other Detian divine guards whispered among themselves ears. Chapter 498. For 98 I'll slap you 9 times. The holy sky struck out 9 palms in a row. When the 10th palm was about to be struck, a long roar came from the eastern sky courtyard. A word cracked on the light screen, and a figure rushed out. It's Lu Ming. He has rushed out. It's unwise. It's really unwise. The opponent can't break the inscription formation in the eastern sky courtyard. If I were Lu Ming, I would hide in the eastern sky courtyard so that the opponent can't do anything. I'm just courting death by rushing out now. Lu Ming is young and impetuous. He's talented too. Of course, he can't stand it when he's being bullied. It's a pity that the opponent this time is a direct descendant of the Sheng family, a powerful king. Xue Chao can't compare to him. Lu Ming is in danger this time. Lu Ming stood in the void and saw Xing Wushuang, Xing Kong, and Xing Wei at a glance. Xing Wushuang, it's you again. I think you're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted angrily, his eyes emitting cold, killing intent. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. This time, you're the one who's going to die. Sheng Wushuang sneered without fear. The sacred sky stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming arrogantly. So you're Lu Ming? Very good. I thought you'd be like a turtle hiding in its shell and not coming out. Now that you're out, quickly destroy your cultivation and follow me to the central region of the Tianxian region. Sacred Sky placed his hands behind his back and ordered. Lu Ming looked at the holy sky as if he was looking at an idiot. Who is this guy? Did he have a problem with his brain? The moment he came out, he asked Lu Ming to destroy his cultivation and leave with him. Who did he think he was? Therefore, Lu Ming spoke up and said indifferently, "Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking in front of my door? Do you want to be my guard dog?" What did you just say? As soon as Lu Ming said that, Holy Sky was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him like that. Bastard, do you know who I am? Listen well, I'm a member of the Sheng family, a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Now, kneel down and admit your mistake, slap yourself 100 times, and then destroy your own cultivation. Sheng Kong shouted. What bullshit Sheng family? I've never heard of them. You were the one who attacked the Eastern Heaven courtyard just now, right? Very well, you've struck 9 times in total. I'll give you 9 slaps before you can leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was extremely arrogant. He was so arrogant in front of the direct descendant of the Sheng family. He was simply courting death. Even without the Sheng family's name, the other party was still a powerful martial king. Lu Ming was simply courting death. However, they did not know that Lu Ming had never heard of the Sheng family. Moreover, given Lu Ming's character, even if he knew, he would have the same attitude. Xing Kong, Xing Wei, and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially Saint Kong, whose face was flushed red and his body was bursting with intense killing intent. He was so angry that he was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming and roared, "Little bastard, you're looking for death. You're looking for death. No one can save you." Boom! A tsunami-like aura burst out of the Saint air. The terrifying pressure spread out for 10 miles. What a strong aura. This is a Level 2 Martial King Realm expert. Who is it? You dare to attack in the residence of the Detian Divine Guards? In the distance, many figures rushed out of a mountain peak. The previous batch of Detian Divine Guards lived on this mountain peak. Many of them had even broken through to the Martial King Realm. Buzz. And NBSP, Whoosh. The Detian Divine Guards were also flying over. When they found out that it was a direct descendant of the Shung family, they were all shocked. No one dared to interfere. Now kneel. The holy sky roared and stepped forward. He waved his palm and a huge khaki palm pressed down on Lu Ming. He's so strong. He's at the Level 2 Martial King Realm, and his combat strength is definitely at the top of the Level 2 Martial King Realm. He's a peerless genius. Lu Ming is finished. This person is more than 10 times stronger than Xue Chao. As soon as the holy air made its move, all sorts of thoughts flashed through the minds of the people around him. You're just a Level 2 Martial King Realm martial artist. What's there to be proud of? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard just as the huge khaki palm was about to hit Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. The huge khaki palm exploded as if it was made of tofu. Lu Ming stepped forward. In a flash, he appeared in front of the holy sky. The holy sky did not expect Lu Ming to be able to break through his attack so easily and appear in front of him so quickly. According to the Thunder Palace Master and Xing Wushuang, wasn't Lu Ming only a half-step king 2 months ago? How could a half-step king have such a strong battle power? Therefore, it was already too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming raised his hand and slapped. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap spread far and wide. The slap made Saint Kong spin more than 10 times on the spot. He then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. He was completely stunned. The others were also stunned. All of them widened their eyes and stared at it. Lu Ming had actually slapped Holy Sky. How did he do it? The aura that had just burst out from the Holy Sky had reached Level 2 Martial King Realm. Everyone thought they were dreaming. The first slap, 8 more slaps. It was only when Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out that everyone came to their senses. CSI. Immediately, gasps were heard. Thinking. To be able to defeat Xing Kong's attack and slap him, he was definitely a king. Lu Ming had already reached the king's realm. How was this possible? Wasn't the speed a little too fast? Not long ago, when Lu Ming challenged Xue Chao, he was only a half-step king. In less than 2 months, Lu Ming had already reached the king realm. He was simply a monster. One had to know that even peerless geniuses would have to stay at the half-step king realm for a period of time. It could be as short as a year, or as long as several years before they could attempt to break through to the king realm. Furthermore, the success rate was not high. Now, Lu Ming had actually become a king in just a few months. Moreover, he had even slapped a second-grade martial king realm genius in the face. This was simply unbelievable. Especially Xing Wushuang, who was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out and his body was trembling violently. A few months ago, he had reprimanded Lu Ming. He could still remember it clearly. Now, Lu Ming had completely left him in the dust. Only then did the sacred sky react and let out a crazy cry. Pa! Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped Xing Kong's face again. Xing Kong's scream stopped abruptly and his body flew far away. You're looking for death. On the side, Saintly Might let out an angry cry. A terrifying aura burst out of his body. Strands of red flames surrounded him. The scorching aura spread out, burning and twisting the space. The aura of a peak Level 2 Martial King Realm. Blazing Dragon Fist. He roared and threw a punch. A dragon of flames pounced at Lu Ming with its fangs and claws bared. It was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the third level of the martial king realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. There was no doubt that Sheng Wei was a peerless genius. He could even cross levels to fight a martial king. True Dragon Strike. The demon-subduing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He thrust the spear forward and a three-colored true dragon flew out. The two true dragons collided in the air. Chapter 499. 499 Chapter 499 Sacred Light Strikes. Boom! A deafening explosion and a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. In the end, the dragon of flames was no match for him. It exploded piece by piece and disappeared. Roar! Although the three-colored true dragon was much smaller, it still pounced toward the holy aura. Sheng Wei's body trembled violently as he retreated. The scene was dead silent. Lu Ming was way too powerful. Not only had he broken through to the martial king realm, but he was also no match for the holy aura of a peak level 2 martial king. This was unbelievable. Boom! Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A huge palm print enveloped the holy sky. Let's attack together. The Saint Sky roared. On the other side, the Saint Might had also recovered. It burst out with all its power and charged toward Lu Ming. When the two of them joined forces, their power was extremely terrifying. However, it was all in vain. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, Sheng Wei coughed out blood and retreated like a cannonball. Then there was another crisp slap. Lu Ming had slapped Holy Sky's face again. The third slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Die, die, little bastard, I want you to die without a burial place. The sacred sky roared like a madman. He was going crazy. Who was he? He was a direct descendant of the Sheng family, and a peerless genius at that. He had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Who would dare to treat him like this? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was slapped 3 times by Lu Ming. This was worse than killing him. So much nonsense, fight. Lu Ming's figure moved and he charged towards the holy sky again. The holy sky roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming madly, but it was all in vain. Pa! He received another heavy slap on his face. It was extremely clear and could be heard clearly. The fourth slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard again. The holy sky roared wildly, his heart on the verge of collapse. The others felt a chill in their gums, as if this slap had landed on their faces. Lu Ming, let go of holy sky. Do you know that you've caused a great disaster? On the side, Sheng Wei roared. His face was full of horror and he didn't dare to help. What a joke, I slapped him a few times and it's a great disaster. He just attacked the eastern sky courtyard. Why don't you say that he has caused a great disaster? Lu Ming chided with a cold smile. Lu Ming, we're the direct descendants of the Sheng family, did you know that? We are different from you. Sheng Wei roared, especially addressing the direct descendants of the Sheng family. What bullshit direct descendant of the Sheng family? He's worthless in my eyes. Pa! As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he slapped Sacred Sky's face again. The 5th slap. Pa! The 6th slap. The 7th slap. The sound of slaps rang out continuously. At the scene, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked on in a daze. Especially Sheng Wuxuang, whose face was drained of all color and his body was trembling in fear. At that moment, Shen Kong's face was swollen like a pig's head. All the meridians in his body were sealed, and he had completely lost the power to resist. Stop! When Lu Ming was done with his 8th slap and was about to give his 9th, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Ha, Lu Ming, you're dead. Put down the holy sky. Hearing this voice, Sheng Wei was overjoyed, because this voice belonged to the elder's sacred glory. Lu Ming frowned and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, his palm did not stop and he slapped down for the 9th time. Pa! Sheng Kong's entire body was sent flying. "How dare you? You're looking for death." The voice rang out again, filled with rage and cold killing intent. Buzz. Buzz. There were two more figures at the scene. One of them was the master of Thunder Palace, and the other was an elder of the Sheng family, Xing Yao. At this moment, their eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. "Damn it, Lu Ming, that little bastard has broken through to the martial king realm and his combat strength is so strong. Chao, Chang Kong and the rest are probably dead." Thunder Palace master roared in his heart. Previously, he thought that someone was helping Lu Ming. However, it was proven that Lu Ming did not need anyone's help at all. The experts that he had sent were not Lu Ming's match. He had already tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. He had set up a chain of traps and even sent a third-level Martial King and 4 second-level Martial King experts to deal with Lu Ming, who was only a half-step king. This was simply an impossible situation to fail in, but it had failed. "Little bastard, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Sacred Light looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. "Didn't I just stop?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, do you know who this is? This is an elder of the Sheng family. How dare you quibble in front of an elder of the Sheng family? You're courting death. Also, how dare you injure the hero of the Sheng family? You've committed a grave crime. Shouldn't you kneel down and destroy your cultivation?" Thunder Palace master shouted. "Plead guilty? Hee hee, that guy attacked the Eastern Sky Courtyard without asking for the right or wrong. According to the rules, he should be punished. I was just fighting back. What crime do I have?" Lu Ming replied indifferently without any fear. "Shut up, who are you? How can a lowly life be compared to the Sheng family's direct line of descent? Kneel down and admit your guilt." Thunder Palace master shouted. "I'll kneel to your mother. Old man, you think you're a dog, but don't think of others as dogs. If you want to kneel and lick the Sheng family's boots, then go back and slowly kneel and lick them." Lu Ming shouted. He was already filled with killing intent towards the palace master of Thunder Palace. Now that the palace master of Thunder Palace kept calling him a little bastard and then knelt down to admit his guilt, Lu Ming was instantly enraged. He did not give him any face at all. The other Detian divine guards were dumbfounded. This Lu Ming was simply too audacious. He actually dared to scold the Thunder Palace master in public. As expected, the Thunder Palace master's face turned red and his body trembled with anger. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "Treasonous, treasonous! Brother Zheng, why are you wasting your breath on him? We'll talk after we cripple his cultivation." The Holy Brilliance shouted coldly and raised his hand. A terrifying fire concept burst out, forming a giant flaming hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. The world was scorching hot. Both of them had the same fire concept, but the Holy Power and the Holy Brilliance were trash. They were worlds apart. There was no comparison at all. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He could feel a terrifying aura of death approaching him. The aura was so strong that he could not resist it at all. The difference was too great. "Let's go." The Divine Guard's token glowed. Behind Lu Ming, the protective light screen of the Eastern Sky Courtyard cracked open and Lu Ming rushed in. Then, the light screen gathered. Hide? Was there any use hiding inside? Break. Holy Light shouted coldly. Boom! The huge fire palm directly hit the light curtain of the Eastern Sky Courtyard. The light curtain shook violently, and the entire mountain peak shook as if it was going to explode. However, in the end, the light screen still managed to block the attack. Again. Sacred Light frowned and struck out with another palm. This palm was several times stronger than the previous one. Chapter 500. 500 Peak Tier King. The giant flame palm, as big as a mountain, slammed down toward the Eastern Heaven Courtyard. Boom! The Eastern Sky Courtyard was shaking crazily. The light curtain outside was also shaking crazily as if it would burst at any time. Moreover, Although the light screen had blocked the flaming palm, there was still a terrifying force that seeped into the light screen. In the courtyard, Lu Ming felt a strong impact. Bang! The terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body, causing him to cough up blood. The sacred glory was too powerful. Although only a trace of power had seeped into it, it had already injured Lu Ming. This old man. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He wanted to enter the Supreme Shrine, but he realized that he could not. Fuck, there's no need to do this. I can't fight against this old man at all, and you won't let me in? Lu Ming was rather speechless. Little bastard, I can still cripple you even if you hide inside. Outside, Xingyao shouted coldly and slapped again. This time, it formed a giant palm that was several times larger than the previous one. It grabbed the entire eastern sky courtyard and pulled it out. He wanted to uproot the entire eastern heaven courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. The eastern sky courtyard shook violently as waves of energy seeped into it. Lu Ming's body was under a terrible pressure, making cracking sounds. His bones were about to break. Stop. Quickly stop. At this time, a few figures flew over at an unbelievable speed. Before they finished speaking, they had already appeared not far away. Hall Master, 3 Hall Masters. Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and Gold Palace Master. Many of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards shouted. Qingyao, stop. You've already violated the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace by attacking the other Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards without restraint. Hurry up and stop. The Palace Masters shouted. How can you interrupt when my Sheng family is doing business? Get lost. The sacred glory was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the Temple Masters, it still shouted loudly. You fuck. The 3 Hall Masters looked at the Eastern Heaven courtyard that was covered by the giant flaming hand with worry. Xingyao, you've already broken the rules. As the Palace Masters of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region, we have the responsibility to stop you. Attack. The Wind Palace Master shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The Wind, Fire, and Metal Temple Masters attacked at the same time. 3 vast attacks bombarded the sacred glory. You're overestimating yourself. Sacred Light's eyes turned cold. A fiery red saber appeared in his other hand, and he slashed. 1,000-meter-long flaming saber radiance slashed out, as if it could split the sky. The attacks of the 3 Hall Masters crumbled under the blazing saber radiance. The 3 Hall Masters' expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. Peak-tier King, Glory, you've broken through to Peak-tier King? The Wind Palace Master and the other 2 exclaimed. That's right. Do you still want to stop me? Holy Light said coldly. The Wind Palace Master and the other 2 had extremely ugly expressions. A Peak-tier King was already half a step into the first realm of the 3 spiritual god realms, the Spirit Sea realm. Although the 3 of them were all late-stage king tiers, even if they worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for a Peak-tier King. Boom, boom, boom. Although the inscription formation around the eastern sky courtyard was profound, under the attack of the sacred glory, it was almost unable to withstand it and was pulled out. Lu Ming. Although the Wind Palace Master and the others were extremely anxious, they were helpless in the face of the divine glory that had already broken through to the Peak-tier King level. Ha, Lu Ming, you dare to disrespect me? Only death awaits you. Thunder Palace Master sneered in his heart. As for Xing Wushuang, he was also overjoyed. Die. Lu Ming, no matter how arrogant you are, what's the use of facing the Sheng family? In the Tianxian region, apart from the Mu family, the Sheng family is the sky and everything. Sheng Wushuang laughed wildly in his heart. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the flaming hand that covered the eastern sky courtyard dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into nothingness. The eastern heaven courtyard regained its peace. In the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were stained with blood, his face was pale, and his breathing was shallow. He was already seriously injured just now. Old man. Lu Ming lay on the ground and cursed. Outside the eastern sky courtyard, the holy light's expression changed. Mu Zheng. A solemn voice came out of Holy Light's mouth. Without a sound, an old man in a green robe appeared with a faint smile on his face. This subordinate greets the palace master. The Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others, including the Thunder Palace Master, changed their expressions and hurriedly saluted the old man. What? The Palace Master? Could he be the Palace Lord of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxin region? This time, many of the Detian Divine Guards revealed shocked expressions. The Palace Lord of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxin region was a mysterious figure, and very few people had ever seen him. No one had expected him to show up today. This subordinate greets the Palace Master. The Detian Divine Guards present all saluted the green-robed elder. Damn it, isn't Mu Zheng in closed-door cultivation? Why did he come out of seclusion? Damn it. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. No need to be so polite. Mu Zheng waved his sleeve and a gentle breeze blew. Everyone felt a gentle force lifting them up. Palace Master? Could it be that the Palace Master has arrived? In the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming naturally heard the voices outside and his expression changed. Then he struggled to get up and walked out of the eastern sky courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming walked out, everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. This little bastard is still alive? It can actually move. The Thunder Palace Master thought. The Wind Palace Master and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, Sacred Light's eyes were filled with killing intent. Mu Zheng, you've come at the right time. This little bastard has offended his superiors, talked back to his elders, and even injured the elites of my Sheng clan. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Now, I'll take him back to the central region and deal with him. Sheng Yao said coldly. Hee, Sheng Yao, don't play this trick in front of me. Do you think I don't know what kind of people you are? Lu Ming beat up your Sheng family member, and you're the one who asked for it. You're useless, so who can you blame? Is there a need to talk back to an elder? As an elder, if he didn't do what an elder should do, shouldn't he talk back? We can fight. Mu Zheng smiled faintly and casually glanced at the Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master's face immediately turned pale, and his heart turned cold. Mu Zheng, what's wrong with you? It seems like you're determined to interfere today? Sheng Yao's face was extremely ugly as he shouted. This place is the Eastern Palace of the Tianxin region and is under my jurisdiction. What do you think about causing trouble here? Mu Zheng said. Good, very good. Mu Zheng, I've heard that you're about to open up your spirit ocean and break through to the spirit ocean realm. Today, I'd like to give it a try. Sacred Light's eyes showed a trace of fighting intent. A battle in the air. Mu Zheng's answer was very simple. Buzz. Buzz. Mu Zheng and the sacred glory flashed and rushed into the sky. Boom. An earth-shaking boom came from the sky, and a powerful pressure spread out for hundreds of miles. The wind and the flames covered the entire sky. Chapter 501. 501 The Peak Battle. It was as if a sun had exploded in the sky. A blazing storm spread down from the sky. Not good. The Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others moved and appeared above the crowd. With a wave of their hands, they formed a light screen and blocked the firestorm that was surging toward them. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, terrifying rumbles sounded in the sky. Those with lower cultivation felt their eardrums rumble and their faces turned pale. They almost vomited blood. As for those at the rank of Martial King and above, they were staring at the sky. However, most people could not see their figures clearly. They could only see a mass of green energy and a mass of red energy constantly bombarding each other. Each time it struck, it would produce an earth-shaking boom. The blazing light simply covered the sun in the sky. Fortunately, the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were on the ground within 100 miles would have been cracked. Is this the power of a peak-tier king? He's really strong. Lu Ming looked up at the sky, his fists clenched tightly. This kind of power was indeed far beyond his current strength. However, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. As long as you give me 2 years, I can definitely surpass that old man. Lu Ming muttered. The battle in the sky continued, and it became more and more intense. Finally, green and red light filled the entire sky, and the people below could no longer see what was happening above. After about 2 minutes, the green and red lights dissipated, and 2 figures flew down from the sky. It was Mu Zheng and Sacred Glory. But now, Sacred Glory looked very embarrassed. It was panting like a bull, its face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. On the other hand, Mu Zheng's breathing was calm, his face was ruddy, and his clothes were neat and tidy. He was completely fine. Xingyao, I'll let you off this time. Let's go and leave the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Mu Zheng said. Good, very good. Mu Zheng, do you think that you can protect this little bastard like this? He's too naive. If the Xing family wants him dead, he'll die. Holy Light shouted. Xingyao, do you think that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace belongs to your Sheng family? The ruler of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is Martial Emperor Di. We are just helping Martial Emperor Di manage the various places. Your Xing family will be burned by fire sooner or later with such behavior. Mu Zheng shouted. Mu Zheng, the Sheng family is loyal. You don't have to use Martial Emperor Di to suppress me. I'll make it clear today. You've helped him once, but you can't help him a second time. You've offended the Sheng family, and your fate has been decided. Shut up. Holy Light shouted coldly. He then looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Little bastard, just you wait, you won't have many days left. Old man, I was just about to say the same words to you. I'll remember what happened today. Wash your neck clean and wait for me. One day I'll cut off your head. Lu Ming retorted, giving tit for tat. Haha. Sacred Glory laughed in anger. Cold killing intent burst out from his body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, It's useless to have a sharp tongue. Just you wait. Let's go back to the Sheng family. Xingyao waved his hand and led the way to the exit of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The holy sky and holy might glared at Lu Ming with bitter resentment, then followed the holy brilliance and left in the distance. Elder, wait for me. Shen Wushuang was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. When Sacred Light and the others left, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he simply left with Sacred Light and the others. This little bastard, he's escaped again. Thunder Palace Master was filled with hatred. With a move, he left the place. The storm had ended with Mu Zheng's arrival. Junior Lu Ming greets the Palace Master. Thank you for saving me. Lu Ming came in front of Mu Zheng and saluted with cupped fists. However, his mind was spinning rapidly. Mu Zheng, also surnamed Mu, I wonder how he's related to Mulan. Mu Zheng revealed a warm smile and said, There's no need to thank me. This is the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region, and you're my Ditian Divine Guard. It's only right for me to help you. At this moment, the Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and Gold Palace Master had also arrived. Lu Ming, are you all right? The Wind Palace Master asked worriedly. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Feng. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Lu Ming said. That's good. The Wind Palace Master and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, this rejuvenated spirit pill is very good for healing. Take it and go back to heal your injuries. Also, you have to improve your strength as soon as possible. I don't think the Sheng family will let this go easily. Mu Zheng looked at Lu Ming and said, Many thanks, Palace Master. Lu Ming did not refuse. He took the pill and bowed. Then he turned around and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Go back to your own cultivation. Mu Zheng waved his hand slightly. All the onlookers had left. In the end, only Mu Zheng was left. At this moment, a young man in a white robe stepped through the air and appeared beside Mu Zheng. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was Mu Shuyuan. He was the one who came to warn Lu Ming to be careful of other people's challenges when Lu Ming first joined the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Sixth uncle. Mu Shuyuan saluted Mu Zheng. Mu Zheng looked at the Eastern Heaven courtyard and frowned. After a while, he sighed and said, "There's a limit to what we can do to help that girl. They'll have to rely on them Slaviers for the rest." Sixth uncle, you don't have to worry too much. I think Lu Ming's talent is extremely terrifying. In a few years, he might be able to compete with the Holy Star. Mu Shuyuan said, "I'm just afraid that I won't be able to wait a few years." Mu Zheng sighed. Mu Shuyuan was silent and did not speak. "Forget it, let's leave it to their good fortune. Let's go." Mu Zheng sighed and left the place with Mu Xiaoyuan. Lu Ming walked into the Eastern Sky courtyard and sat down cross-legged. He took out the pill that Mu Zheng gave him and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a crystal-like liquid and slid down his throat. Then, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injured body was recovering rapidly. His cracked bones were also healing rapidly. What a mysterious healing elixir. This is probably an upper level 5 elixir. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Soon after, he circulated the True War Dragon technique and combined it with the medicinal effects of the elixir to begin healing his injured body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering rapidly. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. Lu Ming took a bath in the small stream in the courtyard. He washed off the blood scabs on his body, revealing his bronze-colored skin. Then, Lu Ming changed into a long black robe, looking very energetic. "What's the reason for the Sheng family? You're suddenly finding trouble with me and even want to bring me to the central continent. Is it because I beat up Xing Wushuang?" Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought to himself. This matter was a little strange. If it was because of their grudge against Xing Wushuang, the Xing family wouldn't have made such a big move. They even sent out peak-tier kings. How is this possible? Lu Ming had some doubts about this matter. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it. Now, I'll continue to refine spiritual crystals and raise my cultivation. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and exploded them. He then began to devour the spiritual energy in the top-grade spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. Soon, he finished devouring the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals and took out another 10,000 to continue devouring. After devouring 30,000 pieces, Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully broken through to the peak of the first-level Martial King realm. Chapter 502. 502 The Path Understanding Ancient Tree. In addition to the 10,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals he had wasted when he was disturbed by the holy air, Lu Ming had spent a total of 70,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals to increase his cultivation from the middle stage of the first-level Martial King realm to the peak of the first-level Martial King realm. Lu Ming still had 80,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals left. Now, let's start to break through to the second level of the Martial King realm. With a wave of his hand, another dense mass of supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared in the air. This time, Lu Ming took out 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals at one go. Bang! Bang! Pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals exploded like fireworks, and rich spiritual qi filled the air. They were all swallowed by the 9-dragon bloodline. The majestic energy turned into rolling essential core and Lu Ming began to break through to the second level of the Martial King realm. Not long after, he had refined all 20,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 pieces. I'm just one step away from breaking through to the second level of the Martial King realm. This time, Lu Ming waved his hand and took out 30,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 30,000 pieces of spiritual crystals of the highest quality contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy. It was about to break through to the second level of the martial king realm. Half a day later dash. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming's aura rose several times. He had broken through to the second level of the martial king realm. What a powerful primordial qi! It's 3 times stronger than a level 1 martial king realm martial artist. Lu Ming felt the vast essential core in his body and pondered. It was no wonder that the gap between each level of the martial king realm was so huge. Now, I only have 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. This is a huge expense. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. Of course, this was only for him. If other people were to cultivate, they would definitely not need so many top-grade spiritual crystals. Moreover, it was also because Lu Ming's thunder concept had long reached level 1 lower tier that he could break through his cultivation without any worries. Most people had to work hard to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. With every step forward, their cultivation would improve. Lu Ming's essence realm of heaven and earth had improved by so much in one go. If only I had enough top-grade spiritual crystals. My cultivation could rise all the way to level 4 martial king realm and become a king tier lower tier. Lu Ming was thinking in his heart. However, he immediately shook his head. If he needed so many spiritual crystals to advance to level 1 martial king realm, then the number of spiritual crystals needed to advance to level 2 and level 3 martial king realm would definitely reach a terrifying number. Looks like I'll have to find ways to get more resources later on. Also, this Dandan, ever since she ate the heavenly tribulation last time, she hasn't made any movements. I wonder how she's doing? Lu Ming picked up Dandan that was hanging in his hair and took a closer look. If it were not for the layer of crystal luster on the eggshell and the life force emanating from the stone egg, Lu Ming was really afraid that something would happen to him. After all, it had just eaten a heavenly tribulation. What? At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and a jade box appeared on the ground. There were 2 pitch-black branches in the jade box. And half a box of spring water. There was originally a box of clear spring water, but now, only half of it was left. One of the 2 pitch-black withered branches that were soaked in the spring actually had a tender shoot growing out of it. That's right, one of the withered branches actually came alive. A stretch of tender shoot grew out, and on the tender shoot, there were spots of light shining, making the tender shoot look crystal clear. However, what surprised Lu Ming the most was that there was a mysterious aura emanating from this bud. Under this aura, Lu Ming's mind was exceptionally clear. It was as if he had abandoned everything and was immersed in the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the past, he was actually able to quickly figure out some of the things he didn't understand about martial arts. Enlightenment. In this state, Lu Ming seemed to be in enlightenment. Amazing, this is too amazing. Just what is the origin of this withered branch? It's just a tender shoot, but it can actually help people comprehend the Tao. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Now, I'll try to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. At once, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the concept of wind. Immediately, Lu Ming could feel that his understanding of the wind concept was very clear. The speed of comprehension was at least 10 times faster than before. Oh my God, this is too magical. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the tender shoot. It was then that Lu Ming noticed that there were wondrous lines on the tender shoot. They looked like true dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and other ancient mythical beasts. It was extremely profound. According to the legends, there was a kind of spiritual root in the primitive times called the path understanding spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root would grow into spiritual trees of various shapes. These spiritual trees were collectively called the path understanding ancient tree. It was said that in the primitive times, the most powerful people in the world would plant a path understanding ancient tree beside them to help with their cultivation. Could it be that this withered branch fell from one of the path understanding ancient trees? Lu Ming suddenly thought of a legend. At the thought of this legend, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. Is it true? If it's true, then I'm going to be rich. Lu Ming found it hard to believe. After all, the path understanding ancient tree was too rare. in the primordial age, only the most powerful people in the world could control one. Every one of those powerhouses was unbelievably powerful. The current martial emperor was like an ant in front of those powerhouses. It's a secret. I must keep it a secret. No matter if it's true or not, I can't let anyone know. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure. Lu Ming knew very well that if this section was really the path understanding ancient tree, the entire divine wilderness continent would go into a riot. Those martial royal realm experts would definitely do whatever it took to seize the path understanding ancient tree. Now, it had only grown one bud and it could increase Lu Ming's comprehension speed by 10 times. What if it grew 2, 3 or more? How much help would it be to Lu Ming? Lu Ming quickly put the jade box into the supreme shrine and entered it. Regardless of whether it's the real path understanding ancient tree or not, it's a fact that it can increase the speed of comprehension by 10 times. Just this point alone is priceless. I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After that, Lu Ming began to comprehend various martial arts techniques. As expected, under the mysterious aura of the tender shoot, Lu Ming's mind became extremely clear. Regardless of whether it was comprehending martial arts techniques or the concept of heaven and earth, his speed had increased by about 10 times. Cultivate, start cultivating. Lu Ming placed the jade box beside him and started to comprehend the concept of wind. He planned to first condense the wind concept into concept runes. For his attacks, he temporarily had the thunder concept. As long as he could condense the wind concept into a concept rune, his speed would increase by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had improved rapidly. It was equivalent to the results of a month's comprehension in the past. However, Lu Ming still felt that he was too slow. If I use this Dao Comprehension Ancient Tree in the Dao Comprehension Palace and combine it with that intent, wouldn't my comprehension speed be even faster? Lu Ming could not help but think. Regardless of whether this was the real path understanding ancient tree or not, Lu Ming simply called it the path understanding ancient tree. He did not call it for any other reason but to feel good. Lu Ming immediately set off for the Dao Enlightenment Palace. Chapter 503. 503 The second concept rune. The Dao Enlightenment Palace cost 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. Lu Ming booked the place for 2 months and spent 6,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. After entering the Dao Enlightenment Palace, the Dao of heaven and earth floated. In the end, the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder appeared particularly clearly. Lu Ming took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it in front of him. Then he cast aside the fire and thunder concepts and focused on comprehending the wind concept. After a long while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. As expected, the effect of the ancient tree of comprehension could be superimposed with the artistic conception here. It made Lu Ming's comprehension speed faster. It was at least 30 times faster than before. 30 times. In other words, 1 day of Lu Ming's current comprehension was equivalent to 1 month of his previous comprehension. 1 day was equivalent to 1 month. How shocking was this? Immediately, Lu Ming seized every minute and second to comprehend. As the days went by, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was rapidly improving. A month later, it was equivalent to 2.5 years of Lu Ming's cultivation in the past. After 2.5 years of comprehending the wind concept, he had finally comprehended the wind concept to the point where he could condense concept runes. Start. Condense intent runes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz. The concept of wind filled the air and then completely converged. It began to condense in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. 2 hours later, an inch-long green rune was formed. This time, there was no heavenly tribulation. Everything was calm. Just like that, Lu Ming's second concept rune was successfully condensed. It's so cool. It's so cool to comprehend here. If I have enough supreme-grade spirit crystals, I can cultivate in seclusion here for a few years. Will I be able to comprehend a will to the completion of level 1? Lu Ming secretly sighed. However, I'm still too slow. I don't have much time. It's been more than a year and a half since the 10-year deadline. It's almost 2 years now. Even at this speed, I won't have the strength to compete with Martial Emperor Yi by the time the 10-year deadline is up. I need to be faster. The more leaves the path understanding ancient tree has, the stronger its ability to help people comprehend the path. It seems that in the future, I need to find more treasures like spiritual liquid that can cultivate spiritual herbs to speed up the growth of the path understanding ancient tree. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Shaking his head, Lu Ming suppressed these thoughts for the time being and continued to comprehend. This time, he began to comprehend the concept of fire. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. Lu Ming's fire concept had also begun to improve rapidly. On this day, the space around them started to tremble. They're trying to teleport me out. What's going on? It's clearly not time yet, there's still a few more days. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the martial arts ancient tree. He was full of doubts. Buzz! After a dozen breaths, the space trembled and Lu Ming disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside the Dao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming, the messenger from the profound sky sub-palace, is here to look for you. You have to come out earlier. You have 6 days. I'll return the 600 supreme spiritual crystals to you. One of the Dao Enlightenment Palace's guardian elders waved his hand and 600 top-grade spirit crystals flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to take it, but his heart was full of doubts. An emissary from the profound sky sub-palace? Lu Ming frowned. The profound heaven sub-palace was the main headquarters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the profound heavens region. It was said that in the early days, there was only one branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in a large region. For example, in the Tianxian region, there was only one branch palace set up in the most prosperous place in the central part of the Tianxian region. Later on, because the territory of a large region was too vast, a few small sub-palaces were set up in various places. The Tianxian region had set up a small palace in each of the 4 directions to help manage the 4 territories. However, the real core was still in the Tianxian sub-palace. The 4 sub-palaces had to obey the orders of Tianxian sub-palace. Now, the Tianxian sub-palace had actually sent an emissary to look for him. Could it be the Sheng family? Lu Ming had an idea and thought of the Sheng family. That was the only possibility. The Sheng family is finally going to make a move? I'd like to see what kind of tricks you'll use. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Buzz! At this moment, a figure rushed over from the distance and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're finally out of seclusion. Go to the missions hall now, there's a mission for you. The person who came was a deacon of the mission hall. He looked middle-aged and spoke. Senior, what kind of mission is it that you want me to come out of seclusion in such a hurry? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, AI. A few months ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect launched a large-scale invasion into the Tianxian region. In the central region of the Tianxian region, they have already fought many battles with the Tianxian sub-palace and suffered heavy losses. This time, the Profound Sky Sub-Palace has issued a mobilization order to the 4 sub-palaces to transfer a portion of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards to the central region as reinforcements. Your name is also on the list of people to be transferred. The middle-aged deacon had a good impression of Lu Ming and explained everything to him in detail. My name was indicated. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. According to common sense, Tianxian Sub-Palace only needed to tell the Eastern Sub-Palace a specific number for this kind of selection task. The Eastern Sub-Palace would arrange the number of experts by themselves. Why would they specify the name of the person? This was obviously intentional. Lu Ming was certain that this was definitely the Sheng family's doing. Then, the 2 of them walked toward the Mission Palace Hall. Lu Ming saw the Wind Palace Master at the entrance of the missions hall. Hall Master. The middle-aged deacon bowed to the Wind Palace Master. The Wind Palace Master nodded and said, You can go in first. I have something to say to Lu Ming. Yes. The middle-aged attendant bowed and walked into the mission palace hall. Lu Ming, I'm sure you already have a rough idea of the matter. The palace master of winds said. It's probably clear now. Lu Ming nodded. This time, you must be careful. The profound sky sub-palace has asked you to go with them. This is definitely the doing of the Sheng family. Moreover, the Sheng family used the excuse of supporting the profound sky sub-palace and destroying the Sky Corps sect as an excuse. Even the palace master can't refuse. As for the central continent, the Sheng family is extremely powerful. They just want to call you to the central continent so that they can deal with you however they want. The Wind Palace master said with a grave expression. They won't let a few of the older generation kill me, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although the Sheng family is strong, they still have some scruples. However, the younger generation doesn't have such scruples. Furthermore, if they play any tricks, it's impossible to guard against them. The palace master of winds said. Lu Ming nodded. The older generation would not make a move openly. It was much easier for the younger generation. Lu Ming immediately thanked the Wind Palace master. The Wind Palace master had repeatedly reminded Lu Ming to be careful in the middle region and to keep a low profile. Lu Ming naturally nodded in agreement and walked into the missions hall. Chapter 504. 504 Heading to the Central Continent. The middle-aged deacon brought Lu Ming along to complete the mission procedures. Lu Ming, come to the Hall of Missions tomorrow morning and gather with the others. Form the first group of reinforcements and head to Tianxian Sub-Palace. After that, there will be a few more groups heading to Tianxian Sub-Palace separately. The middle-aged attendant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He then left the Hall of Missions and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild. Tianxian Sub-Palace, the Sheng family. Senior sister Mulan should be in Tianxian Sub-Palace too. All right, even if Tianxian Sub-Palace is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Lu Ming, will still go there. Then, Lu Ming continued to study the concept of fire. After this period of comprehension, the fire concept was about to reach the level of condensing concept runes. As long as the fire concept condensed into concept runes, then the wind, fire, fierce lightning concepts would all reach concept runes. Lu Ming's combat strength would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Moreover, he could even cultivate the fourth level of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Beside a small lake, Mu Zheng was standing with his hands behind his back. Mu Shuyuan was standing beside him. Sixth uncle, the Sheng family is so fast. They actually used this trick to summon Lu Ming to Tianxian Sub-Palace. What should we do now? Mu Shuyuan said. The Sheng family's move is indeed brilliant. Even I can't refuse it. Lu Ming's arrival in Tianxian Sub-Palace is undoubtedly a dangerous move. Mu Zheng sighed slightly. How about this? Yuan Xiu, you go to Tianxian Sub-Palace immediately and wait for an opportunity to take care of Lu Ming. Mu Zheng continued. All right, I'll set off immediately. Mu Shuyuan nodded, and then his figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. In the Lightning Palace, the Lightning Palace master laughed wildly and was extremely carefree. Ha, Lu Ming, you'll be dead by the time we get to Tianxian Sub-Palace. I'll just wait here for your good news. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lu Ming arrived at the missions hall. There were already some people gathered in the mission hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them. There were men and women, young and old, but all of them were martial kings. A few of them had terrifying auras and were unfathomable. Lower-tier king tier. Those people were definitely lower-tier kings. The number of people was still slowly increasing. More than 10 minutes later, there were exactly 50 people in the missions hall, including Lu Ming. At this moment, an old man walked into the mission palace hall. Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Everyone saluted. This old man was Mu Zheng, the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. Mu Zheng revealed a warm smile. He swept his gaze across the room and his eyes stopped on Lu Ming for a moment. Well, now the first batch of 50 people heading to the Xianxia Palace has arrived. You can set off immediately. Remember, in the process of killing the enemy, you must try your best to protect your own safety. I'll be here waiting for your return. Thank you, Palace Master. We will definitely try our best to protect our slaviers. Then we will try our best to kill the enemy and make a contribution. We will spread the divine might of the eastern Tianxian region. Everyone replied. All right, let's go. Mu Zheng waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others bade farewell to Mu Zheng and set off for Tianxia Palace. The Tianxia Palace was located in the middle of the Tianxian region. It was 10 times the size of the eastern part of the Tianxian region, and the spiritual qi was extremely rich. There were many geniuses and experts. That place was the core of the Tianxian region. Over there was no doubt that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would be the hegemon, controlling everything. There were also some small powers that were attached to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were 2 great clans in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that controlled everything. One was the Sheng family. The Sheng family had an extremely long history. Even before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace appeared, the Sheng family had already existed. They were undoubtedly the overlord of the mysterious sky region. The other clan head was the Mu clan. The current palace master of the Heaven Mystic Palace was the Mu clan's clan master. The Mu clan could be said to be a new clan in the Tianxian region. It had risen to power less than 100 years ago, but its strength was extremely powerful. The 2 great clans stood at the peak of the Tianxian region. The eastern part of the Tianxian region was extremely far away from the Tianxia Palace. Even if all of them were martial king realm martial artists, it would still take them a month to reach the Tianxia Palace. Everyone headed toward the Tianxia Palace at lightning speed. Among them, some of them were smarter. They had guessed that the reason why Lu Ming was summoned to Tianxia Palace was most likely related to the Sheng family. They stayed far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered and continued on his way. Every 3 days they would stop to rest and recover their true qi. Soon, half a month had passed, and everyone had already left the eastern region of the Tianxian region and entered the central region. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach the Tianxia Palace. On this night, the group stopped in a valley. Someone lit a bonfire, caught demonic beasts, and roasted their meat. Lu Ming stood alone at the side and lit a bonfire as well. Then he rushed into a large mountain and brought back a strong horned sheep. After cleaning the horned sheep, he began to roast the meat. Very soon, a fragrant aroma filled his nose. The mutton became oily and shiny. Lu Ming took out a jar of wine and ate and drank alone. "Ha, good wine, this is really good wine. Brother Lu, can you let me, old Zhuang, have a taste of this wine and meat?" A tall and burly man with strong arms walked to the bonfire and grinned. "Of course you can, please," Lu Ming said with a smile. The burly man's name was Zhuang Hong. He was extremely powerful and was one of the 3 lower-tier king tiers among Lu Ming's group of 50 people. However, he was honest and sincere, so he didn't think too much. Along the way, he was the only one who would talk to Lu Ming occasionally. Zhuang Hong grinned and sat down. He then tore off a leg of lamb and started eating. "It's so fragrant. It's so fragrant. The meat is fat but not greasy. So many people have roasted meat, but I still like yours the most, Brother Lu." Zhuang Hong's mouth was full of oil as he loudly praised. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. A jar of fine wine appeared and he threw it to Zhuang Hong. Zhuang Hong took it, opened the lid, and took a big gulp. He praised, "Good wine, it's really good wine." "Please." Lu Ming smiled and started to eat and drink. "Brother Lu, to be honest, I really admire you. Even in the face of the Sheng family, you can still hold your head high. You can say whatever you want and scold whatever you want. That's a true warrior and a true man. I admire you. Come, let me toast to you," Zhuang Hong said as he ate. Lu Ming clinked his glass with Zhuang Hong's and took a big gulp from the wine jar. Brother Lu, I have high hopes for you. With your talent, you will definitely be able to defeat those arrogant geniuses of the Sheng family in time. Zhuang Hong shouted again. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned and his expression changed slightly. There's the smell of blood. Lu Ming muttered. Brother Lu, we've killed so many demonic beasts just now. Of course, there's a bloody smell. Zhuang Hong was stunned. It's not the smell of demonic beasts' blood, but of humans. Lu Ming frowned. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had devoured a large amount of blood essence from humans and demonic beasts. Therefore, Lu Ming could easily tell the difference between the blood of humans and demonic beasts. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the forest in the distance. Chapter 505. 505 The Ambush of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Everyone's expression changed. That's Wuxia's voice. He just went to hunt demonic beasts. What happened? What kind of danger did he encounter? Someone shouted. Ah! At this time, another scream was heard. It's Xiao. He's also hunting demonic beasts. Someone exclaimed. Let's go and take a look. Someone shouted. Then, 7 or 8 voices flew in that direction. They stood in the air and looked down. However, it was nighttime after all, and their vision was obstructed. They seemed to be unable to see clearly, so they flew down. In the next moment, screams of pain were heard. In just a few breaths, there was no more sound. 7 to 8 martial king powerhouses had just disappeared without a trace. Enemies, gather together. Hurry up, don't be defeated one by one. A few roars rang out. It was the other 2 lower-tier king tiers. Lu Ming and Zhuang Hong also gathered around the crowd. 40 people were gathered together. What is there? 8 martial kings were taken care of so quickly. Someone said in a serious tone. Shush up. At this time, everyone heard a rustling sound. In the middle of the night, it was particularly horrifying. What is it? Everyone focused their attention and widened their eyes to observe their surroundings. Not good, it's under my feet. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. What? The others were stunned. Bang! Suddenly, a pitch-black beast claw stretched out from beneath the foot of one of the Detian Divine Guards and grabbed one of his feet. What is it? The Detian Divine Guard roared in shock. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the first level of the Martial King realm. At this moment, he unleashed his full power and slashed at the beast's claw. But a shocking scene happened. When the saber hit the beast's claw, it was as if it had hit some kind of extremely hard steel, and it made a sound of metal clashing. He couldn't cut it. Roar! A beast's roar rang out from the ground. The beast's claw pulled and one of the Detian Divine Guard's legs was torn off. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. By the time the crowd reacted, the Detian Divine Guard was already dead. What demonic beast? Died. At the side, a few Detian Divine Guards roared loudly, and violent attacks bombarded the demonic beast. Boom! With a few explosions, a large pit was blasted out in that area, but there was no trace of the demonic beast. Ah! Suddenly, another scream came from another direction. A first-level Martial King Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard was killed by a beast's claw that had extended from the ground. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why can't I feel any aura? Someone shouted in shock. Corpse, that's a demonic beast's corpse. There's no life force at all. Finally, someone discovered the truth. A demonic beast's corpse? Everyone was shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, a sharp air-piercing sound rang out. From all directions, black shadows shot towards them. It was faster than a sharp arrow. Be careful. With a loud roar, everyone burst out with powerful Zhenyuan. Their bodies were filled with all kinds of light, and beams of light burst out. Boom! Boom! With a loud boom, the black shadows were sent flying back. Who's that? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that those black shadows were actually black chains. It's the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming shouted. What? The Heavenly Corpse sect? How did the Heavenly Corpse sect know that we are here? Someone cried out in disbelief. Although their departure was not a secret, the route they were going to take first was very secretive, and not many people knew about it. How did the Heavenly Corpse sect find them? Could it be a coincidence? Kaka, I didn't expect that the people from the eastern part of the Tianxian region could recognize us so quickly. This is really unexpected. A cold voice came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh! Then, everyone saw coffins flying out from the surrounding forest. These coffins were big and small. They floated in the air and blocked their way out. There were at least 100 of them. Kachachi! The coffins opened, and figures walked out of them. Refined corpses. The first to walk out were all refined corpses. Their faces were pale, and within the paleness, there was a hint of black. His body was wrapped in black iron chains. In addition to these human-shaped refined corpses, there were also beast-shaped ones. Roar! A few black panther-like demonic beasts with red eyes and fangs in their mouths roared. However, there was no sign of life on their bodies. They were also refined corpses. Other than human corpses, the corpses of demonic beasts could also be refined into refined corpses. Demonic beast-type refined corpses were known as demonic corpses. It was obvious that this was the kind of demon corpse that had been hiding underground to launch a sneak attack. Following closely behind these refined corpses were black-robed corpse guards with pale faces. There were more than 200 refined corpses and close to 100 corpse guards. Hee, it's no wonder that we've been lying in ambush here for a few days. With 50 martial king corpses, we can refine 50 powerful refined corpses. A corpse guard sneered. How is that possible? How did you know we would pass by here? How could you have set up an ambush in advance? One of the Detian divine guards called out in disbelief. Hee, you're going to die soon anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. Of course, someone informed us. A corpse guard sneered. What? Everyone was shocked. There was a traitor. A traitor had leaked their information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Damn it, who is it? Someone roared. Could it be the Sheng family? Lu Ming's mind was racing. His first suspicion was the Sheng family. The Sheng family knew that he was among this group of people and wanted to use the Heavenly Corpse sect to get rid of him. However, was there a need to sacrifice the lives of the other 49 Detian divine guards? This was too ruthless. Hee, you can all go to hell. Close to 100 corpse guards started to control the refined corpses. More than 200 refined corpses were emitting a powerful aura. King, these refined corpses were all king-level refined corpses. 9 of them had extremely powerful auras, and they were actually at the level of lower-tier king tiers. Everyone's expression changed. This was a terrifying force. There were 9 lower-tier refined corpses, 200 refined corpses from level 1 to level 3 martial king realm, and almost 100 corpse guards. The strength of this energy was several times that of Lu Ming and the rest. In order to deal with them, the Heavenly Corpse sect had actually dispatched so many experts. This was a sure kill. Lu Ming and the rest did not even have the chance to escape. It was because it was impossible to escape in such a situation with such a great disparity in strength. Lu Ming's expression turned extremely grave. Charge! Let's work together and charge in one direction. Zhuang Hong roared as he led the charge towards the west. Charge, charge! The other 2 lower-tier king tiers also rushed toward that direction together with Zhuang Hong. The others also gathered together and attacked together. Chapter 506. 506 Tragic. You want to rush out? In your dreams. Kill them all. A corpse guard with an extremely powerful aura shouted. This corpse guard's cultivation had already reached the lower tier of a king. Buzz. Buzz. The sky was filled with iron chains that looked like black poisonous snakes. The black chains either stabbed towards the crowd like spears or wrapped around them like ropes. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone's attacks landed on the chains, but they were all bounced back. Only the attacks of 3 lower-tier king tiers managed to break through dozens of chains. Badash. Buzz. Buzz. The 9 lower-tier refined corpses roared and waved their arms. A few chains flew out from each of them and swept toward the 3 lower-tier kings. With a loud boom, the 3 lower-tier king tiers were also sent flying back, unable to break through. Damn it. What do we do? Some people panicked and couldn't rush out at all. Kill! The corpse guard shouted. The refined corpse roared, and the iron chains swept across the sky, killing everyone. Someone screamed as the chains pierced through his body and he was killed. In a few breaths, another 4 to 5 people were killed. Continue charging. Zhuang Hong roared as he charged forward with all his might. However, the 3 of them were completely blocked by the 9 lower-tier king-level refined corpses. It was impossible for them to get out. For a time, everyone was caught in a bitter battle, and people were constantly killed. What do we do? Lu Ming's brows were tightly furrowed. He waved the long spear in his hands, continuously blocking the chains from all directions. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the martial king realm was the dividing line between a lower king and a lower-tier king. Therefore, the difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the martial king realm was not a simple one, but 2 levels. Therefore, although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the martial king realm, he was no match for a king tier of the lower tier of the 4th level. Zhuang Hong and the other 2 lower-tier kings were all at level 4 martial king realm. If they could not break through, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to do so as well. Ah! Screams rang out. Another person was killed, and his body was dragged out by the chains. At this moment, their numbers were less than 30. Furthermore, Zhuang Hong and the other 2 lower-tier king tiers were also in a tough battle. Being besieged by several refined corpses of the same level that were impervious to swords and spears, they were no match for them at all. It had only been a short while, but they had a few more wounds on their bodies. Buzz. Buzz. The chains danced in the air, and one of the lower-tier king tiers was caught by one of them. Damn it, break. The lower-tier king tier roared as he tried to sever the chains. However, after a few consecutive slashes and sparks, only a shallow dent appeared on the chains. Whoosh! A metal chain pierced through his chest. It was as fast as lightning. The Detian Divine Guard roared loudly and tried his best to shift his body to the side. Poochie! The iron chain was like a long spear, directly piercing through his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. Hee, don't even think about resisting. Die and become my refined corpse. On the side, the corpse guard's cold laughter came. In your dreams, scumbags of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Don't even think about refining my corpse into a refined corpse. I'll block them. The Detian Divine Guard's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Zhuang Hong and the others. At the same time, the aura on his body went berserk. Damn it, he wants to self-destruct. Stop him. One of the Detian Divine Guards shrieked. Haha. The Detian Divine Guard laughed loudly. Charge, charge, charge this way. Zhuang Hong and the others gritted their teeth and suddenly changed their direction, madly rushing towards the other sides. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion was heard, and violent energy spread in all directions. The Detian Divine Guard had self-destructed. The power of a 4th-level lower-tier king tier's self-destruction was beyond imagination. The 9 lower-tier refined corpses were sent flying, and some of the lower-tier refined corpses were directly blown into pieces. With a large number of refined corpses blocked, the pressure on Zhuang Hong and the others was greatly reduced. Boom! Boom! Zhuang Hong, another lower-tier king tier, Lu Ming, and a few other powerful Empyrean Sky Divine Guards joined forces and blasted a huge hole in the refined corpses' encirclement. Charge! Buzz! Buzz! Immediately, they rushed toward the gap. Lu Ming followed closely behind Zhuang Hong and rushed out of the gap. Damn it, block it, block it. A large group of corpse guards roared. Iron chains flew across the sky, and that gap was instantly blocked. There were still more than a dozen people who did not manage to escape and were trapped inside. In the next moment, screams rang out one after another. However, Lu Ming and the rest could not care so much because there was still a barrier in front of them, and that was the corpse guard. You want to leave? Impossible. The corpse guards made their moves. Corpse chi surged in all kinds of palm winds, claw gleams, and blade auras that contained corpse chi blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. As long as these corpse guards stopped them for a while, they would be in danger, because those refined corpses would immediately surround them. Boom! Boom! Zhuang Hong and the other lower-tier king-level corpse guards were blocked. The other side was also 2 lower-tier king-level corpse guards. If the corpse guards got rid of the refined corpses, their combat power would be weaker than martial artists of the same level, but it was no problem to hold them back for a short time. Hee, die, bastard. A Lever 3 Martial King Realm corpse guard clawed at Lu Ming with its claws. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He twisted his spine like a dragon and thrust his spear forward. An extreme strike. After breaking through to the Martial King realm, the power of an extreme strike was extremely terrifying. Poochie! This corpse guard's head was directly pierced by the spear, and he died. Once this corpse guard died, the few refined corpses he controlled stopped in the air, not moving at all. However, there were too many refined corpses, and it didn't matter if a few of them stopped. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed past, and he was about to break out of the siege. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. A saber ray filled with corpse chi was aimed at Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming held his long spear horizontally and blocked in front of him. Clang! A terrifying force gushed toward Lu Ming. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat. A corpse guard with a pale face and a saber in his hand appeared in front of Lu Ming. Without a doubt, he was a king tier at the lower tier. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, 9 refined corpses of the lower tier king level were madly rushing over. The iron chains crossed the sky and rushed over. Dandan, smash it. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Buzz! Dandan, who had been hanging on the ends of her hair, trembled slightly and flew out with a swoosh, smashing towards that corpse guard's face. Ever since Dandan had eaten the heavenly tribulation last time, she seemed to have been digesting it. It was only a few days ago that she had digested it and had a reaction again. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on it. He wondered what the effect would be after he digested the heavens test. It's just a piece of rock, break it? That corpse guard sneered and slashed out a saber ray, wanting to cut Dandan into pieces. However, Dandan completely ignored those blade lights and rushed past, directly smashing towards that corpse guard's face. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. Chapter 507. 507 The situation in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Dandan accurately smashed into the Detian Divine Guard's face. Ah! The Detian Divine Guard let out a blood-curdling screech and retreated frantically. Lu Ming saw that his face was already smashed to pieces. His facial features were completely deformed and had rotted into a mess. Even his head had almost exploded. If it wasn't for the fact that lower-tier king tiers had extremely strong vitality, an ordinary person would have already lost their life from this injury. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the 9 refined corpses of the lower-tier king-level cultivators had arrived. Some of the chains were flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, run! I'll stop them! Zhuang Hong appeared in front of the 9 refined corpses and shouted. Old Zhuang, let's go together. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go together. No one can escape. You should leave quickly. We've been betrayed this time. Someone must escape, find the mastermind, and take revenge for us. Zhuang Hong roared. Boom! Immediately after, the true energy within Zhuang Hong's body began to surge. It's this move again. Damn it, move aside and kill the others. Damn it, dodge. The corpse guards all roared. Lu Ming, find the mastermind and take revenge for us. These were Zhuang Hong's last words. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion. Zhuang Hong had self-destructed. The terrifying energy swept in all directions, and the corpse guards retreated. Whoosh! Amidst the violent energy waves, a storage ring flew toward Lu Ming. It was Zhuang Hong's storage ring. It was obvious that even if Zhuang Hong were to die, he would not want to let the Heavenly Corpse sect benefit. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Those from the Heavenly Corpse sect must die. The mastermind must die too. I, Lu Ming, swear that I will avenge you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, bursting with an intense killing intent. Not long ago, Zhuang Hong, this straightforward and burly man, had been drinking and eating with him. Now, he had died a tragic death, not even leaving behind a corpse. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. Dandan! Lu Ming shouted again. Dandan trembled slightly and rushed out again, smashing towards the corpse guard whose face had already been smashed. Bang! This time, it was even worse. That corpse guard was almost smashed to death. Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and disappeared in a flash. The corpse guard did not have time to react and was killed by Lu Ming. A lower-tier king tier had died just like that. With the corpse guard dead, there was no longer any obstacle in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the other party's blood essence. At the same time, he took the storage ring. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, a few Detian divine guards also took the opportunity to rush out and run away. Chase them, don't let a single one of them escape. A corpse guard roared. Nearly 100 corpse guards took the refined corpses and split into several groups as they chased after the Ditian divine guards. Brat die! There were also some corpse guards who hid behind the refined corpses and charged at Lu Ming. Heavenly Corpse Sect, I'll remember this. Lu Ming said coldly. He then turned around and stepped out. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Buzz! Using the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he disappeared into the distance in an instant. No matter how the corpse guards chased, they couldn't catch up. Damn it, this brat got away. A corpse guard unwillingly shouted. Let's go after the others. We can't let more people escape. Immediately after, these corpse guards all chased in several other directions. Lu Ming cast the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps and moved at a terrifying speed. It did not take long for him to appear 100,000 miles away. Buzz! He rushed into a mountain forest, his eyes extremely cold. This time, it was too tragic. They had 50 people, and almost all of them were annihilated. In the end, only a few people managed to escape. The fate of those few people was also unpredictable, because most of them were injured and might not be able to escape the pursuit of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, Lu Ming had to thank Dandan. Otherwise, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement. He also had to rely on the extreme speed of the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps to escape from the Heavenly Corpse sect's pursuit. Heavenly Corpse sect will have to settle this score sooner or later. Also, that mastermind behind the scenes. Who's the one who betrayed us? Is it the Sheng family? Lu Ming kept thinking in his heart. Currently, the Sheng family was the most suspicious. After a moment, Lu Ming had an idea and appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Then he began to refine the blood essence. The corpse guard was a level 4 Martial King Realm King, a king tier with rich blood essence. Lu Ming used all of it to improve his 9 dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, after the blood essence was completely refined, the 9 dragon bloodline was still at the 6th level of the king tier. It seems that it's too difficult to advance to the 7th level of the king tier. Lu Ming sighed. Up until now, he had never seen anyone with a 7th-level king bloodline other than Xianxia. No matter if you were a genius or a demon, you were still a 6th-level king. This was the highest level. It seemed that there was a gap between the 6th and 7th level of the king level. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then moved his fingers and a few storage rings appeared in his palm. 2 of them belonged to the corpse guards that Lu Ming had killed and 1 belonged to Zhuang Hong. Old Zhuang, I wonder if you have any relatives. When I return to the Eastern Palace, I'll definitely give your storage ring to your relatives. Lu Ming moved his hand and kept Zhuang Hong's storage ring. He then checked the storage rings of the 2 corpse guards. The 2 corpse guards, one at the level 3 Martial King realm and the other at the level 4 lower tier King realm, had a lot of wealth in their storage rings. There were 5 to 6 secret manuals, one of which was specifically on how to refine corpses. Lu Ming casually flipped through it and put it away. What Lu Ming valued the most were the top-grade spiritual crystals. The 2 storage rings added up to a total of 180,000 pieces. This was already considered quite a lot. As for the ultimacy crystals, there was not a single one. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After packing up, Lu Ming waved his hand and a total of 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Lu Ming wanted to continue to improve his cultivation. His cultivation base was still too weak. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could definitely crush anyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. No one could withstand one move from him. However, that was only in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. In a bigger stage, such as the entire Tianxian region, it was not enough. For example, if Lu Ming had the cultivation of a lower-tier king, Zhuang Hong and the rest would not have died and they would not have been nearly annihilated. Strength was supreme. Moreover, the heavenly profound region was only a small region among the many territories under the control of the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was only one of the 4 strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. The Eastern Barren Territory was just one of the 5 vast regions of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's current location could only be said to be a corner of the Divine Wilderness continent. Bang, bang, bang. The 20,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals exploded one after another. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and sucked in a huge amount of heaven and earth's spiritual qi. Then, it began to refine them crazily. Chapter 508. 508 Chapter 508 Framed. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly. When one reached level 2 Martial King realm, the amount of spiritual crystals needed to improve one's cultivation would also increase greatly. Lu Ming's cultivation had only advanced from the early stage of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm to the middle stage after refining 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 50,000 yuan. When he was at level 1 Martial King realm, he only needed 30,000 spiritual crystals to advance 1 level. When he reached level 2 Martial King realm, he needed 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming did not stop. He kept taking out top-grade spirit crystals. Upgrade, upgrade, crazy upgrade. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined all 180,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. His cultivation had also risen to the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. If he wanted to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, he would need more resources. The next moment, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and looked to the west. Xianxia Palace, Sheng family, I, Lu Ming, am here. Buzz. With a flash of light, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Xianxia Palace. Not long after, he passed by the place where he was ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, other than some blood on the ground, there was no other trace. The corpses of the Detian Divine Guards must have been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming stopped for a moment, then turned into a ray of light and continued to Xianxia Palace. Since Lu Ming was traveling alone, his speed was much faster. He took 7 days to arrive at the half-month journey that he had previously scheduled. In front of them, an ancient city appeared. The city was black in color and there were marks left by swords, spears, and sabers on it. It was filled with the aura of time, as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. The city was not large, and it was much smaller than the Myriad Star City. However, the reputation of this city was much stronger than that of the Myriad Star City. This was because this city was called Tianxian City. This Tianxian City was the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace's branch palace in the Tianxian region. It was said that Tianxian City had existed for countless years. It had been preserved from the ancient era for over 1,000,000 years. This city had been built by human powerhouses in ancient times. The entire city was built on a super-large spirit eye and a Tao eye. The spiritual eye could provide endless spiritual qi. Therefore, the spirit qi in Tianxian City was the densest in the Tianxian region. The Tao eye contained the Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that anyone who cultivated in Tianxian City would be able to comprehend force and intent much faster than anywhere else. Having grown up in Tianxian City, it could be said that he was blessed by the heavens. Hence, there was not a single ordinary person in Tianxian City. There were only people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If people outside the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price. Within 1,000 miles of Tianxian City, there were 8 huge satellite cities. They surrounded Tianxian City like stars surrounding the moon, providing Tianxian City with an endless stream of resources. Lu Ming looked around for a while before he flew toward Tianxian City. When Lu Ming was within 10 miles of Tianxian City, he suddenly felt a strong pressure on his body. Lu Ming could not help but land. As expected, there's an inscription formation in Tianxian City that restricts one's flight. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He was well aware of this. The entire Tianxian City had been engraved with a powerful inscription formation by the experts of the ancient era. It was so strong that it was difficult for outsiders to break through. At the same time, there was also a flight-prohibiting formation. Even a martial king would find it difficult to fly, let alone a martial grandmaster. Lu Ming had heard that one had to be at least a peak-tier king to fly in Tianxian City. Lu Ming walked toward Tianxian City. The gate of Tianxian City opened, and people came in and out occasionally. There was a group of soldiers standing guard at the gate. Each soldier exuded a powerful aura. So strong. There are 15 of them, and 5 of them are lower-tier king tiers. The other 10 are all level 3 martial kings. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw a group of soldiers at the city gate. This was only a group of soldiers guarding the gate, yet they were already so terrifying. He really didn't know how many powerhouses were entrenched in Tianxian City. There was no doubt that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. 8/10 of the experts from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace in the entire Tianxian region were here. Lu Ming strode toward the city gate. "Stop, who are you?" "Only disciples of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace can enter this place. If you are not a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, you better leave as soon as possible. If not, I will kill you without mercy." A soldier in iron armor stared at Lu Ming. His gaze was like 2 sharp swords piercing Lu Ming. "I am Lu Ming, a Detian Divine Guard of the Eastern Palace. This is my Divine Guard token." Lu Ming took out his Divine Guard token and handed it to the armored soldier. "The Detian Divine Guards from the Eastern Palace." The armored soldier was a little confused. He took the token and scanned it with his mind. Then his eyes calmed down. "It's really the Detian Divine Guards from the Eastern Palace, and it's even the newest one. Could it be that you've been sent from the East as reinforcements? But why are you here alone?" The armored soldier mumbled in confusion as he returned the token to Lu Ming. "Can I enter the city now?" Lu Ming asked. Since they're Detian Divine Guards, they're naturally allowed to enter the city. The armored soldier said with a smile. Lu Ming was about to enter the city when an inharmonious voice was heard. Little bastard, is that you? You're not dead yet? A gloomy voice called out. Lu Ming was stunned and looked at the city gate. A few figures walked out from the city gate. One of them was staring at Lu Ming with a dark expression. Holy sky! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect to encounter the holy sky as soon as he arrived. There were two other young men beside the holy sky, but Lu Ming had never seen them before. Sheng Kong, is he the guy in the east you were talking about? A tall young man looked at Lu Ming coldly. That's right, it's him. Killing intent flashed in Sheng Kong's eyes. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Sheng Kong, what do you mean? Could it be that you knew I would be in danger? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said, could it be that the Sheng family had really informed the Heavenly Corpse sect and betrayed them? What's so strange about that? We received news 2 days ago that the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Eastern Palace was ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on the way. They were completely annihilated, and none of them managed to escape. You are among the first batch of people, right? Sheng Kong said with a cold smile. Not bad. Lu Ming said. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you betray the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, collude with the Heavenly Corpse sect, and cause the death of dozens of Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards? You deserve to die. Today, I'll cripple you as a warning to the others. Sheng Kong suddenly shouted. Sheng Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he said coldly. Nonsense? Lu Ming, how did the Heavenly Corpse sect know about your whereabouts? If someone hadn't linked up with the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could this have happened? Furthermore, the first batch of king tiers had been completely annihilated, and there were even 3 lower-tier king tiers among them. You're not a traitor. Who else could you be? Go! Sheng Kong shouted, looking righteous. Chapter 509. 509 Free Falling. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst out laughing. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Sheng Kong shouted. Sheng, I'm laughing at you. Is there something wrong with your head? Do you think I'm a traitor just because I'm alive? What kind of warped logic was this? Do you want us all to die in battle before you'll feel good? I now suspect that you are the traitor who colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and tried to harm us. Lu Ming shouted. You're making irresponsible remarks and slandering me. Sheng Kong roared. At this moment, there were some people at the city gate who were attracted by the two's voices and curiously watched. The soldiers guarding the gate had obviously recognized the identity of Sheng Kong and the others, but they did not interfere. Slander? If I remember correctly, you were beaten up by me in the Eastern Palace, and then you returned to the Central Region. Not long after that, the news spread to the Eastern Region, and you specifically asked me to come to the Central Region to help. I now suspect that this was all a trap set by your Sheng family. You leaked the news to the Heavenly Corpse sect with the purpose of killing me, right? That Lu Ming shouted. His aura was like a dragon as he closed in on Holy Sky. You're slandering me. Holy Sky was stunned by Lu Ming's aura and was almost speechless. How dare you slander the Sheng family? You're looking for death. Sheng Kong, get out of the way. Let me cripple him. The tall young man stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming coldly. His eyes were like lightning. A powerful aura exuded from the tall young man's body. It was terrifying. The peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. This tall young man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. He was definitely a genius among the Martial Kings. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. How dare he offend the Sheng family? I just faintly heard that they seem to be coming from the Eastern Palace. What? How dare the people of the Eastern Palace offend the people of the Sheng family? They are simply too audacious and are courting death. I heard that kid say that Sheng Kong suffered a loss at his hands in the Eastern Palace a while ago. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Not a good person? So what if he defeated Sheng Kong? Xingkong is just one of the many direct descendants of the Xing family. Xingfeng is much stronger than him. On the side, the onlookers were whispering to each other. Brat, are you going to kneel down and cripple yourself, or do you want me to do it? If I do, you're going to suffer. Xingfeng was tall, half a head taller than Lu Ming. He looked down at Lu Ming with a cold and arrogant expression. Lu Ming pursed his lips. The people of the Sheng family were probably used to being overlords in the Tianxian region. Every one of them had the same conduct. I advise you to get lost. You probably don't know how badly I beat up Xingkong in the east. Be careful that you don't end up like him. Lu Ming glanced at Xingfeng indifferently and said, Arrogant. You're looking for death. Xingfeng shouted. Bang! The holy wind took a step forward like a giant beast, and the earth rumbled. Then he struck out with his palm. Kneel down. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered and formed a palm print, which slammed down on Lu Ming's head. Even an ordinary peak lever 3 martial king realm expert would not dare to take this attack head-on. Buzz! A light flashed in Lu Ming's hands and a long spear was formed. He then pulled it out. Boom! The spear struck the palm print, and the palm print instantly collapsed. You're the one kneeling. Lu Ming took a step forward. The long spear in his hand grew to tens of meters long and as thick as a water tank. He smashed it down on the holy wind's head. Shengfeng's expression changed. Clearly, he did not expect Lu Ming to be able to destroy his palm prints so easily. You have some ability, but this is not enough in front of me. Boom! Xingfeng coldly snorted. A 10-meter-tall bear appeared above his head. This bear was covered in scales, and a fierce aura filled the air. At the same time, 6 Esilavir chakras on the bear's body were shining. The next moment, the giant bear rushed into Xingfeng's body, making his burly body swell up again. Earth overturning palm. The holy wind leaped high into the air and slammed its palm down on Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear upwards and a 3-colored true dragon flew out with an imposing aura. Now, Lu Ming's will of wind had already condensed into an intent rune, which made the power of the 3 absolutes of the dragon god even stronger. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon broke through the holy wind's attack in one fell swoop, and the remaining power continued to bombard the holy wind. Xingfeng screamed. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew up to 100 meters in the air and then free fell under the effect of the no-fly formation. Catch me quickly! Xingfeng was screaming in the air. Xingkong and another young man wanted to catch the holy wind. However, Lu Ming held his long spear horizontally and blocked the two of them. Get lost! The other young man shouted, but he did not dare to make a move. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 3rd level of the martial king realm, far inferior to Xingfeng's. It was obvious that he was no match for Lu Ming. As for Xingkong, his face was already pale, and his face was filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had become stronger again. A few months ago, he was definitely not this strong when he was in the Eastern Palace. Even the holy wind, which had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial king realm, could not fight back against Lu Ming. How did this happen? Bang! With this slight delay, holy wind directly hit the ground. The ground at the city entrance was the same as the city walls of Tianxian City. They were both left behind from the ancient era and were extremely hard, a few hundred times harder than steel. Shengfeng's face hit the ground heavily, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone could even see 7 or 8 teeth in the blood. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Shengfeng struggled to get up and shouted frantically. He was a peak lever 3 martial king realm genius, but he had been seriously injured from the fall. This was a great humiliation. From now on, no matter how glorious his achievements were, this would be a stain on his body. He would become a laughingstock that would never be washed away. The anger in his heart could burn the 9 heavens. But what welcomed him was a long spear. Bang! A long spear directly hit one side of his face. His body flew out directly, and the other side of his face heavily smashed onto the floor. Blood spurted out and teeth flew everywhere. Sheng Feng was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded, and so were the others. Lu Ming was really ruthless. He had not even finished his sentence and he had already taken action. This time, Sheng Feng was twitching on the ground. He couldn't get up at all. Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Sheng family broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked Sheng Feng's storage ring into his hand, putting it away without any hesitation. Now, he was extremely lacking in resources. How could he miss such a good opportunity? I'll let you go if each of you hands over 50,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Hurry up and take the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked at Holy Sky and the other young man and shouted coldly. Chapter 510. 510 battling a lower-tier king tier. His voice spread and the surrounding onlookers were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Where did this guy come from? How audacious! Not only did he seriously injure Sheng Feng and take his storage ring, but he also asked Sheng Kong and the other two to pay 50,000 spiritual crystals each. This was a blatant robbery. The crowd was already in a mess. The two people from Sacred Sky were even more dumbfounded. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. What did you just say? What did you just say? The other young man from the Sheng family thought he had heard wrong. There was actually someone who dared to treat them this way in Tianxian City? Even the MU family's hero didn't dare to. I don't want to repeat myself. Give me 50,000 spiritual crystals in 3 breaths. 1. Lu Ming started to count directly. Fuck you, don't go too far. This is Tianxian City, not the Eastern Palace. You're courting death. Sheng Kong shouted crazily. 2. Lu Ming did not stop and started to count to 2. Detestable. Damn it, you guys, hurry up and take down this kid. Sheng Kong shouted at the armored soldiers. However, the armored soldiers were unmoved. They were under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sub-palace and were only responsible for guarding the city gates. As for the personal grudges of the other Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they would not interfere. 3. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Retreat. Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Sheng family retreated as fast as lightning. They were fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Buzz! The long spear in Lu Ming's hands was pulled out. Bang! Bang! The spear's shaft directly smacked the faces of the two. The two of them screamed and flew far away. Now, it's not a problem of 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming strode toward the two of them. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sheng Kong screamed hysterically. He felt as if half of his face did not belong to him. How dare you? Who dares to hit my Sheng family? You're courting death. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the city gate. Then, a figure dashed out like a gust of wind. Whoosh! Before he could reach Lu Ming, a water sword formed by water currents was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The sword of flowing water contained a powerful water concept. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of threat from this sword. In an instant, the true energy in his body burst out madly. His will gathered and he thrust the spear forward. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Lu Ming realized that the sword of flowing water was harder than an ordinary 4th-level spiritual weapon. At the same time, a vast energy burst out. Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the two of them. This was a young man in a blue robe. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old and was very handsome. However, there was a hint of cold arrogance between his brows. Sacred River, it's the Sacred River. As soon as this young man appeared, a series of exclamations came from the side. I didn't expect the Sacred River to be so close. That brat's days are over. The Sacred River has already become a lower-tier king tier a year ago. But then again, this brat is really bold. He even dared to beat up the hero of the Sheng family. I heard that he's from the east, but he probably hasn't heard of the Sheng family's reputation. Some people shook their heads and felt that Lu Ming was in grave danger. Brother Jiang, you've come at the right time. This brat dared to hit us and insult our Sheng family. He's unforgivable. Brother Jiang, you must cripple him for me. When Xing Kong saw the sacred river, he was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. But what responded to him was a kick from Xingjiang. Xingjiang's kick landed on Xing Kong's face, stunning him. You're just a piece of trash. You've been beaten so badly by a kid from the east. You've really embarrassed the Sheng family. Xingjiang cast a cold glance at Xing Kong, then turned to Lu Ming. However, no matter how useless a member of the Sheng family is, he's not someone an outsider can beat. Kid, since you've made a move, you'll have to bear the consequences. His eyes were contemptuous and he had a haughty expression. Lu Ming pursed his lips and sneered, "Oh? So, you're saying that I can't fight back when they attack me? Is there such a logic in the world? Of course you can fight back, but if you do, you'll have to pay a corresponding or even more heavy price. Do you still need me to do it myself?" Xingjiang said indifferently. "Nonsense, if you want to attack, then attack." Lu Ming shouted coldly. Xingjiang's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Stubborn. Don't think that you can fight me just because you can block one of my attacks. How naive. Now, I'll show you the difference between a lower-tier king tier and a lower-tier king tier." As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out of Xingjiang's body. The aura of the peak lever 4 Martial King realm, and the initial success of the first-level water concept. Then, Holy River waved his hand, and a large amount of water suddenly condensed in the sky. The streams of water were all transformed into water blades. Kill! With a wave of Sacred River's hand, at least 100 swords of water shot towards Lu Ming. The sword of flowing water pierced through the void, bringing with it a shocking sonic boom. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He clenched his fist in the air. Between heaven and earth, endless power of lightning gathered and formed lightning spears. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear of lightning flew out, clashing with the swords of water. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were more than 100 continuous thunderous sounds. This was the collision of intent realms. In the end, the sword of water and the spear of lightning disappeared together. The people watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. How is it possible that Lu Ming could block the attack of Xingjiang? Intent realm. This Lu Ming's thunder intent realm has already reached level 1 lower tier. The strength of his intent realm is not any weaker than a lower tier king's intent realm. Impressive, impressive. This way, he will not face any bottlenecks before he breaks through to the lower tier. I think he will reach the lower tier in less than 2 years. Once one's intent realm was reached, one only needed to accumulate energy to break through. However, for an ordinary person, even if they kept refining supreme-grade spirit crystals, it would take 1 or 2 years. This was already very fast. Kid, it turns out that your thunder mentality has already broken through to the first-level lower class. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, combat strength depends on a combination of various factors to form a powerful combat strength. You and I are still far from that. Bang! Xingjiang stepped forward. The true essence on his body was boiling like a real substance, dancing like blue flames. Slash! A middle lever 5 spiritual weapon sword appeared in Xingjiang's hand. His boundless true essence and water will merged as he slashed out. A crystal-clear blue sword gleam that was 100 meters long slashed at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming shouted and burst out with all his strength as he stabbed with his spear. Chapter 511. 511 Mulan's father's true identity. A 3-colored true dragon roared and clashed with Xingjiang's huge blue sword. Boom! Energy of various colors swept out in all directions. Not good. Retreat. Some of the spectators with weaker cultivation bases were so scared that they retreated. When the energy hit the ground, inscriptions flashed on the ground, but not a single mark was left. Break! Xianxia roared, his aura growing stronger. The power of the blue sword light grew stronger. The three-colored true dragon only managed to resist for a moment before it was split into two by the sword radiance. The sword radiance did not stop and continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear horizontally in front of him. Clang! The sword light struck the spear's shaft. Lu Ming felt a huge surge of energy surging towards him. His body trembled and he flew backward. After flying for more than 100 meters, Lu Ming's feet finally landed on the ground. Then he took 7 steps back in a row. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. Lower-tier king tiers are indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between Level 3 and Level 4 Martial King Realm was huge. It was not just 1 level but 2. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King Realm. With his combat strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King Realm. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a king of the lower tier of the 4th level. This wasn't something that could be made up for just by relying on one intent realm. However, he didn't know that Xianxia was even more shocked. At the same time, a violent killing intent spread out. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King Realm, but he had managed to block his attacks time and time again. This was simply unbelievable, and it made him feel embarrassed. This was the first time he had been repeatedly blocked by a low-tier king tier. Die! The Xianxia roared, a sharp killing intent erupting from his body. His aura exploded as he slashed his sword at Lu Ming. This sword strike had huge waves roaring between heaven and earth. It combined with the sword momentum of the Holy River, making the attack of the Holy River reach its peak. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Boom! A faint dragon's roar could be heard from within Lu Ming's body. He circulated his essential core to the maximum and at the same time, the power of his blood vessels fused with his body. He also used his full strength. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight to the end. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout could be heard as a white figure rapidly approached. Before he even arrived, a bright sword light had already slashed toward the sacred river. Its power was shocking. Who is it? Xianxia's expression changed. He had no choice but to change the direction of his sword and attack the sword light. The two sword lights collided with a loud bang. The sword chi was overflowing. Xianxia's figure could not help but sway and take 2 steps back. Buzz! A figure appeared in the field. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, snow-white pants, and snow-white boots. He was as pure as jade. It's him! Lu Ming's expression changed. He recognized him. Wasn't this person Mu Shuyuan? He had once kindly reminded Lu Ming. When did he come to the central section of the Tianxiansa Palace? Lu Ming had some doubts. Mu Shuyuan, it's you? When Xianxia saw Mu Shuyuan, his eyes narrowed and he asked in surprise. Xianxia, long time no see. How can you improve if you don't see your abilities? Mu Shuyuan smiled slightly. Mu Xiuyuan, didn't you go to the east to train? When did he come back? And why did you stop me? Xianxia asked coldly. It's none of your business when I want to come back. Also, Lu Ming is my friend. Of course, I have to help. Mu Shuyuan said. This kid is your friend? So, you're going to interfere today? Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. He was quite afraid of Mu Shuyuan. The other party's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius disciple of the Mu family. In the Tianxian region, the Mu family's strength was something that even the Sheng family was wary of. The Mu clan would not give the Sheng clan any face. That's right, since I'm here today, you can't touch a single hair on his head. If you want to make a move, you can try, but don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. Good, good, very good. Mu Shuyuan, you can protect him for now, but can you protect him forever? There's plenty of time later on, let's wait and see. Shengjiang laughed in anger, then turned around and left. Sheng Kong, Xing Feng, and the others hurriedly followed him into the city and disappeared without a trace. This brat actually knows Mu Shuyuan. He's really lucky to have dodged a calamity. If I'm lucky, I can only avoid it once. It's not easy to avoid offending the Sheng family. Based on my understanding of the Sheng family, they won't let it go so easily. That's right. I wonder what will happen to this kid in the end? In the surroundings, some people were discussing animatedly as they slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Shuyuan looked at Lu Ming. Brother Mu, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Hi, you're welcome. Since you're Lanner's friend, you're my friend as well. It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. Mu Shuyuan laughed heartily, very forthright. Little girl Lanner? Lu Ming was stunned. Oh, Lu Ming, it seems that you still don't know? I'm Mu Lan's cousin. Mu Lan once told me to take care of you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been of much help to you. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. Mu Shuyuan was Mu Lan's cousin. No wonder he had been kind to Lu Ming from the beginning. May I know where senior sister Mu Lan is? I haven't even seen senior sister Mu Lan since I joined the Ditian Divine Guards. At this moment, Lu Ming had to seize the opportunity to ask. Yan Lan had once told him that Mu Lan's father was an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lu Ming had not seen Mu Lan even after joining the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace for so long. Logically speaking, Mu Lan should have taken the initiative to look for him when she found out that he had joined the Ditian Divine Guards. Lu Ming, it's not easy to see Mu Lan. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. Why? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. Lu Ming, it seems that there are many things that you don't know yet. Now I'll explain it to you. First of all, Mu Lan's father is the current family head of the Mu family and the current palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace. Mu Shuyuan threw out a heavy piece of news. What? Senior sister Mu Lan's father is the palace master of the profound sky sub-palace? Lu Ming was shocked and extremely surprised. Yan Lan had said that Mu Lan's father was an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He didn't expect him to be the #1 figure in the Tianxian region sub-palace, the palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace. This was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Then, Mu Shuyuan began to talk about it in detail. Although the Mu family was known as one of the two major families in the Tianxian region, it had only risen to power 100 years ago. Its foundation was still incomparable to the Sheng family. If the Mu family wanted to continue to be strong and continue to be strong, they would have to rely on the strength of the Sheng family. How could he borrow it? A marriage alliance was the best way. Chapter 512. 512 The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Mu Lan had been engaged to a hero of the Sheng family since she was young. However, Mu Lan did not seem to like this arrangement. In her opinion, this was only an exchange of benefits, even if the person she was engaged to was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Mu Lan had left the profound sky sub-palace a long time ago and ran to the mystical sword sect. However, some time ago, because of Lu Ming, she had sent a message to her father and agreed to return to the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace on the condition that she would get an invitation card from Lu Ming. Later on, the proud son of heaven of the Sheng family found out about this. That was why he sent people to the Eastern Palace, which led to the conflict between Lu Ming and the Sheng family. Lu Ming had a sudden realization after listening to it. Combining what Yan Lan had told him back then, he now understood everything. AI, senior sister Mu Lan, why is she doing this? You actually ran away from my invitation. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you don't have to blame yourself. Actually, Mu Lan knows that she can't hide. When the time comes, her father will definitely send someone to bring her back. In that case, why don't I take the initiative to get you an invitation? Mu Shuyuan said. However, Lu Ming still could not let it go. He frowned and said, "What do you want me to do? Only then can I help senior sister Mulan? It's very difficult to help her." Mu Xiuyuan sighed. "Tell me, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best." Lu Ming said. "It's simple. As long as you defeat the genius of the Sheng family that Mulan is engaged to, you'll prove that you're more talented than him. Then, things will naturally turn for the better." Mu Shuyuan said. "I just have to defeat the other party?" Lu Ming said, his spirits lifted. "Lu Ming, it's very difficult to defeat your opponent. Do you know who he is? He's the once-in-a-century genius of the Sheng family, the genius of the Sheng family, Xing Xingqian." Mu Shuyuan said. "Oh, how strong is he?" Lu Ming asked. Mu Shuyuan didn't answer, but muttered to himself for a moment, and then asked, "Lu Ming, do you know about the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory?" The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of it. Mu Shuyuan's hand moved, and a thick book appeared. On it were 5 large words: the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory was written by the Secret Chamber of Commerce, the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the continent. The top 1,000 talents of the younger generation under the age of 30 are listed here. This is the list of top 1,000 talents in the East continent. In the vast Eastern Barren Territory, there are countless regions, but only 1,000 heaven's favorites are listed. You can imagine that each of them is a terrifying genius. The Holy Star is ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. He's the only one in the Tianxian region who's ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. His cultivation must have reached the upper tier of the king's realm. Mu Shuyuan explained seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He flipped to the last few pages of the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory and saw the name of the Holy Star. The cultivation level indicated on it was also at the upper tier of the king tier, but it did not state which martial king realm it was at. Is the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory accurate? The East continent is so big, and there are so many geniuses. Is it really possible to be ranked among them? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. Mu Shuyuan nodded and said, "The Tianji Chamber of Commerce is the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent. It's extremely powerful and has branches all over the continent. It's also the most well-informed. Although it can't be 100% accurate, it's close to the marks." The list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming nodded and muttered. "That's why it's too difficult to defeat the sacred constellation." Mu Shuyuan sighed. "I will definitely defeat him." Lu Ming muttered in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Before he had the ability, he just had to keep it in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would be treated as a joke by others. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Lu Ming, since you've just arrived at Tianxian City, I'll show you around. Tianxian City is very different from other places." Mu Shuyuan shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of the troubles in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Mu Shuyuan headed toward Tianxian City. As soon as he entered Tianxian City, Lu Ming saw layers of houses. The houses were pitch black and built with a kind of black stone. They were filled with a primitive and ancient aura. Most of these houses had been preserved from the ancient times along with Tianxian City. Such dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. And, is that the essence realm of heaven and earth? Lu Ming's expression changed and he looked shocked. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in Tianxian City was much denser than in the Eastern Palace. Moreover, the faint will of heaven and earth permeated the air, which surprised Lu Ming. Cultivating here would allow one to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth much faster than in the outside world. Mu Shuyuan smiled and said, Tianxian City is built on top of a supermassive eye of spirit qi and a Dao eye. It's filled with rich spirit qi of heaven and earth, as well as a strong will of heaven and earth. This is only the outer area of Tianxian City. The deeper you go, the richer and stronger the spirit qi and will of heaven and earth will be. Oh! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, the two of them walked along the street toward the depths of Tianxian City. Along the way, Lu Ming's eyes swept around. There was not a single shop on both sides of the street. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. This was the first time Lu Ming saw no shops in the city. Mu Shuyuan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He smiled and said, Tianxian City is different from other cities. Every inch of land in Tianxian City is worth its weight in gold. Every mansion and room is a sacred cultivation ground. Therefore, most of the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards have to rent a house to live in Tianxian City. Rent an apartment. Lu Ming was very surprised. That's right, rent a house to live in. The entire Tianxian City is divided into 4 districts. The outermost ring is the first district. Generally, renting a house costs between 100,000 to 1 million lower spiritual crystals a day. Most of the houses here are rented and lived by martial arts Grandmaster Realm warriors. Go further in and enter the second area. The spiritual qi and the essence realm of heaven and earth are more concentrated, and the rent is also much higher. One needs to rent between 1 to 10 supreme spiritual crystals for 1 day. The rent for the third area is between 10 to 100 top-grade spiritual crystals for 1 day. Mu Shuyuan explained. Silk banner. Lu Ming gasped in shock. This price was too expensive. It was outrageously expensive. The Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Eastern Sub-Palace only cost 100 supreme spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. However, the most expensive price on the third floor was 100 supreme spiritual crystals for a day. What about the fourth region? Lu Ming asked. If the third region was already so terrifying, how many spiritual crystals would the fourth region require? Mu Shuyuan shook his head and said, the fourth region is usually not rented out. It's occupied by some of the higher-ups of the Mu clan and the Sheng clan, as well as some of the elite disciples. In addition, some of the higher-ups of the Profound Sky Sub-Palace also live there. If ordinary Emperor's Sky Divine Guards want to rent the fourth region, not only will the rent be terrifying, but they will also have to meet special conditions. Chapter 5:13. 513 Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. In addition, you can also buy a house or a mansion in Tianxian City. However, the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, there's a saying in Tianxian City. If anyone can get a house, they'll become rich overnight, and they'll have less to work for decades. Mu Shuyuan said. Lu Ming was amazed. Indeed, every inch of land in Tianxian City was worth its weight in gold. If they could be allocated a house, they would be rich even if they rented it to others. However, it's very difficult for ordinary Ditian Divine Guards to be allocated a room unless they have made great contributions. Only the Mu clan and the Sheng clan will have some people assigned to a room. Mu Shuyuan continued. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only be envious. No wonder there were so many geniuses and experts in the Sheng family. One could imagine how strong the geniuses of the Sheng family would be if they cultivated in such an environment every day. On the other hand, the other Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards had to spend a large number of spirit crystals to rent a place for them to stay and cultivate. This was the difference between them. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, the two of them arrived at the second area. Indeed, the heaven and earth spiritual qi and intent realm here were much richer than the first area. Lu Ming, which area do you want to rent a house in? Mu Shuyuan asked. Let's go to the third area. Lu Ming said. He didn't have many spiritual crystals left, but didn't he just get a storage ring from Shengfeng? He believed that there would be a lot of top-grade spiritual crystals in it, which would be a good use. Let's go. Soon, the two of them arrived at the third area. Here, the spiritual chi and the essence realm of heaven and earth had reached an astonishing level. It would cost at least 10 supreme spiritual crystals for a day, and the most expensive one would cost 100 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked around for a while and stopped in front of a mansion. Let's go to this one, Lu Ming said. Mu Shuyun nodded and said, Lu Ming, I won't keep you company then. By the way, the Ditian divine guards sent by the Four Branches have only been here for half a month. They can rest well and don't have to go out to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, they'll have to set off to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect in half a month's time. There are usually two ways. One is that the mission hall will issue some missions related to killing the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there will be a reward for completing them. The second way is that if someone doesn't accept any missions, they will be arranged to go to the battlefield and participate in the war against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Many thanks, Brother Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. All right then, I'll take my leave. Mu Shuyuan smiled, then strode into the depths of Tianxian City. Mu Shuyuan was a direct descendant of the Mu family, and his cultivation level was unfathomable. Naturally, he lived in the deepest part, the 4th district. After Mu Shuyuan left, Lu Ming walked toward the mansion at the side. This little brother, are you looking to rent a house? There was a middle-aged man at the entrance of the mansion. He smiled when he saw Lu Ming entering. That's right. I'm here to rent a house. How many crystals a day? Lu Ming asked. 50 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. How long do you want to rent it for? He asked. The middle-aged man said, I'll rent it for 15 days. Lu Ming took out 750 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it, and the smile on his face grew even wider. He took out a jade token and said, Little brother, this is your key. Your room is room 19. All right. Lu Ming took the jade token and walked into the mansion. There were rooms in the mansion, and each room had a room number written on it. Number 19. Lu Ming found room number 19 very quickly. These rooms were made of stone. Even the door was made of stone. There was a pit on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the jade card in the pit. Gotcha! The stone door opened automatically and Lu Ming walked in. The room was very simple, with only a bed and a table. Lu Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a single thought, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with heaven and earth, quietly comprehending the concept of heaven and earth. The essence realm of the heaven and earth here is really clear. Lu Ming was rather shocked. He felt that even though this place was still lacking compared to the Tao Enlightenment Palace, it was still much, much stronger than the outside world. This area was only worth 50 top-grade spirit crystals a day. Even if the areas worth 100 top-grade spirit crystals were not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, they were not far from it. Then what was the 4th region like? No wonder the Sheng family had such resources. No wonder they had been able to dominate the Tianxian region for countless years. Lu Ming took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to help him comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth at a faster speed. His main focus now was to comprehend the essence realm of fire. In the 4th area, in an elegant courtyard, more than a dozen young experts of the Sheng family were gathered. The Holy Wind, Holy Sky, and Holy River were all inside. At this moment, Sheng Feng, Sheng Kong, and another young man were standing there with red faces. The few of you are really useless. You were actually beaten up by a country bumpkin from the east. You've really embarrassed the Sheng family. This time, if it wasn't for Xinjiang's arrival, the Sheng family would have lost all its face. A young man wearing a purple robe and a purple jade ring on his finger said coldly. The purple-robed young man obviously had a high status among the dozens of young men. Sheng Feng, Sheng Kong, and the others looked terrible, but they did not dare to refute. This time, if it wasn't for Mu Xiaoyuan's interference, I would have already crippled that brat and taken him down. Xinjiang said coldly. This time, it's not your fault. Mu Shuyuan will be taught a lesson sooner or later. The most important thing now is to take down that kid called Lu Ming. This is not only about the Sheng family's face, but also the intention of the young master of constellation. The purple-robed youth said. As soon as the purple-robed young man mentioned the holy star, the other young men's expressions immediately changed, and they became unusually serious. It was as if they were in awe of the sacred stars. But that kid must have rented a house in Tianxian City. Tianxian City is so big with so many houses. It's hard to find him. Another youth said. That's simple. That Lu Ming came from the east to provide reinforcements. He can rest for half a month at most. Half a month later, he'll definitely appear. By then, we'll either accept missions or force him to take on missions. As long as we send someone to keep an eye on the mission hall, we'll know when he appears. The purple-robed youth said confidently. Bro Yu is so wise. The other young men flattered. The purple-robed young man was called Xingyu. He smiled proudly and said, some time ago, the young master of Star Palace had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. When the young master of Star Palace comes out of his seclusion, he will definitely be stronger. What we need to do is to take down Lu Ming before the young master of Star Palace comes out of his seclusion. That way, the young master of Star Palace will definitely value us more. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The others all agreed. Of course, Lu Ming did not know any of this. He was focused on cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. He didn't know why, but he felt that he had cultivated the concept of fire to its limit, yet he still couldn't condense an intent rune. Chapter 5:14. 5:14 The Plane Mission. He felt that there was a force that was preventing him from forming the fire concept rune. This power actually came from the thunder and wind concept runes. These two types of concept runes were resisting, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the fire concept runes. In fact, Lu Ming had already noticed this situation when he was condensing the wind concept rune. At that time, the thunder concept rune had also produced a kind of obstruction, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the wind concept rune. However, it was only a single type of thunder concept rune and the obstruction was not very strong. Lu Ming managed to break through it in one move. However, the obstruction created by the two types of concept runes was too strong. Lu Ming could not break through it in a short time. It was no wonder that others would say that cultivating several concepts at the same time would only get harder and harder later on, and there would be almost no achievements. Not only would it distract him, but it would also be difficult to break through. Lu Ming's 3 concepts had been successfully integrated, but it had produced such a strong obstruction. If the integration had not been successful, the obstruction would be even stronger. I'm afraid it'll take a long time to polish it if I want to condense a fire concept rune in one go. I'm afraid it won't be possible without 3 to 5 years. At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head. 3 to 5 years? There was too much time. Where would he find the time to waste? If this option didn't work, then he could only take the second option. He used external forces to force his way through. And among external forces, intent crystals were undoubtedly the most effective. And NBSP, however, normal intent crystals probably wouldn't have much of an effect. And NBSP, they needed middle-grade intent crystals to succeed in one go. But middle-grade intent crystals. At the thought of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. And NBSP, intent crystals were divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Lu Ming had come into contact with low-grade profound meaning crystals in the past. The lowest price in the market was 1 billion lower spiritual crystals, which was 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. And NBSP, but middle-grade intent crystals were 1,000 times more expensive than low-grade intent crystals. Yes, 1,000 times. And NBSP, a middle-grade intent crystal would cost at least 1 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, which was extremely terrifying. The main thing was that middle-grade intent crystals were too rare and could only be found by luck. However, the effects of middle-grade profound meaning crystals were still worlds apart from low-grade profound meaning crystals. They were much stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He only had 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals from Shengjiang. 60,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were not even enough for Lu Ming to break through to the third level of the martial king realm. He was poor. Lu Ming felt that he was too poor. He did not have enough crystals. Also, the demon-subduing spear was not in good use anymore. Lu Ming wanted to find a king-level alchemist to refine a long spear. It was not cheap to find a king-level alchemist to make a spear. All of this required spiritual crystals. I'll cultivate for a few more days and see if there are any missions. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. This time, his main focus was to comprehend the thunder concept. 10 days passed quickly. His thunder mentality had progressed at lightning speed and was already at the middle stage of level 1 lower class. At this time, Lu Ming had been staying here for 15 days and the date for the house was up. Lu Ming returned the jade card and walked out of the mansion. He then headed to the mission hall. The mission palace hall was not in the third region, but the second region. In Tianxian City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the mission hall was not very big. People were coming and going in the mission halls. There were young ones and old ones. There were people of all kinds of colors, but each and every one of them had an extremely strong aura. They were all martial kings, and every one of them was a second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. There were even third-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guards occasionally. Rank 3 Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were usually lower-tier king tiers. Lu Ming walked into the missions hall and looked around. What? Lu Ming suddenly realized that there were the most people under a stone tablet that was engraved with inscriptions. Most of them were young people. Lu Ming was a little curious and walked over. There were lines of words on the stone tablet. These words were all introductions to a mission. Lu Ming also started to read it. This mission is established. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This mission was very suitable for Lu Ming. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had discovered a brand new dimension not long ago. It had never been discovered before, and no one had ever mined it. The experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace found the weakest part of the plane space and broke it down, creating an entrance. However, he later found out that the natural laws of this plane had the inscription of time, and warriors above the age of 30 couldn't enter at all. Only warriors over the age of 30 seemed to conform to the laws of that plane and could enter. Later on, there were warriors below the age of 30 who entered. They discovered that this dimension was extremely vast and boundless. Not only were there native inhabitants of this dimension, but there were also a large number of extremely precious materials. For example, intent crystals. Yes, this dimension contained dozens or even hundreds of times more intent crystals than the outside world. It was normal for a dimension that had never been excavated to have a large number of intent crystals. Intent crystals contained innate intent. For a time, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace sent out a large number of cultivators below the age of 30 to this dimension to mine for power Upanishad crystals and other precious materials. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace took a portion of the profits. However, at this time, they discovered that the Heavenly Corpse sect had also discovered this dimension. They had also opened up an entrance and sent a large number of corpse guards under the age of 30 into this dimension. Naturally, when the two forces met, a fierce battle would inevitably break out, and both sides would suffer heavy casualties. In the next few months, the two sides carried out a brutal hunt in this dimension. A few months later, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had already issued out missions. Any Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard under the age of 30 could take on the mission to enter this dimension and hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not take any of the materials that he had excavated and would only buy them at a high price. Furthermore, Killing the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect would also give them generous rewards. The reward for killing a Level 1 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 2,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 2 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 5,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 3 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 4 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 5 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was as high as 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward was very generous and Lu Ming was very tempted. Not only did this mission have a reward, but it also had intent crystals. However, this mission was also extremely dangerous. The Empyrean Sky Divine Guards would be rewarded for killing corpse guards, and the Heavenly Corpse sect would also issue missions to corpse guards. Killing Empyrean Sky Divine Guards would also give generous rewards. Other than that, they also had to be wary of the natives of that dimension. The natives of that dimension were called the Scaled Demon Race, and it was extremely dangerous. This is the mission. Lu Ming walked directly to the counter. I want to take on a mission from the demonic scales dimension. Lu Ming said to an old man at the counter. The demonic scales dimension was the name of that dimension. Chapter 515. 515 Demonic Scales Plane, forming a party. Sure, I'll help you register. How many soul-sealing crystals do you need? The old man asked. The soul-sealing crystal could seal the soul. As long as he killed the Heavenly Corpse sect's cultivators and sealed their souls in the soul-sealing crystal, he could bring them back to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Then he would naturally know how many Heavenly Corpse sect corpse guards he had killed. Besides, some inscription masters could also use the souls of warriors to refine some strange things. Normally, it was not allowed to kill other cultivators and seal their souls for inscribing. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was the enemy of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and they cultivated evil techniques, so there was naturally no problem. I'll buy 100 pieces of soul-sealing crystal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, 100 yuan? Little guy, you have a big appetite. The old man was slightly taken aback. He cast a few more glances at Lu Ming in surprise. I'm just buying a few more pieces in case I need them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Well, 10 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals for one soul-sealing crystal. 100 pieces. That's 1,000 top-grade spiritual crystals in total. As the old man spoke, he took out a box that contained a dark red crystal with sharp edges. This was the soul-sealing crystal. Lu Ming also took out 1,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. He then kept the soul-sealing crystal and walked out. After a while, Lu Ming left Tianxian City and turned into a bolt of lightning, heading north. The entrance to the demonic scales dimension was 5 million miles north of Tianxian City. Even with Lu Ming's speed, he would need a few days. In Tianxian City, in Xingyu's courtyard, someone was reporting the news to him. Lu Ming has already received a mission from the missions hall. A young man reported to Xingyu. Xingjiang and a few other experts were also at the side. Just as I expected, Lu Ming has indeed accepted the mission from the demonic scales dimension. Now the news has spread. Also, we should set off. Xingyu said, the killing intent in his eyes flickering. It's finally here. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you this time. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also destroy your reputation. On the side, Xing Kong gritted his teeth. Among the people of the Sheng family, he was the one who hated Lu Ming the most. He had already been abused by Lu Ming twice. In addition, Sheng Feng was in a similar situation. All his belongings had been taken away by Lu Ming. How could he not hate Lu Ming? Lu Ming, how dare you snatch my storage ring? I'll make you pay 10 times the price. Sheng Feng roared in his heart. 3 days later, Lu Ming had crossed a distance of 5 million miles and appeared in a small city. The entrance to the demonic scales plane was in this small city. The city was clearly newly built for the entrance to the demonic scales plane. It had only been a few months. Lu Ming walked into the small city and headed to a huge palace in the center of the city. The entrance of the palace was guarded by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Not only the entrance, but also some of the stone houses in the surroundings were guarded by some experts to prevent the Heavenly Corpse sect from launching a sneak attack. If you want to enter the demonic scales dimension, verify your identity first. At the door, a burly man blocked Lu Ming's way. Lu Ming took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the burly man. After the burly man checked it, he nodded and said, "You can go in now." Lu Ming kept the Divine Guard token and walked into the hall. The main hall was very spacious. There was only a black vortex around which inscriptions were shining. This was the entrance to the demonic scales plane. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped in. The world spun, and in the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a huge square. A burst of noise entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming then realized that there were many people in the square. All of them were young men and women under the age of 30. They were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting with each other, while others were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that there were hundreds of people. In front of the square, there was a majestic high wall that was 300 meters tall, surrounding the entire square. This high wall was built to defend against the Scale Devil race's attacks. This was because this was the place where the Detian Divine Guards would set off, as well as the place where they would rest, adjust, and gather. To the Scaled Demon race, they were outsiders and invaders. The Scaled Demon race naturally hated them and would attack them. Come. Our team is still short of one person. Anyone who is willing to join us? You only need to reach Lever 2 Martial King Realm. Once everyone is here, we'll set off immediately. Come on, our team is lacking a martial artist who comprehended the creation of wood. As long as you know a few healing techniques, you can join. Our team is lacking a martial artist who comprehended the concept of earth and is skilled in defense. Which brother is coming? At this moment, Lu Ming heard shouts. This was the Detian Divine Guard forming a team to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect and search for treasures. Each attribute's intent realm had a different aspect that they were good at. Wind specialized in speed, and fire had terrifying explosive power. For example, the intent of wood specialized in healing, while the intent of earth and mountain specialized in defense. Only when many people formed a team and complemented each other could they unleash the strongest power. After all, it was too dangerous to go alone. Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time in my dimension? At this moment, 4 young men and women walked toward Lu Ming. 3 men and 1 woman. The one walking in front was a burly young man. He looked simple and honest, and he looked at Lu Ming with a sincere smile. It was this young man who had just spoken. "Yes, it's my first time here," Lu Ming said. "Oh, I'm Han Man. How should I address you, brother?" Han Man cupped his fists and said with a smile, "I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming answered, "So it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu, our team just happens to be short of one person. I wonder if Brother Lu can join us and hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect together?" Han Man said, his eyes full of sincerity. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and hesitated. "Brother Lu, this is Yao Xian. She has just joined our team. We are now short of one person. After all, 4 people is too weak. With Brother Lu, we can set off." Han Man pointed at the woman. The lady looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate and beautiful appearance. She was looking at Lu Ming timidly. Furthermore, this is Brother Lu's first time in the demonic scales dimension. You might not be familiar with everything here. Join our team and we can discuss things with each other. Han Man continued. All right, I'll join. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. It was just as Han Man had said. It was his first time in the demonic scales dimension, so there were many things he did not know. He was completely clueless about the geographical location of the demonic scales dimension. It was necessary to join a team first and get familiar with it. He would consider acting alone after he was more familiar with the demonic scales plane. Chapter 516. 516 Devil Scales Race. Moreover, Han Man and the others looked sincere. They should be people who could cooperate. Therefore, Lu Ming agreed. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Han Man was overjoyed. That's great. Brother Lu, let me introduce you. Han Man immediately introduced. Han Man himself was a late Level 3 Martial King. Yao Xian, peak Level 2 Martial King realm. The other two young men were really a pair of brothers. Their names were Mu Lin and Mu Senior. One of them was at the early stage of the Level 3 Martial King realm, while the other was at the peak of the Level 2 Martial King realm. Everyone's artistic conception was different. Some were good at defense, some were good at attacking and killing. All right, everyone's here. Let's go. Han Man said. Immediately, the group of 5 walked towards the huge wall. Under the high wall, there was a huge stone door. The 5 of them walked out of the stone door, and beyond the high wall was a vast mountain. And NBSP, the areas around the gathering point have all been explored, and all the treasures and intent crystals have been plundered. We can only go to a wider area to find some opportunities and treasures, Zhao Feng said. However, the bigger the place, the more treasures there are, but it also means that it is more dangerous. That's because there are a large number of scaled demon race members that haven't been exterminated. What are your thoughts? Han Man asked everyone. We have no objections. The 2 brothers Mu Lin and Mu Sen nodded. I don't have any objections even if I win. Yao Xian said timidly. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, let's set off. It would be best if we could encounter a small-scaled demon tribe. We would be rich then. Han Man's eyes lit up. According to his experience during this period of time, there would usually be a pit of profound meaning crystals in the scaled demon races tribe where one could dig out some of the profound meaning crystals. Buzz. Buzz. The 5 of them rose into the air and headed deep into the demonic scales dimension. The demonic scales dimension was extremely huge. It was definitely one of the top small dimensions and could even be considered a medium dimension. It was so vast that it could be described as boundless. The Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had already discovered the scaled demon dimension for a few months, but they had yet to explore its borders. In fact, there was still a large area that they had yet to explore. The 5 of them continued to fly, and after a day, they had already flown close to 1,000,000 miles. When they arrived here, their speed slowed down. This was because there were fewer people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace investigating this place, and the danger level was also higher. Look, that's the Black Forest grass. Suddenly, Mu Lin pointed at a mountain peak in front of them and shouted. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, he saw a patch of black spiritual herbs on the cliff of the mountain. There were about a dozen of them, and they were like black jade, shining with light. It was the Black Forest grass, a medium Level 5 spiritual herb, which was very expensive. Haha, I didn't expect to see more than a dozen medium Level 5 spiritual herbs as soon as we came in. We're so lucky, Han Man said with a smile. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. As expected of a newly discovered plane, it was rich in resources. If it was outside, Level 5 spiritual herbs were extremely rare. It was very difficult to find Level 5 spiritual herbs in the wild, and they had all been picked by people. Some of them were artificially cultivated, or they could only appear in some deep mountains, lakes, or dangerous places. There were also some secret realms and plains. Let's pick them and split them equally, Han Man said. The 5 of them flew towards the cliff, and with a sweep of their zhenyuan, they plucked all the black grass from the ground. We're so lucky. There are exactly 15 stalks. We'll each take 5 stalks. Han Man said with a smile. After that, each of them took 5 of them, and all of them revealed a smile. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other spiritual herbs. Han Man suggested. All right. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately began searching the nearby mountains. Lu Ming also rushed into a mountain peak alone and swept his gaze around. Could this be a 1,000-year violet mushroom? Lu Ming found a purple mushroom under an ancient tree. Rich spirit chi essence was exuding from the mushroom. The strength of the spiritual energy essence was even stronger than the black forest grass. It was a spiritual herb of upper level 5, 1 level higher than the black forest grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Lu Ming's current physical body had already reached complete grade 6. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, level 5 spiritual herbs were almost useless. He needed level 6 spiritual herbs. Although the level 5 spiritual medicine could not help Lu Ming to break through, it was very expensive to sell. The more such things, the better. Lu Ming was in high spirits and was about to continue his search. Boom! On a mountain peak not far away, a violent boom suddenly erupted. Scaled demon race. A loud roar came from Mu Lin. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed in that direction. Buzz! From a mountain peak, a figure rushed out in a sorry state. Behind him, more than a dozen burly figures, more than 2 meters tall, were chasing him. These figures looked very strange. Their facial features were similar to that of humans, but they were covered in pitch-black scales that covered their bodies like armor. This was the scaled demon race. Wah! Wah! These scaled demons were shouting and shouting. No one could understand what they were shouting about. They were waving their battle axes and iron rods toward the forest. 1 was equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm, 3 were equivalent to the early stage of the 2nd level, 2 were equivalent to the 1st level of the Martial King realm, and the rest were all half-step king warriors. Lu Ming's heart stirred. And NBSP, no wonder Mu Lin had to flee. His cultivation was only at the peak level 2 Martial King realm. He was no match for so many scaled demons. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over directly. Wah! One of the early level 2 Martial King realm scaled demons bellowed and charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe. The battle axe was swung out with a terrifying force. The physical strength of this kind of scaled demon race was extremely terrifying, and it had a strange power that was similar to true yuan yet different. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, turned into a flash of lightning, and shot out. Poochie! This scaled demon's forehead was pierced through. The scaled demon race member roared and fell to the ground. Such hard scales, Lu Ming muttered. Even the face of the scaled demons was covered in scales. They were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt a great resistance when he thrust his spear. At this time, Han Man, Mu Sen, and Yao Xian had also arrived and were attacking the scaled demons. Han Man was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm, so his combat strength was extremely powerful. The peak level 2 Martial King realm scaled demon was completely suppressed by him and was killed by Han Man after a few moves. Lu Ming's long spear thrust forward and turned into a spear ray. And NBSP, 5 to 6 scaled demons were pierced by the spear light and fell to the ground. And NBSP, it didn't take long for them to all be killed. According to our past experiences, these 10 or so scaled demons should be a hunting team from a scaled demon tribe. They came out to hunt and just happened to run into us. Han Man said. Chapter 517. 517 The Heavenly Corpse Sect Takes Action. A hunting team of the scale demon race? If that's the case, there might be a tribe of the scale demon race nearby. Mu Sen's eyes lit up. With a scaled demon tribe, It meant that there was a pit of profound meaning crystals that could be dug out. The eyes of the others also lit up. 4 martial artists above the martial king realm, an intent crystal was an irresistible temptation. It could greatly increase the speed of cultivation. I wonder how big this tribe is and how strong it is. Mu Lin said. This was something they had to consider. If it was a small tribe, they could consider it. If it was a larger tribe, they could only give up. Putting everything else aside, if there was an existence equivalent to a lower-tier king tier in this tribe, they would be dead for sure. However, they were not willing to give up just like that. How about this? It's not easy to encounter a scaled demon tribe in the vast mountains. Let's first find this tribe and investigate their strength before making a decision. Han Man suggested. All right, I have no objections. The others all nodded. Naturally, Lu Ming would not object to it. He was also very eager to obtain ultimacy crystals. Then, the 5 of them assigned their tasks and began to search the nearby area. A few hours later, they made a discovery. About 30,000 miles away from where they were, there was a tribe of the scaled demon race. The scaled demon race from before must have come from this tribe. The group approached carefully and began to observe carefully on a mountain peak not far away. There was a simple stone house in front of them, and within the stone house lived the scaled demon race. High stone walls were built around the stone houses. There are around 100 stone houses, and the number of scaled demons should not exceed 500. This is a small tribe. Han Man said in a low voice. Normally speaking, a small-scaled demon tribe shouldn't have too many experts. There shouldn't be any king-level existences. We should be able to deal with them. Mu Sin said. That's right. When the time comes, we just need to kill some of the strongest scaled demon race members in the tribe. The other scaled demon race members won't be a threat to us, and we can start digging the profound meaning crystal pit. Han Man nodded. Lu Ming and Yao Xian did not speak. It was their first time in the demonic scales dimension and they lacked experience. Naturally, they would not speak easily. Brother Lu, Miss Yao, what do you think? Han Man looked at Lu Ming and Yao Xian. I don't have any objections. I'll just follow your arrangements. Yao Xian whispered. I also have no objections. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then we'll wait for the sky to turn dark and charge in. Han Man said. Then, everyone waited in silence. Time flew by, and night soon came. Within the tribe of the scaled demon race, everything fell into darkness. Let's go. Han Man said. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and his voice was extremely low. What's wrong? Han Man and the others were a little confused, but the next moment, their faces changed slightly. In the dark sky, 5 pitch-black coffins suddenly broke through the air and flew towards the tribe. The Heavenly Corpse Sect. Yao Xian exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had met someone from the Heavenly Corpse Sect since he entered the demonic scales dimension. It seems like the Heavenly Corpse Sect has set their eyes on this tribe. What should we do? Mu Lin asked. Let's just wait and see, and let the Heavenly Corpse Sect test the strength of this tribe. Han Man said. Han Man looked simple and honest, but he was actually very smart and had a strong cultivation. He was the leader of both Mu Lin and Mu Senior. In the blink of an eye, the 5 coffins flew into the tribe. At this time, the scaled demon race in the tribe had also discovered the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and let out loud roars. Then, from each of the stone houses, a tall figure rushed out. Each of them was covered in black scales. Holding battle axes, iron staffs, and other weapons, they rushed toward the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Kachachi! The 5 coffins opened, and 2 refined corpses flew out of each coffin. Swish, swish, swish. The iron chains flew across the sky and stabbed toward the scaled demon race. Instantly, some of the weaker scaled demon race members were killed. The scaled demon at the forefront was the tallest of them all. He was close to 3 meters tall and had the strongest aura. He had reached the peak of Level 3 Martial King realm. It was obvious that this scaled demon was the leader of this tribe. After he shouted a few times, some of the scaled demons below the Martial King realm retreated. Only the members of the scaled demon race who were at the Martial King realm and above continued to attack the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 2 peak Level 3 Martial King realm refined corpses, and 5 at the middle and early stages of Level 3 Martial King realm. Han Man muttered, his voice filled with fear. The power of the Heavenly Corpse sect had completely surpassed them and the scaled demon race. And NBSP, although the scaled demon race had the advantage in numbers, after the war broke out, they were still in a one-sided situation. One by one, the scaled demon race was killed. In the scaled demon race, there were 2 other people who had reached the Level 3 Martial King realm. The gap between them and the Heavenly Corpse sect was too great. The difference in high-end combat strength was too great. The scaled demon race below the Martial King realm let out a series of shrill screams. In the end, regardless of the difference in power, they all rushed toward the refined corpse of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A bunch of uncivilized animals, you still want to resist, you're really looking for death. A cold voice came from one of the coffins. Then, a pale-faced young man walked out. Hee, but these animals have pretty good bodies. It's not bad to use them to refine into refined corpses. A pale-faced young man walked out of the other coffin. The corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 5 young corpse guards walked out of the 5 coffins one after another. Hee, die, you animals. The 5 corpse guards sneered and then pounced toward the scaled demon warriors below the king realm. Corpse chi surged as he waved his claws. One by one, the scaled demons were killed. Wah! And NBSP, the leader of the scaled demon race, shouted and seemed to be extremely angry. And NBSP, when the scaled demon race below the king level heard the leader, they also cried out and turned around, running out of the tribe. You want to escape? The 5 corpse guards waved their claws and killed the scaled demons one by one. At the same time, he controlled the refined corpse to kill the experts of the scaled demon race. The leader of the scaled demon race was finally defeated by the 2 refined corpses. His scales were pierced and torn apart before he was killed. A moment later, all the higher-ups of the scaled demon race were killed. As for those of the scaled demon race below the king level, other than a few who managed to escape, the rest of the scaled demon race were all dead, leaving behind a ground of corpses. This trip was worth it. Not only can I get some decent corpses, but I can also get intent crystals. A corpse guard sneered and walked towards the depths of the tribe. What do we do? On the mountain peak, Mu Lin was a little anxious. Chapter 518. 518 Kill all of them. Seeing that the fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away, he was really unwilling in his heart. However, the strength of the Sky Corpse sect was too strong. It was far above them. If they were to forcefully charge forward, they would only end up like the scaled demon race. Forget it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Corpse sect is too powerful. Han Man said with a frown. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 2 peak Level 3 Martial King realm refined corpses and 5 other Level 3 Martial King realm refined corpses. They were too powerful for them to fight against, and this did not include the 5 corpse guards. The 5 corpse guards were not a weak force. It's not easy to find such a place, how can I miss it so easily? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Han Man, Mu Lin, and the others were all stunned. Then he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You can't be thinking of killing your way up there, right? That's a dead end. Mu Sin said. If you haven't fought, how do you know that you'll die? Lu Ming smiled and stood up. He stepped on the air and headed toward the tribe of the Scale Demon race. Lu Ming! Yao Xian exclaimed in a low voice. She wanted to follow Lu Ming but she did not dare to and was hesitating. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other, but did not follow. Instead, their eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In just a few steps, he had appeared in the sky above the tribe of the Scale Demon race. "Who is it?" One of the corpse guards shouted and looked at Lu Ming coldly. The other 4 corpse guards also looked at Lu Ming. "The person who will kill you," Lu Ming said calmly. His voice was calm, but there was a cold, murderous intent in it. "Kill us? Ha, just you? It's a big joke." A corpse guard laughed loudly, filled with disdain. "Brat, you're the Detian Divine Guard, right? Hee, a Detian Divine Guard actually dares to appear when he sees us. He's really looking for death. Kill him." A corpse guard shouted. "Buzz!" A refined corpse at the intermediate level 3 Martial King realm waved its arms and chains shot out like poisonous snakes, winding around Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming released his aura and waved his spear. A few iron chains were sent flying by Lu Ming. "You're only at the peak level 2 Martial King realm. How dare you resist? You're looking for death." The corpse guard shouted and controlled the peak level 3 Martial King realm refined corpse to charge at Lu Ming. The other 4 corpse guards stood at the side and didn't make a move, looking like they were watching a good show. "I'm too lazy to play with you guys, die!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. The concept of thunder soared into the sky and combined with Lu Ming's spear technique. Whoosh! The spear turned into a lightning spear radiance and pierced through everything. The refined corpse was afraid of lightning. Moreover, Lu Ming's lightning concept had already reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. With a bang, the refined corpse was struck by the lightning spear radiance and turned into charcoal. Initial success of thunder concept. You. That corpse guard shouted in shock. "Die!" Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Another lightning spear was thrust out. That corpse guard wanted to retreat in fear, but how could he avoid it? He was struck by the lightning spear radiance, and a huge hole was blasted in his chest. Corpse chi gushed out of his body, and he was no longer breathing. "Damn it, let's attack together and kill him." The other 4 corpse guards were shocked and furious. They roared and controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 refined corpses. 6 of them were level 3 Martial King realm and above, while the remaining 3 were level 2 Martial King realm. A bunch of trash who toyed with other people's corpses. "All of you shall die." Boom! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear's gleam grew to 1,000 meters long and swept in all directions with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. Bang! 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 The 9 refined corpses were like 9 broken gunny sacks. They were sent flying by Lu Ming without any resistance. How is this possible? The 4 corpse guards were tongue-tied, and their eyes almost exploded with disbelief. Lu Ming, a mere second-level martial king, his combat strength was too terrifying. "Not good, quickly retreat." One of the corpse guards shouted in shock. Without the protection of the corpse guards, their battle strength would be greatly reduced. "It's too late to retreat now. Gakudo path attack." Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a ray of spear radiance that pierced through the void. A corpse guard at the peak level 3 Martial King realm died on the spot after being pierced through the glabella. Ah! The other 3 corpse guards shouted in fear and scattered. On the mountain peak not far away, Han Man and the others were also dumbfounded. "Attack and help Lu Ming." Han Man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess, and with a low shout, he rushed out. Then Mu Lin, Mu Sen, and Yao Xian also rushed over and attacked one of the corpse guards. Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared behind a corpse guard and stabbed with his spear, finishing off the corpse guard. Then, his body moved and pounced on the next corpse guard. When Lu Ming finished off the 4th corpse guard, Han Man and the rest had also killed the 5th corpse guard. Once the corpse guard died, those refined corpses all stood in the void without moving. Brother Lu, you really don't reveal your true abilities. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I really admire you. Han Man and the rest flew towards Lu Ming, their faces full of surprise. Han Man was the first to greet him with cupped fists. When did such a genius like Brother Lu appear in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? We didn't even know about it. It seems like our information is too outdated. Mu Sen also cupped his hands and laughed. Yao Xian, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ming with curiosity and admiration. The 5 powerful corpse guards were actually killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. You're welcome. Now, seal the soul, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming took out the soul-sealing crystal and started to seal the corpse guard's soul. Normally, a warrior's soul would not dissipate for 10 minutes after death. However, after 10 minutes, the soul would dissipate and it would be difficult to seal it. Lu Ming took out a piece of soul-sealing crystal and placed it on top of a corpse guard's corpse, injecting his essential core. Complex runes appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal, and then it produced a suction force that pulled out a black smoke from the corpse guard's body. The smoke kept twisting, and its shape was very similar to that corpse guard. This was the soul of that corpse guard. The soul of the corpse guard flew into the soul-sealing crystal, and a layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. The seal was successful. Lu Ming kept it. On the other side, Han Man and the others only sealed the soul of the corpse guard they had killed. They did not touch the other corpse guards that Lu Ming had killed. Whoever killed him would have his soul. This was the rule. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He sealed the souls of the remaining 3 corpse guards one by one. Alright, now, let's go take a look at the intent crystal pit. There was a flash of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. Intent crystals were what he desired. Immediately, the 5 of them walked towards the depths of the scaled demon tribe. Chapter 519. 519 Middle Grade Intent Crystal. In the depths of the tribe, there were 7 stone altars. The 7 altars formed a circle, surrounding a large pit in the middle. After Lu Ming and the group walked closer, they realized that there was a mysterious aura constantly emanating from the huge pit. It was the aura of the essence realm of heaven and earth. This huge pit was the so-called pit of intent crystals. Earth concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little disappointed. The profound meaning crystal pit exuded an aura of earth intent, which meant that this deep pit contained earth element intent crystals. He couldn't use the earth element intent crystals directly, so he could only exchange them. Let's start digging. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He walked to the big pit, took out a big knife, and started to dig. Buzz! The big knife chopped down, and it actually made a clanging sound. The stone in the big pit was actually extremely hard. However, under Lu Ming's powerful essential core, they were still cut off piece by piece. Let's attack together. Let's go! Han Man called out. Mu Sen and the others walked into the pit, took out various weapons, and began to dig. The 5 of them worked together and were very fast. Soon, they had dug out a pit that was 3 meters wide and 10 meters deep. At this moment, the aura of the creation of earth beneath his feet became even more intense. The 5 people's spirits were shaken, and they began to dig even harder. Not long after, the pit was dug to a depth of 20 meters. There's an intent crystal here. A clear and excited voice rang out. It was Yao Xian. He didn't expect Yao Xian to be the first one to find an intent crystal. Everyone looked over. On the stone wall in front of Yao Xian, there was a khaki-colored intent crystal embedded in it. It exuded a strong aura of the intent of earth. Miss Yao, put it away first, Han Man said. Yao Xian nodded. She carefully dug out the power Upanishad crystal and put it into a jade box. Then, everyone started to dig even harder. With Yao Xian's good start, everyone's harvest came. more and more intent crystals were dug out. And NBSP, these intent crystals had been buried deep in the earth and had only formed after countless years. And NBSP, the 5 of them continued to dig, and they found more and more intent crystals. 2 hours later, the 5 of them had dug the pit to 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep. They had obtained a total of 26 earth element intent crystals. Haha, I didn't think that there would be more than 20 intent crystals in this pit. It's already pretty good, Han Man said with a smile. At this point, not a single trace of the earth concept could be felt from the deep pit. This meant that they had already excavated all the profound crystal stones in this pit. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was a stone under his feet. It was extremely special. The stone was the size of a human head. Lu Ming had dug it out and put it aside casually. However, he realized that the color of the stone was different from the surrounding stones. This stone seemed to be crystallized, and its surface was emitting a faint fluorescent light. Lu Ming casually slashed the stone. Clang! Sparks flew when the saber slashed down and Lu Ming's saber bounced back. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. The saber in his hand was an upper 4th level spiritual weapon. It was extremely sharp and could cut a mountain in half with a casual slash. However, the stone was not cut open and only left a mark on it. Han Man and the others also looked over curiously. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The vital essence in his body surged wildly toward the saber. At the same time, the 3 concepts were integrated into the saber. Immediately, he slashed at the stone. A violent sound of friction was heard and sparks flew in all directions. The rock was still not cut open, but it cracked. At the same time, an unbelievably strong concept of earth spread out from the stone. How can this intent be so dense? Lu Ming was shocked. Han Man and the others also widened their eyes in shock. This intent of earth was simply too dense and intense. The other earth element intent crystals were like trash in front of this intent of earth. Lu Ming could feel his heart beating faster. With a move of his hand, the saber in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and a big hammer appeared. Buzz! The sledgehammer smashed down on the rock. Bang! Broken stones flew everywhere. The stone finally cracked completely, revealing what was inside. It was a crystal, a glistening yellow crystal. This crystal exuded a strong intent realm of heaven and earth. Everyone seemed to be able to see the power Upanishad threads floating in the sky. Could this be a middle-grade earth attribute intent crystal? Han Man's voice trembled as he growled. His eyes were burning with passion. Middle-grade intent crystals? The others were also shocked. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the crystal. Middle-grade intent crystals? Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. Then his quintessential essence exploded and with a sweep, he caught the esoteric crystal in his hand. The others' gazes immediately gathered on Lu Ming's palm. All right, now, let's distribute the intent crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other, and then their eyes flashed. How about this? This time, it's all thanks to Brother Lu that we were able to enter this place. If it weren't for Brother Lu killing the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse Guard, we would have had to retreat and wouldn't have had the chance to excavate the profound meaning crystal. So, I suggest that the mid-grade profound meaning crystal will belong to Brother Lu, and we'll split the other low-grade profound meaning crystals equally. What do you think? Han Man suggested. All right, I have no objections. I also have no objections. Mu Sen and Mu Lin spoke one after the other. They were very straightforward. Yao Xian was the only one who looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. She was reluctant to part with him. After all, middle-grade intent crystals were too precious. Finally, Yao Xian gritted her teeth and whispered, I also have no objections. Then, thank you, everyone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and unceremoniously took the middle-grade profound meaning crystal for himself. And NBSP, afterward, they distributed the low-grade intent crystals. There were a total of 26 pieces, 5 for each of them. Han Man took out 1,000 top-quality spirit crystals to buy the extra piece, and then split the remaining 1,000 equally. Lu Ming did not mind. He kept the esoteric crystals and spirit crystals casually. Let's destroy those refined corpses. Otherwise, if the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect come across them and take them back, they'll be a disaster. Han Man suggested. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand and the thunder concept turned into spear lights and flew out, turning the refined corpses into charcoal. After finishing them off, the 5 of them rose into the air and left. In the next 2 days, the 5 of them searched within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. They did encounter another tribe of the scaled demon race, but this tribe was too big. Roughly estimating, there were more than 10,000 of them. They observed from afar and discovered that there were at least 5 scaled demon race experts. They weren't someone they could deal with. Chapter 520. 520 Meeting the Sheng family again. They took a long way around and searched in other places. This plain was indeed a newly discovered plain. It was rich in resources. In the past few days, they had found about 50 stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and some level 5 blacksmithing materials. All of these added together were worth a lot. However, he did not encounter anyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. What's that? Suddenly, Mu Sun pointed to a valley in front of them. The valley wasn't big, and there were flashes of red light in the valley. Let's go and take a look. The 5 of them flew towards the valley. When they flew in, they were shocked. It was a large patch of red spiritual flowers. Each spiritual flower was red like a burning flame, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This is a level 4 spiritual flower, fire cage flower. Han Man said in surprise. Level 4 spiritual flowers did not surprise them that much. The main thing was that there were too many of them. They were densely packed, covering more than half of the valley. A rough estimate would put there at least 1,000 of them. A small valley could actually produce so many fire cage flowers. It was simply unbelievable and abnormal. Fire concept. There's a faint fire concept here. It's covered by these fire cage flowers. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Among the 5 of them, he was the only one who cultivated the fire concept. Although the fire concept here was very faint, Lu Ming could still sense it. Fire concept? Han Man and the others frowned, but their eyes suddenly lit up. It's very likely that there's a pit of intent crystals below that contains fire-type intent crystals. That's why so many fire cage flowers have been born. Han Man said in surprise. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same guess. Immediately, the 5 of them picked all the fire cage flowers. After counting, there were a total of about 1,200 stalks. If the 5 of them split it evenly, each of them would have more than 200 stalks. After the fire cage flower was plucked, the red soil was revealed. A strong fire concept aura filled the air, extremely dense. As expected, it's an intent crystal pit. Ha, I'm so lucky. Mu Lin laughed. Let's start digging. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. Immediately, the 5 of them began to dig. As expected, not long after, Han Man was the first to discover a fire-type intent crystal. Of course, it was low-grade. The 5 of them dug even harder. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 3 figures appeared in the sky. The 3 young men had cold and arrogant looks on their faces. The 3 of them swept their gazes below and revealed excited smiles. Oh, we're so lucky. There's a profound meaning crystal pit here. We'll make a fortune again. One of the young men laughed. Then he looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze and chided, "Hurry up and get lost. This place belongs to us now. Ah, what a joke. We were the ones who discovered this place first. Han Man laughed. So what if you found out? If I say it's ours now, it's ours. A purple-robed young man sneered. On what basis? Mu Sin was furious. On what basis? Just because we're the direct descendants of the Sheng family. Kid, look carefully. The purple-robed young man waved his hand and a token appeared. It was bright and there were 2 big words on the token, Xing Tian. The Sagely Sky Command token. Mu Sin, Mu Lin, and the others exclaimed. As expected, he was a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Now you can get lost. The purple-robed youth sneered. Detestable. Mu Sin growled. You 3, so what if you are the direct descendants of the Sheng family? We found this place first, so according to the rules, it's ours. Please go back. Han Man took a step forward, his voice resounding. Brat, you dare to resist my Sheng family? You're courting death. The purple-robed youth shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful auras burst out from the 3 young men of the Sheng family. The purple-robed young man was at the peak Level 3 Martial King realm. The other 2 young men from the Sheng family were at the early stage of Level 3 Martial King realm. The 3 of them burst out with a powerful aura, which spread toward Han Man. You're going too far. Han Man shouted, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, Mu Sen and Mu Lin's bodies also burst out with a powerful aura, joining with Han Man to resist the young man from Sheng family. This? Yao Xian was a little hesitant. She glanced at Lu Ming, bit her lips, and released her aura. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The combined strength of the 5 of them was no weaker than that of the Sheng family. How audacious! You still dare to resist? How dare you? The purple-robed young man shouted, and his face was filled with cold, killing intent. At most, we'll just fight. I'm not afraid. Even if this goes to the palace master, we'll be in the right. Han Man shouted, not giving in. Good, good, very good. The purple-robed young man laughed out of anger and said good several times, but there was hesitation in his eyes. I'll remember you, the purple-robed young man said coldly after a while. I'll let you go today. Go. Then, he waved his hand and flew away with the other 2 young men. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's continue digging. We have to be quick. If the Sheng family comes again, we'll be in trouble. Han Man said. All right. Mu Sen and the rest responded and dug even harder. No one noticed that the inexplicable smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth had grown wider. Half an hour later, more than half of the valley had been dug through. This time, they had dug out a total of 30 fire attribute intent crystals. It was a pity that the 5 of them had searched the entire place but did not find any middle-grade intent crystals. Lu Ming secretly sighed in pity. If he had a middle-grade fire-type profound meaning crystal, he would be able to use it to condense a fire concept rune in one fell swoop. It seemed that he could only go to the mystical treasure house in Tianxian City and see if he could exchange earth element mid-grade profound meaning crystals for a fire element mid-grade profound meaning crystal. Moreover, even if they could exchange for it, the handling fee would definitely not be low. Let's quickly leave this place, Han Man said. And NBSP, afterward, everyone divided the 30 fire intent crystals equally, then rose into the air and left. A few hours later, the 5 of them were already 100,000 miles away. At this time, night had fallen. The 5 of them lit a bonfire and hunted a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest. They began to roast them. There were also demonic beasts on this plain, but their levels were not very high. Soon, the demonic beast meat was roasted to a golden yellow, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. Ha, come, I've brought some fruit wine from my hometown. This fruit wine is a specialty of my hometown and is extremely famous. It's brewed with 108 types of spirit fruits. Try it. Han Man laughed heartily and took out 5 jars of wine. He handed 1 jar to Lu Ming, Yao Xian, and the rest. Chapter 521. 521 Human Face, Beast Heart. Lu Ming took it and opened the wine jar. A strong fragrance immediately assailed his nose. It's indeed good wine, Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, of course it's good wine. Han Man laughed heartily and took a few big gulps of wine. Come. Mu Sen and Mu Lin also lifted their wine jars and took a few big gulps. Lu Ming smiled and picked up the wine jar as well. He took a few big gulps and felt the rich aroma of the wine. He could not help but say, "It's indeed good wine." On the side, Yao Xian also took a few sips, and her cheeks flushed red. Following that, everyone tore off the roasted demonic beast meat and ate and drank it in large mouthfuls with fruit wine. Not long after, the jar of wine was finished. Even Yao Xian had drunk half a jar. Her face was red and extremely cute. Han Man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A fiery light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly turned his head away. You guys, when do you plan to take action? At this moment, Lu Ming put down the wine jar and suddenly asked. He was asking about Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin. The few of them were stunned and revealed a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Brother Lu, what do you mean? Of course you're going to attack me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Han Man and the others' faces changed drastically, and a trace of panic flashed through their eyes. Brother Lu, you must be joking. Why would we attack you? Han Man smiled. At the side, Yao Xian also looked puzzled. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. You're still pretending? You think it's flawless, but you don't know that it's full of flaws. Lu Ming's voice slowly turned cold. Brother Lu, are you mistaken? Han Man's face turned ugly. Misunderstanding? Hee, the moment I entered the demonic scales dimension, you guys came looking for me and invited me to join your team. What a coincidence. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brother Lu, this is really a coincidence. At that time, we had just invited Miss Yao Xian to join us and we were still short one person. When we saw Brother Lu coming in, we invited you. Han Man explained. Okay, this point is reasonable. However, you guys were too generous when we excavated mid-rank earth element intent crystals. Middle-grade profound meaning crystals are extremely precious. One of them is equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade and low-grade profound meaning crystals, but you guys are so generous. You gave them to me without even thinking about it. Most people would definitely be reluctant to part with them and give me a passionate look, but you guys don't. This is too abnormal. It's very simple. You guys just want to win my trust. Also, when we met the people of the Sheng family, it was just a show put on by you and the Sheng family. The people of the Sheng family have always been high and mighty. They are all very proud. How could they retreat just because of a few words from you? An ordinary person wouldn't dare to go against the Sheng family, but you guys did it. You acted as if you were fearless, and the Sheng family even retreated. Hee, this is nothing more than you trying to lower my guard and win my trust. Unfortunately, your acting was too much. Lu Ming explained calmly. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin's faces turned ugly. At this moment, Yao Xian's body suddenly trembled. Her face turned pale, and her body seemed to have lost all strength. She suddenly went soft and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so weak? I can't even use my true essence. Yao Xian cried out in panic. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed as well. He turned pale and his body fell backward slightly. He roared, You guys poisoned the wine. Poison? No, I didn't. Brother Lu, please don't say that. Han Man denied. You're still denying it? My whole body is soft and I can't use my true essence. I'm clearly poisoned. Lu Ming roared angrily. I've been poisoned too, why are you all fine? Yao Xian looked at the three of them in panic. Han Man and the other two were indeed fine. Han Man sized Lu Ming up carefully, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Then he laughed smugly. Ah, Lu Ming, you've been poisoned. You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Your body is weak and you can't mobilize your vital essence. Now, you're a piece of fish on the chopping board. You guys, you really did poison her. But Yao Xian cried out in disbelief. But it's all because this brat is overestimating himself. He even dared to offend the Sheng family. Isn't he courting death? You're just a tool that we're using. Han Man glanced at Yao Xian, his face was gloomy, and he no longer looked as simple and honest as before. Mu Sen and Mu Lin's expressions were similar. You're just trying to lower my guard by bringing Yao Xian along. But there's one more thing that I really can't figure out. Lu Ming said. Oh, what is it? I don't mind explaining it to you. Han Man said with a proud smile. He was not afraid that Lu Ming would delay the time because the longer the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder was used, the more powerful the effects would be. If the Sheng family wanted to deal with me, they could have just sent experts to kill me. Why did they send you to get close to me and poison me in the dark? My cultivation is not strong enough for the Sheng family to send someone to assassinate me. Lu Ming said. Hehe, Lu Ming, it's easy for the Sheng family to kill you. But wouldn't it be too easy for you to kill you just like that? What the Sheng family wants is for your reputation to be ruined and your name to be infamous for thousands of years. If you did something to Yao Xian and killed her after that, we would arrive at the right time and take you down. How do you think the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would look at you? Also, how would that Miss Mulan look at you? Han Man sneered. Lu Ming came to a realization. It turned out that this was the Sheng family's purpose. They wanted to ruin his reputation. They were really vicious. Yao Xian's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled as she shouted, I don't know anything. I beg you, please let me go. Let you go? How was that possible? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Han Man sneered, his eyes swept over Yao Xian's body and revealed a burning light. Lu Ming, I'll help you with this, chicks. Ah. Han Man walked toward Yao Xian with a smirk on his face. Don't come over, you beast. Yao Xian's body trembled even more as tears streamed down her face. She had never thought that Han Man, who originally looked honest and kind, would be such a beast in heart. Yao Xian, it's such a pity for a beauty like you to die. Before you die, let me enjoy you. Han Man laughed evilly. On the side, Mu Sen and Mu Lin both revealed envious expressions. Scumbags like you have deceived so many people. It's a waste of air to live in this world. At this moment, Lu Ming sighed slightly. Lu Ming, you're on the verge of death and you're still whining. You're looking for a beating. Mu Lin aimed a kick at Lu Ming's face. Chapter 522. 522 Not letting a single one off. Pa! The next moment, the sound of a slap was heard, extremely clear and crisp. With a scream, Mu Lin's body flew far away and broke a big tree. He fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Han Man's forward steps stopped in the air, his face showing a horrified expression, and his whole body stiffened. Mu Sen's face was filled with shock. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up slowly. His pale face had turned rosy. Vital essence filled his body and a powerful aura was exuded. Han Man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "How is that possible? You've clearly drunk a jar of wine and been poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Even a king tier at the upper tier would go soft if he were to consume the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. How are you still fine?" Han Man screamed in disbelief. "I forgot to tell you that poison is ineffective against me." Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was extremely cold. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, so he could devour any poison that entered his body. Although the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder was colorless, odorless, and hard to detect, the 9 dragon bloodline could sense it when Lu Ming took the first sip of the wine and immediately swallowed the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Lu Ming pretended not to know anything and deliberately finished the jar of wine. He wanted to see what Han Man and the rest were up to. Han Man and Mu Sen's bodies trembled slightly. They had already witnessed Lu Ming's combat strength against the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. He was not someone they could fight against. Let's go quickly," informed the Sheng family. Han Man roared and retreated at the same time. On the other side, Mu Sen was also retreating rapidly. As for the forest, they couldn't care less. It's not that easy to leave. Whoosh! A lightning spear light instantly crossed 10 miles of void space and pierced through Mu Sen's chest. He was killed in one move. Buzz! Immediately, Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chased after Han Man. No! Han Man's face changed. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot up into the sky. This was a signal. Help! Han Man shouted as he ran. At this moment, he was almost scared out of his wits. Usually, he had won the trust of many people by looking simple and honest. He had secretly harmed many people. He felt extremely refreshed when he saw those who had started to trust him die in front of him. Now, when he saw that Mu Sen had been killed, he felt a chill all over his body and was extremely frightened. Die! The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was so fast that he caught up with Han Man in an instant. No, don't kill me, help! Han Man shouted hysterically and ran for his life. However, it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning spear pierced through the air and blasted a huge hole in Han Man's chest. No, I don't want to die. Save me! Looking at the huge hole in his chest, Han Man was still alive, and he screamed in fear. His eyes were filled with regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have agreed to the Sheng family to deal with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Lu Ming, you've offended the Sheng family. You won't be able to live. You'll have to come down and accompany me sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you down there." Seeing that he was not going to live, Han Man cursed madly. Then, his life force dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. Lu Ming's vital essence rolled up and Han Man's storage ring was taken. Then, the devouring power burst out and devoured Han Man's blood essence. In a flash, he appeared beside Mu Lin. As Mu Lin screamed in fear, he was stabbed to death. Boom! 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 At this time, a violent rumbling sound came from the distance. It was the sound of sonic booms caused by the martial artists flying too fast. Some people had come, and there were quite a few of them, dozens of them. All of them were experts. There were 5 or 6 auras that were unfathomably deep and incomparably thick. The people from the Sheng clan came pretty quickly. Moreover, there are actually 5 lower-tier king tiers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his figure flashed. He took Mu Sen's blood essence and storage ring. Save me! Yao Xian called out. Lu Ming's expression changed and she appeared beside Yao Xian. She hugged her waist and flew into the sky, flying into the distance. Yao Xian was implicated because of him. It was not Lu Ming's style to leave her behind. Damn it, it's Lu Ming, Han Man, and the rest of the trash. They can't even do such a thing. Chase after him and kill him. A furious roar sounded. Chase. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. There were at least 20 people who were chasing after Lu Ming at high speed. Saint Air, Saint Might, Saint Wind, and Saint River. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I won't play with you guys now, but once my cultivation improves, I won't let any of you off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, his speed was unbelievably fast, and he could fly 100 miles in an instant. A moment later, the people from the Sheng family had been left behind by Lu Ming and disappeared. Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to fly for about 100,000 miles before he found an extremely hidden underground cave and entered it. The people from the Sheng family stopped 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming. The one leading them was Saint Jade. At this moment, Xingyu's face was extremely ugly. He roared, "Search. We must find Lu Ming, this bastard." Yes. Immediately, the 20-odd geniuses of the Sheng family split into 5 teams. Each team was led by a lower-tier king. They scattered and continued to pursue. Lu Ming carried Yao Xian and entered an underground cave. "Lu, brother, let me down." Yao Xian called out softly. "Oh." Lu Ming nodded and put Yao Xian down gently. "Cough, cough, Miss Yao Xian, the effects of the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder will wear off in 3 days. You can stay here for now and leave on your own 3 days later." Lu Ming said. "Where do you want to go?" Yao Xian asked. "Me? Of course, I'm looking for the Sheng family's trash." Lu Ming smiled coldly. "Find the Sheng family?" Yao Xian exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming actually dared to look for the Sheng family? Now, shouldn't they be avoiding the Sheng family? She could not figure it out. "Miss Yao, farewell." Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the underground cave. He appeared on an ancient tree. After a moment, Lu Ming had an idea and appeared in the Supreme Shrine. "I don't know how many spiritual crystals there are. It should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm." Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Han Man and the other 2 and muttered to himself. Chapter 523. 523 Killing a lower-tier king tier. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into a few storage rings. Lu Ming did not care about the other items. He first cleared out all the best-grade spiritual crystals. Han Man, Mu San, and Mu Lin had a total of about 100,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. In addition to the 60,000 that Lu Ming originally had, he now had a total of 160,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 160,000 spiritual crystals of the best quality is enough for me to break through to the Level 3 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Bang, bang, bang. All 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals exploded. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured all the spiritual qi in the top-grade spiritual crystals. He then began to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Soon, 20,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined and Lu Ming took out another 20,000. 20,000 and 20,000. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a total of 120,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Break. The vital essence converted from 120,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals was extremely vast and rich. The vast true energy surged and charged towards the Level 3 Martial King realm. Boom! A moment later, there was a loud boom and the aura on Lu Ming's body expanded rapidly. He had broken through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. After spending 120,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, and his strength had increased greatly. Continue. Lu Ming simply took out the last 40,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and devoured them all to improve his cultivation. Soon, the last 40,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were all converted into Lu Ming's essential core. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 3rd level Martial King realm, but he had not broken through to the middle stage. At level 3 Martial King Realm, the number of supreme spiritual crystals required for a breakthrough had increased. Early stage of level 3 Martial King Realm. I wonder how he'll fare against a lower-tier king? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the next moment, he left the supreme shrine and soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. Soon, tens of thousands of miles were covered in a flash. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped. In front of him, there were 6 figures flying at high speed. Suddenly dash. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming in front. Lu Ming is in front. Speed up. Don't let him escape. A few loud roars were heard and 6 figures rushed toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. These 6 people were the 6 young men from the Sheng family. Lu Ming stood in the void, motionless. The space trembled and 6 youths from the Sheng family flew over, surrounding Lu Ming. A surging aura emerged from the young man of the Sheng family without any concealment. 1 middle stage level 4 Martial King Realm, 3 level 3 Martial King Realm, and 2 level 2 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 6 youths from the Sheng family and was very clear about their cultivation. This guy actually didn't run. Could it be that he's scared silly? No matter what, this credit is ours. The few youths from the Sheng family laughed and looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression as if they could manipulate Lu Ming at will. Be careful when you attack later. This guy is not simple. The lower-tier king tier frowned. With you around, Brother Chang, this guy won't be able to do much. Another young man laughed. Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a lower-tier king. They were very assured. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can die. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. What? The 6 young men of the Sheng family were slightly stunned. Boom! Lu Ming's cultivation erupted and a huge spear's gleam swept out. The spear's radiance swept in all directions. Not good. The 6 young men's expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, a lower-tier king saint, burst out with a terrifying aura. He slashed out with his blade, and the first-level lower-tier earth will burst out. The other 5 young men also unleashed their full strength. This was because Lu Ming's shot made them feel danger. Boom, boom, boom. After 6 consecutive booms, the 5 young men of the Sheng family were forced back like cannonballs. Even Sheng Chang's body trembled. He took 9 steps back in the air before he stopped. With your battle prowess, how is this possible? Sheng Chang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming could actually force him back with 1 shot? How was that possible? It was a king tier at the lower tier. An initial king tier is only SOSO. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared after he took that step. He didn't charge towards Sheng Chang, but towards the other 5. Not good, retreat, you guys quickly retreat. Sheng Chang's expression changed drastically. He roared and flew after Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 2 third-level Martial King Realm youths. 2 rays of sharp spear light were sent out toward the 2 of them. The 2 of them roared in shock and used all their strength to block it. However, now that Lu Ming had reached the 3rd level of the Martial King Realm, how could they possibly resist him? The difference was too great. 2 spear lights pierced through the throats of 2 people. Blood gushed out of the 2, and they immediately died. The devouring power burst forth and devoured their blood essence. At the same time, Lu Ming used his essential core to sweep up their storage rings and put them into the Supreme Shrine. Then, in a flash, he charged towards the remaining 3. The 3 of them were horrified and ran for their lives. However, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was too fast for them to escape. With 3 consecutive screams, the remaining 3 youths of the Sheng family were all killed by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming would not let go of the storage ring and the blood essence. Damn it, How dare you kill the hero of the Sheng family? Lu Ming, no one can save you. Sheng Chang cried out hysterically as he watched the 5 young men of the Sheng family being killed. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Chang. Huh, you still want to kill me? I admit that your combat strength is indeed powerful and has surpassed mine, but it's only by a little. I'm determined to leave, so how can you keep me here? Lu Ming, just wait for the Sheng family's revenge. Sheng Chang laughed coldly and was about to retreat. But a Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming's body swayed like a dragon. He became one with the spear and launched a shocking attack. This strike pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Sheng Chang. Sheng Chang's pupils contracted sharply. Lu Ming's shot made him feel a fatal threat. Block it, block it. Sheng Chang roared in his heart as he circulated his first-level lower-tier Earth concept to the extreme. The Earth's spiritual energy in the world gathered madly, forming stone tablets that blocked in front of him. In an instant, Sheng Chang had laid down 99 stone tablets. The Earth concept was most skilled in defense. But, bang, bang, bang. The stone tablets were like paper under Lu Ming's spear ray. In an instant, 99 explosions rang out and 99 stone tablets were pierced through, leaving holes that were bright from the front and back. Blood light shot out and a hole appeared between Sheng Chang's eyebrows. Chapter 524. 524 Peak of Lever 3 Martial King Realm. Sheng Chang's eyes were as wide as a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the defense he was most proud of would be so fragile and vulnerable in the face of Lu Ming's attack. Buzz! As he kept the spear, Sheng Chang's life force was completely extinguished. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming muttered and devoured Sheng Chang's blood essence. He took away his storage ring and left the place. A moment later, Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence. All the blood essence that Lu Ming had devoured during this period of time was used to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. This was because with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the blood essence of warriors whose cultivation levels were lower or similar to his would not be of much help to his cultivation. He might as well try his best to improve the level of his blood meridian. The refined blood essence could also be used to increase the grade of his bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline floated above Lu Ming's head. Its winding body was suffused with a bloody light. 6 Esilavir chakra glowed with Esilavir light and was resplendent. Half an hour later, the power of the blood essence had been completely refined. Unfortunately, his 9-dragon bloodline still hadn't advanced. It was still at the 6th level of the king level. Almost, I feel like I'm just a little bit away. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that his bloodline of the 9 dragons was just a little bit away from advancing. Let's see how many crystals there are. Then, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Sheng Chang and the other 6 youths from the Sheng family and piled all the best-grade spiritual crystals together. 180,000. There were a total of 180,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 6 young men from the Sheng family. All right, let's continue to improve our cultivation. Following that, Lu Ming began to refine supreme-grade spirit crystals frantically to improve his cultivation. After reaching Lever 3 Martial King Realm, the amount of energy required to advance was even greater. Lu Ming had refined a total of 80,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals to advance from the early stage of the 3rd level of the Martial King Realm to the middle stage. He refined another 80,000 pieces and advanced to the late Lever 3 Martial King Realm. He only had 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. Sheng family, continue. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and flew in the sky, planning to continue hunting the people of the Sheng family. Since the Sheng family was hunting him, he would hunt them back. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed 5 Sheng family youths in a forest. One of them was a lower-tier martial king realm advanced stage martial artist. This time, Lu Ming received 150,000 pieces of top-grade items. After finding a place, Lu Ming continued to refine supreme-grade spirit crystals. Not long after Lu Ming left, more than a dozen figures appeared in the sky above the forest. They were Xingyu and the others. At this moment, Xingyu's eyes were extremely cold, and the strong killing intent almost materialized. Damn it. Could it be that Lu Ming, that little bastard, did it? You should die. Xingyu said in a cold voice. No matter who did it, they must die. Now, call a group of people to act as bait and lure the enemy out. You guys follow me and lie in ambush in the surroundings. Then Xingyu ordered. Then, the dozen of them scattered and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming was fully focused on refining the supreme-grade spirit crystal. Not long after, another 80,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the third level of the martial king realm. After that, Lu Ming refined the remaining 70,000 pieces of spiritual crystals and raised his cultivation to the limit of the peak of the third level of the martial king realm. The next step was to break through to the fourth level of the martial king realm. Once he reached level 4 martial king realm, he would be a king tier in the lower tier. However, he didn't know how many supreme spiritual crystals he would need to break through to the lower tier. Xing family, you'll be responsible for all the top-grade spiritual crystals I needs. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then left the supreme shrine and flew in the sky in search of the Xing family. Half an hour later. The Xing family. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there were 5 young men of the Xing family flying at a high speed in the sky. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 5 youths from the Xing family surrounded Lu Ming. The person in the lead was someone Lu Ming was familiar with, Xingjiang. Lu Ming, where can you run to now? Xingjiang's face was gloomy. Run? Why should I run? With you guys giving me crystals, why would I run? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Xingjiang's eyes turned cold, and killing intent burst out. He shouted, could it be that you killed those 2 groups of people? Lu Ming smiled but did not say anything. It was considered a silent agreement. Damn it, Lu Ming. You've eaten the dragon's gallbladder. How dare you kill so many heroes of the Xing family? Let me tell you, no one can save you. Even if the palace master comes forward, you're dead. Xingjiang roared in anger. Oof, your Xing family is bent on killing me. Can't I fight back and wait to be killed by you? How laughable. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I did it? Lu Ming snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lu Ming, who can you kill? At this time, an angry roar sounded in the sky. In the clouds high up in the sky, the sound of air breaking rang out, and Tulavir figures appeared. The leader was Saint Jade, and beside him was a lower-tier king tier, a peak level 4 martial king realm expert. Behind them, the holy sky, holy power, and holy wind were all among them. A group of people spread out in all directions and blocked all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming's gaze changed slightly. So you're trying to lure me out? It's too late to know now. This time, I won't let you escape. Xingyu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Peak level 5 martial king realm. Lu Ming's gaze turned extremely solemn. There was a small divide between level 3 and level 4 martial king realm. Although there was a 1-level difference in cultivation, there was at least a 2-level difference in combat strength. As for the peak of the level 5 martial king realm, it was undeniable that he was even more powerful and Lu Ming could not defeat him. You guys worked together to set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. I'll kill him. You're looking for death. Xingyu had just given the order, but before he could finish, he roared. That was because Lu Ming had suddenly made a move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The The spear radiance pierced through the air. A total of more than 10 spear radiances stabbed at more than 10 young men from the Sheng family. With Lu Ming's current cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, no one below the lower tier of the Martial King realm could resist his fierce attacks. Even if the young men of the Sheng family were all prepared to defend, it was still not enough. Blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard. In an instant, 10 young men of the Sheng family were pierced by the spear radiance and fell to the ground while screaming. Among them were Saint Wind and Saint Might. On the other hand, as Xing Kong's cultivation was weak, he had been standing at the back earlier and thus managed to escape. However, at this moment, his face was pale and his body was trembling non-stop. Watching the 10 geniuses of the Sheng family who were stronger than him being killed, Xing Kong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He retreated frantically. "Ah, damn it, die. The Saint Jade roared hysterically, and a terrifying aura burst out of her body. A crystal-clear and terrifying blade light slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming blocked it with his long spear, but he was struck by the saber and his body trembled. Kill. The Saint Jade sword had the advantage. The sword gleams behind it swept toward Lu Ming like a storm, completely drowning him. Lu Ming did not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 525. 525 Chapter 525 Desperate. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out. However, it was instantly dispersed by the Saint Jade's saber flare. Saint Jade had always been a monstrous genius, and in terms of combat strength, a Level 5 Martial King was 3 levels higher than a Level 3 Martial King. Lu Ming was no match for him at all and was at a disadvantage. Kill! Sheng Jiang and another peak Level 4 Martial King realm expert surrounded Lu Ming. Both of them were geniuses at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial King realm. When they unleashed their full power, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. They posed a fatal threat to Lu Ming. With the 3 of them working together, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the storm of attacks. 9 Dragon Bloodline, Devour. 2nd Bloodline, Activate. Lu Ming was also going all out, using all his means. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst out. This made the faces of the 3 people change slightly, because they felt the power of their blood essence in their bodies fluctuate. Naturally, their combat strength was also reduced. If not for this, Lu Ming would not have been able to withstand it. What do? We can't continue like this. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, if Lu Ming were to use the extreme blow, he was confident that he could kill one of the 2 Level 4 Martial King realm martial artists. However, to use the extreme blow, he would need to unleash most of his power in an instant and would be weakened for a while. It might only last for a few breaths, but it would still be fatal. A figure like Saint Jade would never let go of any opportunity. If he were to use an extreme blow on the Saint Jade, Lu Ming was not confident that he could kill it. After all, the difference was too great. Die, Lu Ming, die. In the distance, Xing Kong growled and showed a happy expression. No matter how talented he was, he had to die if he dared to offend the Sheng family. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming fought with all his might and blocked more than 10 moves in a row. His body trembled and his qi and blood churned. He was not careful and got a knife in his back, causing blood to flow. Dandan, smash. Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Buzz! It glowed and expanded rapidly, flying towards the Saint Jade and smashing it head-on. Xingyu's expression changed greatly. With a wave of his hand, a large net appeared out of thin air. It shone brightly and covered the sky as it enveloped Dandan. Obviously, Dandan didn't expect the other party to suddenly throw out a large net. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late and she was caught by the large net. Dandan rushed here and there, but for a moment, she couldn't get out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not expect that the other party would take out a large net, and Dandan was restrained by such a large net. Dandan was not afraid of any energy-type things, but she could not rush through physical things. Let's see what other tricks you have. Xingyu laughed wildly. In fact, he was extremely shocked. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could withstand so many moves from the three of them. The one who was most shocked was still Xingjiang. Previously, when Lu Ming had just arrived at Tianxian City, he had attacked Lu Ming. At that time, although Lu Ming was not weak, there was still a long way to go before he could compare to him. But now, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed him. How was this possible? How long has it been? This was too terrifying. We must kill this little bastard, this monster. Xingjiang roared in his heart, and his attacks became even more fierce. Lu Ming's chest was hit and blood spurted out. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Ming roared, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Buzz! The long spear trembled and all of Lu Ming's strength surged towards the long spear. With a twist of his body, his spine drove the spear like a dragon, turning into a spear light and piercing toward the holy river. An extreme strike. Now, he could only risk his life. Whoosh! A Gakudo path attack could penetrate everything. Xingjiang instantly felt cold all over, and his hair stood on end, as if the god of death was approaching him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xingjiang roared and retreated desperately. He knew that if he didn't retreat, he would die. However, at the next moment, he realized that it was useless to retreat. Lu Ming's spear was too fast and caught up with him in an instant. No! Xingjiang roared madly, his eyes almost bleeding. However, the next moment, Pucci. The peerlessly sharp spear ray pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Xingjiang, dead. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body felt weak because he had used up a large amount of essential core to cast the extreme blow. Although he could quickly recover a part of his essential core, it was already too late. Die, die, die. The Saint Jade attacked Lu Ming madly. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Block it. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He gathered what little essential core he had and set up layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodlines spread in front of him. Bang! The next moment, Lu Ming was still sent flying and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest. It was so deep that the bone could be seen and it almost split his heart open. The terrifying saber ray burrowed into Lu Ming's body in a frenzy. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique in a frenzy, mobilizing his vital essence to resist. However, the result was that Lu Ming continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. He had been severely injured by the attack just now. Lu Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The Saint Jade roared. The other peak lever 4 Martial King Realm youth's face turned pale with fear. If that shot had been aimed at him, he would have been the one dead. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of fear. Bastards of the Sheng family, it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, I'll kill you next. Lu Ming laughed and pointed his long spear at the other peak lever 4 Martial King Realm youth. This made his face even paler, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Not far away, there were 4 other youths from the Sheng family. Their faces were also pale as they looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Tragic. This time, the Sheng family was too tragic. When they entered the demonic scales dimension, there were a total of 28 people. They were all geniuses and elites of the Sheng family. They had spent countless resources to nurture them. But now, only 6 of them were left. It was too tragic. Even if they could kill Lu Ming, they would suffer a great loss. If the higher-ups of the Sheng family found out, they would all be punished. No wonder Xingyu was so angry. Little bastard, you won't be able to kill any of them. Heaven-breaking blade technique. The Saint Jade roared, and a terrifying blade light emitted from her body. At the same time, his body shriveled up as if all his essence, qi, and blood had been sucked away. As his body shriveled, the blade light on his body became even more terrifying. It seemed as if the blade light could split the sky. The power of the aura was twice as strong as before. Secret skill. What a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the Saint Jade had cast a secret skill. Obviously, this secret technique had a strong side effect. It would extract the essence and blood of the human body, but its power was terrifying. Chapter 526. 526 Chapter 526 Reversal. Retreat, retreat. Lu Ming retreated frantically. He felt a fatal crisis. With his current injuries, it was impossible for him to even use the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps. If Lu Ming were to use the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps, the terrifying pressure from the heavens and earth would probably crush his heart. The wound was so deep that his heart was almost exposed. He could only retreat. Kill. The Xingyu roared. He and the blade seemed to merge into one, turning into a terrifying blade light. It pierced through the void and appeared in front of Lu Ming, slashing down at his head. Lu Ming used his long spear to block the attack from above. Clang! The demon's subduing spear began to move rapidly. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force crash into the demon's subduing spear, causing it to vibrate rapidly. The terrifying force numbed Lu Ming's arms and he could not hold the demon's subduing spear. Whoosh! The demon's subduing spear was sent flying. The Saint Jade's blade light continued to slash at Lu Ming's head. Block it! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed all his strength. His left hand contained the devouring power of the 9 Dragons' bloodline, and his right hand contained the power of the second bloodline. At the same time, the 3 wills were integrated into his hands. Bang! Lu Ming clasped his hands and caught Saint Jade's saber. Boom! The terrifying force sent Lu Ming plummeting to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and the earth gave out a violent roar. The ground was like a wave, shaking violently. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was swept by the wind storm and leveled. Lu Ming's palm was still gripping Saint Jade's saber. Die! The Saint Jade roared and the saber radiance expanded. The saber carried a terrifying power and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palms clamped the saber and it actually emitted a sizzling sound and 4-colored sparks. Unfortunately, he could not catch it in the end. The saber was still slashing toward Lu Ming's head. Am I going to die here? Lu Ming had a thought. No, I can't die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella suddenly shone with rays of light and traces of lightning swam around. This is the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming had a thought. Ever since Lu Ming had obtained the lightning cauldron, it had been lying dormant in his consciousness. There was no movement at all. Now, at the moment when Lu Ming was facing life and death, the lightning cauldron finally moved. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be able to communicate with the lightning cauldron. A wisp of his mind seemed to be connected with the lightning cauldron. He could control the lightning cauldron at any time and launch a fatal attack. Kill! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and blasted it outward. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, the thunder cauldron let out a sound as if the world was being split open. Then it flew out. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from the lightning cauldron. At that moment, Lu Ming's true vitality and essence energy were all absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Other than his essential core and essence, Lu Ming even felt that a portion of his life essence had been absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Life essence represented lifespan. In other words, even Lu Ming's life force had been absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Boom! After absorbing Lu Ming's essential core, essence, and life essence, the lightning cauldron flew out from the space between his eyebrows. Clang! Saint Jade's saber was turned into ashes by the thunder cauldron. Saint Jade was shaken and spat out blood. She was sent flying thousands of meters. Buzz! The lightning cauldron flew into the sky and became as big as a mountain. Thunder rumbled, and it was like the might of the heavens. Then, the thunder cauldron pressed down. Endless lightning enveloped all the disciples of the Sheng family. Run, run, run! The Saint Jade roared and ran away desperately. Run, run! Shen Kong and the others did the same. They ran away with all their might. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that such a terrifying lightning cauldron would suddenly appear in Lu Ming's body. They felt as if they were ants in front of this lightning cauldron. No, they were not even ants. They were as insignificant as dust. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. And NBSP, the next moment, the lightning cauldron pressed down, and thick bolts of lightning began to wantonly dance about. Who? After a breath's time, the lightning cauldron shrunk rapidly and flew back to Lu Ming's glabella, disappearing. At this moment, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His body was empty, without even a trace of essential core. He had lost a lot of essence energy and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't even fly up, and he fell to the ground. This lightning cauldron is too terrifying. Not only does it extract true yuan and normal spiritual essence, but it also extracts life essence. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. A king had 1,000 years of life. However, Lu Ming felt that he had lost 50 years of his life just now. 50 years of life was a huge loss. A wisp of my consciousness seems to be connected to the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that a wisp of his consciousness could be connected to the lightning cauldron. In other words, Lu Ming could control the lightning cauldron and launch an attack if he wanted to. However, the next moment, Lu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Controlling the lightning cauldron to attack? What a joke! Putting aside the fact that one attack from the lightning cauldron could drain all of his true yuan and essence qi, he would be completely weakened and at the mercy of others. Furthermore, he had lost 50 years of his life at once. Even if Lu Ming was a king, he would not be able to use it many times before his life was exhausted and he died. This lightning cauldron cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. However, it can be considered as an additional life-saving method. Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and Dandan flew back. Dandan was indeed amazing. Just now, he was also under the cover of the lightning cauldron, but nothing happened to him. Dandan, take me to see if the Sheng family is dead. Lu Ming said. At this moment, he was so weak that he could not even walk. Dandan's entire body emitted a faint light, and it trembled slightly. Then, it rapidly grew to the size of a water tank. Lu Ming lay on Dandan, and Dandan carried Lu Ming and flew in all directions. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was a complete mess, with traces of being struck by lightning everywhere. On the messy ground, there were corpses. The remaining youths of the Sheng family had all been killed by the lightning cauldron. In a place, Lu Ming saw the body of the sacred sky. What? Lu Ming suddenly saw a figure at the edge of the lightning coverage, crawling forward desperately. The figure was in tatters and all his hair had been cut off by the lightning. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a Saint Jade. When the lightning cauldron flew out of Lu Ming's glabella, the Saint Jade was knocked thousands of meters away. It then fled frantically, almost escaping the area covered by the lightning cauldron. Therefore, he suffered the least damage and didn't die for a while. Chapter 527. 527 The Power Upanishad Crystal Vein. Let's go! Lu Ming patted Dandan and she flew towards the Saint Jade. Seeing Lu Ming flying over, Xingyu was terrified. He kept screaming and crawling forward. Xingyu, who's dead now? Lu Ming sprawled on Dandan's body and flew above the Saint Jade, looking down at it coldly. Lu Ming, you've killed so many people from the Sheng family. You'll die too. Xingyu roared. Hee hee, I don't know how many times you people from the Sheng family have said the same thing. I'm tired of hearing it. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wait. Lu Ming, I'm begging you not to kill me. I can swear a blood oath that I won't say a word about what happened today. I'm begging you to spare me this once. Seeing Lu Ming's murderous intent, Xingyu was afraid and actually began to beg for mercy. I still believe in the dead. Lu Ming was unmoved. No, don't Lu Ming. I know that there's an esoteric crystal vein in the demonic scales dimension. If you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the vein. Xingyu shouted. A power Upanishad crystal mine. Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes shone. A power Upanishad crystal mine was different from a power Upanishad crystal pit. A pit of intent crystals could only produce a few pieces, or at most a few dozen. However, a profound meaning crystal vein was completely different. Even the smallest profound meaning crystal vein could produce more than 100 pieces of profound meaning crystal. And this was the smallest one. If there were more, there would be no more. This was a huge temptation for anyone. Tell me, where is the power Upanishad crystal mine? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. As long as you promise me that you won't kill me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I won't tell you even if I die. Xingyu shouted. You. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he seemed to be hesitating. Xingyu was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming said, Okay, I promise you. I won't kill you. Tell me, where is the power Upanishad crystal vein? Swear a blood oath. I'll only believe you if you do that. Xingyu called out. You talk too much nonsense. Since you don't believe me, then go to hell. Lu Ming's killing intent was intense. Wait, I'll tell you. In my storage ring, there's a blue jade card that records the exact location of the crystal mine. Xingyu shouted, then looked at Lu Ming expectantly. I've already told you. You just need to take out the jade token and you'll know. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and patted Dandan. Smash it. Buzz. It shook and smashed towards the head of the Saint Jade. Lu Ming, you said that you won't kill me? Xingyu roared, but before he could finish, he was hit by Dandan, and his head burst like a watermelon. I said I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean other things can't kill you. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan, can you take off those storage rings? Lu Ming patted Dandan again. Dandan's body trembled and a ray of light emanated from it. It swept up the Saint Jade's storage ring and it flew into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He continued to follow the law and took all the storage rings of the other Xing family youths. Unfortunately, their blood essence was all gone after being struck by the lightning cauldron, so they couldn't devour it. Then, Lu Ming found the demon subduing spear in a pile of rocks. Dandan, let's quickly leave this place. Lu Ming said. Just now, there had been a great commotion here, and it might have attracted other creatures. Now that Lu Ming was so weak, he would be dead for sure if any scaled demon, DT on divine guards, or corpse guards came. Immediately, Dandan carried Lu Ming and flew into the distance. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a rather remote place and entered the Supreme Shrine. There were many bottles and jars in the Supreme Shrine, all of which were high-grade pills that he had obtained from other martialists. Lu Ming picked up the grade 1 healing pill and took a big gulp from the bottle. There were a total of 9 pills. He swallowed all of them and began to heal. Lu Ming's physical body had already reached complete rank 6 and was slowly recovering. As the medicinal effects spread throughout his body's recovery rate was greatly accelerated. Lu Ming's muscles were wriggling slowly. On the wound on his chest, the muscles wriggled and new muscles grew slowly, covering the wound and finally blocking his heart. Otherwise, one could see his beating heart from the outside, which was extremely terrifying. After the healing pills had been consumed, Lu Ming took out another bottle and swallowed it. An hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. His injuries had finally stabilized. This time, it was really dangerous. Lu Ming sighed. To be honest, this time, it was beyond his expectations. He had wanted to kill the Saint Jade after he had obtained more supreme spiritual crystals and reached Level 4 Martial King realm. He didn't expect to be ambushed by the Saint Jade. Moreover, the key point was that the Saint Jade actually had a net-like spirit weapon on her body, which perfectly countered Dandan and made her lose her effect. Otherwise, with Dandan around, Lu Ming could also break out of the siege. That was why Lu Ming was in an unprecedented danger and was almost cut in half by Saint Jade. If it wasn't for the lightning cauldron, he would have really died. Lu Ming guessed that the thunder cauldron had taken him as a temporary shelter. It did not want him to die, so it helped Lu Ming at the critical moment. In the future, I should be more careful. I can't be careless, and I can't underestimate others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon after, he began circulating the true war dragon technique to recover. Now, Lu Ming's body was empty, without a trace of essential core. The chi cyclone in his dantian had completely stopped circulating and was motionless. Lu Ming continuously circulated the true war dragon technique, but the chi cyclone remained motionless. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He kept circulating the true war dragon technique. An hour later, under Lu Ming's persistent efforts, the cyclone finally moved and started to spin slowly. Slowly, a wisp of quintessential essence was born from the vortex. It flowed through Lu Ming's meridians and circulated throughout his body. All right. With a wisp of true essence, things would be much easier. Lu Ming took out a pile of top-grade spirit crystals and started to absorb the spiritual energy in them to speed up his recovery. Just like that, Lu Ming recovered his essential core while healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming's condition had recovered to its peak. The injuries on his body had also healed. Of course, the 50 years of life that he had lost could not be recovered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a blue jade card in his hand, deep in thought. This jade tablet was the one that recorded the location of the esoteric crystal vein that Saint Jade had mentioned. Lu Ming had taken a look earlier. There was indeed a map inside. The location of the esoteric crystal vein was marked. However, Lu Ming did not rush there immediately. Is Xingyu really that kind to tell me the location of the esoteric crystal vein? Even if it's for the sake of my life, I have no choice but to be careful of any traps. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 528. 528 Level 4 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart whether there was a trap. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. It was a profound meaning crystal vein that contained at least 100 pieces. 100 pieces of intent crystals were worth around 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Although it wasn't a very high price, one couldn't measure the value of intent crystals. On the market, even if you had 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, you might not be able to buy 100 intent crystals. There was a price but no market. And NBSP, moreover, there was an extremely high chance that mid-grade intent crystals would appear in the intent crystal vein. Lu Ming definitely did not want to miss it. Whatever. I'll improve my cultivation first. When I reach Level 4 Martial King Realm and enter the lower tier of King's Realm, there won't be many King's Realm that can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Then he took out all the storage rings of the 17 young men from the Sheng family, sorted out the supreme-grade spiritual crystals in them, and counted them. 820,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In the storage rings of the 17 youths from the Sheng family, there were 820,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming was ecstatic. This was the first time he had so many top-grade spirit crystals. The Saint Jade alone had contributed 210,000 pieces. Lu Ming kept the best-grade spirit crystal happily. He had not checked the other items yet. All right, let's begin the breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. Bang, bang, bang. All 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and the rich spiritual qi was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The endless spiritual qi was transformed into essential core, and Lu Ming began to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. There was a dividing line between Level 3 and Level 4 Martial King realm. Breaking through would greatly increase one's strength, but it was also very difficult. 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals were not enough. Lu Ming took out another 50,000 pieces. In this way, 50,000 followed by 50,000, Lu Ming had devoured 250,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals in total. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was constantly letting out rumbling sounds. The cyclone in his dantian was spinning wildly, and the rich and condensed essential core was like the water of a large river, rumbling and rumbling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 spear lights burst out. I've finally broken through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming walked out of the Supreme Shrine and appeared on a mountain peak. Boom! Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and stomped his foot. The foot full of vital essence stepped on the mountain peak. The mountain peak seemed to be bombarded by hundreds of millions of pounds of weight. It gave out a violent roar and then suddenly exploded. Gravel flew and dust filled the air. It was like the end of the world. With a single step, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded into pieces. It was terrifying. Lu Ming floated in the air, carefully feeling the essential core in his body. Level 4 Martial King realm is indeed powerful. The strength of the genuine vitality is 7 times that of Level 3 Martial King realm. However, my combat strength has not improved so much. Lu Ming muttered. An ordinary Level 4 lower-tier king warrior was 2 levels stronger than a Level 3 king. For example, Xingjiang had been a peak Level 4 Martial King, which meant that his combat strength was 2 levels higher than an average peak Level 3 Martial King. However, Lu Ming had broken through to Level 4 Martial King realm, but his combat strength had not increased by 2 levels. The reason why a Level 4 Martial King was so strong was that his true essence was much more condensed and powerful. Another reason was that he had a will. A lower-tier king's intent realm had already entered the 1st level lower tier, which greatly increased one's battle powers. However, Lu Ming's will had already reached the lower tier of level 1. Now that he had reached the 4th level of the Martial King realm, there was no improvement in his will. Therefore, Lu Ming's combat strength had not increased by 2 levels but by more than 1 level. Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out now, he would not be weaker than an early-stage 6th level Martial King. It should not be a problem for him to escape from a peak Level 6 Martial King. When my fire concept condenses an intent rune, my combat strength will increase by a huge amount. Lu Ming pondered. There are still 570,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. I'll keep them for now. I'll need them in many places after I get out. Now, let's go to that Power Upanishad crystal mine and take a look. Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and flew at top speed to the address marked on the jade card. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he was surrounded by boundless mountains. In the mountains, there were many scaled demon tribes. However, the scaled demon tribes here were all large tribes with more than 10,000 members. There were many powerful existences among them. Lu Ming did not dare to have any thoughts of attacking such a large-scaled demon tribe alone. If a late-stage king of the scaled demon race appeared, he would be dead for sure. It's this area. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. According to the marks on the map, it should be in this area. Lu Ming flew high up in the sky and hid in a cloud. He restrained his aura and merged with the cloud. Then his essential core surged and the cloud slowly flew forward. Lu Ming swept his gaze below. After a while dash. It's there. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Among the mountains below, there was a small mountain peak that was very strange. The other peaks were covered in lush green grass and trees. All the plants on this small mountain peak were fiery red, as if the entire mountain peak was wrapped in flames. This small mountain was the intent crystal mine that Xianxia had mentioned. Lu Ming did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to hide in the clouds and drift while observing his surroundings. A moment later, he made a discovery. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Ming noticed a figure flashing past. Then, Lu Ming sensed carefully. Indeed, there were a large number of martial artists' auras on the surrounding mountains. There were at least 100 of them. These people had concealed their auras. If not for Lu Ming's careful sensing, he would not have been able to sense them. There's a trap indeed. These people are most likely from the Xing family. That Xianxia really has bad intentions. He tricked me here. If I rush out like this, I'll definitely be blown to pieces. However, what are these people from the Xing family trying to do by hiding on the surrounding mountains? Who are you waiting for? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Immediately, he restrained his aura with all his might and tried not to emit any aura to avoid being discovered by the Xing family. Lu Ming controlled the cloud and circled in the sky of this area, waiting. On one of the mountain peaks, under an ancient tree, there were a few young figures sitting cross-legged. What the hell is this? Why isn't that Xianxia here yet? It's already past the agreed time. One of the tall young men said unhappily. I've received news that that guy is chasing after a guy named Lu Ming. He's fighting to make a contribution in front of the young master of Xingqian. Another young man with a pale face sneered. That guy, Xianxia, just wants to flatter young master Xingqian every day. Forget it, it's not a big deal to lose a few dozen people from his side. He can come or not. The tall young man snorted. Then they started to talk about other things in low voices. Chapter 529. 529 Chaotic Battle. Time flew by. A day passed in the blink of an eye, but there was no movement at all. When night fell on the second day, a series of air-piercing sounds came from afar. Those are the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the distance, at least 50 coffins were flying over. It seems that these people from the Xing family are here to ambush the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. More than 50 coffins headed toward the intent crystal mine. In the next moment, they were all floating above the Power Upanishad crystal mine. And NBSP, Kaka. Some shrubs opened up, and a few corpse guards in black robes walked out. Hee, it seems like the news was right. There's an intent crystal lode here. A corpse guard let out a cold laugh. Let's start digging. The other corpse guard said. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Around the esoteric crystal mine, inscriptions suddenly appeared and shone with a bright light. In an instant, it formed a huge light shield, enveloping the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not good. It's an inscription formation, retreat. A corpse guard shouted and controlled the refined corpse to rush out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Light swords suddenly appeared on the light shield and stabbed at the corpse guard and the refined corpse. Boom! Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, and the corpse guard and refined corpse were blasted back. Buzz! 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 At this time, figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. More than 100 figures surrounded the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Detian Divine Guards. Damn it, you're from the Sheng family? We've been tricked. A corpse guard roared. It's too late for you to know now. You scumbags of the Heavenly Corpse sect, just become my reward. In the Sheng family, the tall young man laughed. Obviously, they were the leaders of the Sheng family. Charge out. A corpse guard roared. And NBSP, Kaka. More than 50 refined corpses appeared from the more than 50 coffins, and their chains shot toward the shield. Control the array and kill those bastards from the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the Sheng family, the pale-faced young man gave the order. Immediately, 36 people flew around the inscription formation. True essence gushed out, controlling the inscription formation to attack. As the inscriptions fought, the light became even more dazzling. Beams of sword chi formed and attacked the Heavenly Corpse sect and the refined corpses. Boom! Boom! For a time, the rumbling sounds continued. Something's wrong. At this moment, the young man with a slightly pale face spoke. What's wrong? The tall young man asked. The number of corpse guards is not right. There are only 20 corpse guards in the array. Although there are 50 coffins, there was only one refined corpse in each coffin just now. The young man with a pale face frowned. Then his eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted, Not good, only a portion of the Heavenly Corpse sect's people have entered. What? The tall young man was stunned. Hee, Sacred Hawk, your brain is still as nimble as ever. At this time, a cold laugh suddenly came from the sky. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. From all directions, the sound of air breaking came, and corpse guards in black robes appeared one after another. In all 4 directions, there were at least 30 corpse guards. Each corpse guard was followed by 2 or even 3 refined corpses. They formed an encirclement, surrounding the Sheng family in the middle. Everyone from the Sheng family turned pale. Hee. A corpse guard with a black mole between his brows sneered as he looked at the people of the Sheng family. When I received the news, I felt that it was a little strange. Just in case, I called a group of people to go first. As expected, this is a trap set by your Sheng family. It's not that easy to kill us. So what if you all know? A portion of your men will be trapped in the formation. If you lose a portion of your men, you'll still die. The young sacred eagle with a slightly pale face said coldly. Oh really? Today you are the ones who will die. Kill. The eyes of the corpse guard with the mole flashed with violence and killing intent as he roared. Kill. Kill. The corpse guards roared as the refined corpses waved their chains and charged at the Sheng family. Kill. The sacred eagle also roared, and a violent aura spread out from its body. Its arms shook, and like a goshawk, it charged toward the corpse guard with the mole between its eyebrows. His powerful strength was on full display. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the lever 6 Martial King realm. Kill. The corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows shouted coldly. Beside him, 2 refined corpses, both at the middle stage of lever 6 Martial King realm, charged toward the sacred eagle. At the same time, the young man with the mole between his eyebrows also charged toward the sacred eagle. The combat strength he displayed was also very terrifying. He was also a middle-stage lever 6 Martial King. Boom. Boom. With a few explosions, the sacred eagle fought 2 refined corpses and a corpse guard of the same level alone, not at a disadvantage at all. In terms of combat strength, the geniuses of the Sheng family had the upper hand. The Heavenly Corpse sect's advantage was their refined corpses. They had a large number of refined corpses, and they were invulnerable and unafraid of death. Boom. Boom. And NBSP, explosions continued to ring out as the 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The corpse guards in the inscription formation also controlled the refined corpses to attack the inscription formation. However, in a battle of inscriptions, they were very strong and couldn't be broken in a short time. I didn't expect that I would be caught up in a great battle. Lu Ming restrained his aura and stood still, watching quietly. Bang! Bang! And NBSP. At this moment, the ground around the intent crystal mine began to rise and fall. Black panther-like demonic beasts emerged from the ground, and as they waved their claws, the ground began to crack. Not good, these demonic corpses are trying to destroy the foundation of the formation. The sacred eagle shouted. Attack those demon corpses! The tall young man from the Sheng family shouted. Originally, the 36 youths of the Sheng family who were controlling the formation could no longer care about controlling the formation. They started to attack the demonic corpses. However, because the formation base had already been partially destroyed, the power of the inscription formation had been greatly weakened. In the formation, the refined corpses attacked even more crazily, causing the formation to shake violently as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Damn it! The sacred eagle growled. Die! The corpse guard with the mole controlled the refined corpse and attacked the sacred eagle. The two corpse guards blocked in front of him and attacked fearlessly. The sacred eagle's attack landed on the refined corpse, but it could only leave a slight wound. The corpse guard itself hid behind it and attacked coldly. Ah! At this moment, someone cried out. Someone from the Sheng family had been killed. Attack the corpse guards, don't fight with the refined corpses. The sacred eagle roared. Boom! At this moment, the inscription formation below completely collapsed. The corpse guards and refined corpses inside the formation rushed out madly and joined the battle. All of a sudden, the Sheng family was at a complete disadvantage. From time to time, the experts of the Sheng family would be killed. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was not having a good time either. The Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards were relatively weak, and in a chaotic battle, they were easy to be ambushed. Therefore, corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were killed from time to time. Chapter 530. 530 Lu Ming takes action. As long as the corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect died, the refined corpse he controlled would become useless. Therefore, the people of the Sheng family attacked the corpse guards with all their might. Kill! 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 Both sides were already in a killing frenzy. Energy burst out, iron chains crossed the sky, and blood chi filled the air. People were constantly killed and fell to the ground. But overall, the Sheng family was at a complete disadvantage. Soon, dozens of people were killed. The Sheng family had a total of 100 or so people, while the Heavenly Corpse sect only had 50 corpse guards. Each corpse guard had 2 to 3 refined corpses, so their total number was close to 200. Kill! The sacred eagle wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves, and its claw radiance was shocking. Its claws continuously slashed out as if it could tear everything apart. However, the 2 refined corpses held him back tightly. Behind him, the corpse guard with the mole on its forehead kept launching sneak attacks. Damn it! The sacred eagle's eyes were red with killing intent. It howled to the sky and rushed over, ignoring the iron chains that were coming at him. Poochie! A metal chain pierced through his shoulder. The sacred eagle screeched and took the opportunity to rush past the 2 refined corpses and rush toward the corpse guard with the mole between its eyebrows. Die! The sacred eagle's figure was as fast as lightning, and its claws pierced through the void, clawing at the corpse guard's heart. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows. He madly slashed out with the saber in his hand, trying his best to block the sacred eagle. As long as he could block the sacred eagle's attack, the 2 refined corpses would be able to arrive. However, the battle power of the corpse guard itself was not high to begin with, and how could it compare to a genius like Sacred Eagle? The corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows tried his best, but he still couldn't block it. With a pft, blood splattered everywhere. One of his arms had been torn off by the sacred eagle. At this moment, the two refined corpses arrived. Kill, kill, kill him. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead roared. The two corpse guards fearlessly charged towards the sacred eagle. Sacred Hawk's shoulder had been pierced by the iron chain, so his strength had been weakened a little. He could only try his best to resist. Ah! At this time, a shocking scream was heard. Xing Chong! The sacred eagle roared. This time, there were 3 people in the Sheng family who had reached level 6 Martial King realm. Sheng Ying, that tall young man, and Xing Chong. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect also had 3 level 6 Martial King realm corpse guards and 7 refined corpses. At this moment, Xing Chong was surrounded by 3 refined corpses of level 6 Martial King realm. In the end, he was pierced by the chains and turned into a sieve. With the fall of a level 6 Martial King, the morale of the Sheng family was greatly reduced. More and more people were killed. In total, more than 50 people had died on the spot. Retreat, retreat. The sacred eagle roared. If this continued, the Sheng family would probably be completely annihilated. It's not that easy to leave. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead was furious. The corpse guards continued to control the refined corpses and kill the members of the Sheng family. The remaining 50 or so people of the Sheng family gathered together and rushed in one direction. The people of the Sheng family gathered together and wanted to retreat. Even the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect could not stop them. After leaving behind a few more corpses from the Sheng family, he successfully broke out of the encirclement and ran into the distance. Scumbag of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I, Sacred Hawk, will remember this debt. The voice came and the person disappeared. At least you guys escaped quickly. The corpse guard's eyes were filled with fire as he continued, hurry up and collect the corpses of the Sheng family. Bring them back and refine them into refined corpses. Also, hurry up and dig out the intent crystals in this mountain. The mole-faced young man ordered loudly. When the Sheng family returned, they would definitely send reinforcements. They had to hurry up. The remaining corpse guards quickly moved. Meanwhile, the corpse guard with a mole on his eyebrows stood in the air and circulated his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. His arm had been torn off by the sacred eagle just now, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't even notice that a cloud was slowly floating above his head. Lu Ming was hidden in the cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold and murderous intent. Yes, he was going to make a move. Among these corpse guards, only a few at the level 6 Martial King realm were a threat to him. As long as he killed a few of them with a thunderous attack, the rest of the corpse guards were nothing to be afraid of. In particular, Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity. Without a sound, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, Gakudo Path Attack. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and shot towards the corpse guard with a mole at the center of its eyebrows from the cloud at a terrifying speed. Ah, not good. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead was suddenly alarmed, but it was too late. Poochie! The head of the corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows exploded. He was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Not good, enemy attack. The other corpse guards reacted and roared in shock and anger. They controlled the refined corpse and pounced at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and rushed into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the lightning in the sky gathered. Die! Lu Ming sent his palm down, and lightning filled the sky, striking the corpse guards below. No matter if it was a corpse guard or a refined corpse, they were all extremely afraid of lightning. The corpse guards below the king level screamed as they were struck by the lightning. A large amount of corpse chi was released from their bodies, and they fell to the ground and died. And although the corpse guards that were at the king tier and above didn't die, they suffered injuries of varying degrees. Kill! Lu Ming held his long spear and charged into the group of corpse guards. He deliberately avoided the two Level 6 Martial King Realm corpse guards and their refined corpses, and focused on killing the Level 4 and Level 5 Martial King Realm corpse guards. Lu Ming's 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was so fast that he easily dodged the refined corpses and attacked the corpse guards. This made the corpse guards' refined corpses useless. Damn it, damn it. The two Level 6 Martial King Realm corpse guards were furious. Scumbags of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He thought of old Zhuang and the other 49 people who came with him from the east. He had once vowed to avenge them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear radiance stabbed out violently, and another 2 people were killed. Retreat, you guys retreat, we'll kill him. A Level 6 Martial King Realm corpse guard shouted. The 2 Level 6 Martial King Realm corpse guards controlled the 5 refined corpses and surrounded Lu Ming. They waved the iron chains in an attempt to block Lu Ming's escape. The other 3 lower-tier King-level corpse guards quickly retreated. As for the corpse guards below the King tier, they were all dead. In the battle with the Sheng family just now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had only lost a dozen corpse guards, and there were still over 30 people left. But now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had killed 5 of them. Lu Ming was simply their nemesis. The main thing was that the corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows had been killed by Lu Ming in one move. No one could hold Lu Ming back. That was why Lu Ming had killed so many people as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stared at the 2 Level 6 Martial King corpse guards. The long spear swept out and broke the chains around him. Dandan, smash. The next moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan. Buzz! Dandan directly flew out, rushing through the iron chains, and smashed a corpse guard's head. Chapter 531. 531 Middle Grade Fire Type Intent Crystal. Bang! That corpse guard was accurately hit in the face by Dandan, and instantly, that pale face was completely deformed and twisted together. Such a miserable state made it difficult for the corpse guard to concentrate. The 2 refined corpses paused for a moment, like wood. Just this one moment was enough. Lu Ming's figure dashed past and charged at the corpse guard. Ah! That corpse guard shouted loudly. Sensing danger approaching, he wanted to control the refined corpse to return and help while retreating at the same time. But it was too late. Poochie! Lu Ming's shot pierced through the corpse guard's heart. A corpse guard at the early stage of the Level 6 Martial King realm had died. As soon as he died, the 2 refined corpses he was controlling stopped in the air. The remaining Level 6 Martial King Realm corpse guard had wanted to help, but upon seeing this, he retreated frantically. He controlled the 3 corpse guards to tightly surround him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not pursue. Once a corpse guard controlled the refined corpse to defend with all its might, it would be more difficult to kill. Only like just now, with the momentum of a thunderbolt, catching them off guard, could he easily kill those corpse guards. The 4 corpse guards took the 9 refined corpses and fled madly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The final winner of this battle was Lu Ming. This was only possible after Lu Ming had broken through to the lower tier of the King tier. Before that, he would not have been able to do it. Seal the corpse guard's soul first. With a wave of his hand, dozens of soul-sealing crystals appeared. Under the control of Lu Ming's quintessential essence, they flew toward the corpse guard's corpses. Then, Lu Ming injected his quintessential essence through the air and the soul-sealing crystals glowed, sealing the corpse guard's souls into the soul-sealing crystals. When it was over, Lu Ming waved his hand and dozens of soul-sealing crystals flew back into his hands. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Just the corpse guard souls in these soul-sealing crystals alone would be able to obtain many rewards. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he took off all the storage rings of the Sheng family and corpse guards. Of course, he also devoured the blood essence of the Sheng family. So many storage rings. How many spiritual crystals are there? Lu Ming's heart was burning and his eyes flashed with excitement. However, now was not the time to think about this. The esoteric crystal vein had not been excavated yet. Lu Ming did not have much time left. Whether it was the Sheng family or the Heavenly Corpse sect, they would all bring people back. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a huge battle axe and swung it at the small mountain. Bang! Broken rocks flew everywhere, and a large piece of the small mountain was split off. This was an esoteric crystal mine and the ground was unusually hard. If it were an ordinary mountain, Lu Ming's axe could easily split it in half. However, now that Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly, it would be very fast for him to dig. Lu Ming waved his battle axe and hacked continuously. Soon, large pieces of rocks were sent flying. The entire world was filled with a strong concept of fire. Fire concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was short of fire esoteric crystals now. If he could find a middle-grade fire element esoteric crystal, he would be able to make a breakthrough in his fire concept. One piece. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a fiery red ultimacy crystal embedded in the rock below. Overjoyed, Lu Ming kept the fire-type ultimacy crystals and continued to dig with all his might. And NBSP. Next, more and more intent crystals were excavated. 1 to 10 pieces, 20 pieces. As expected of an esoteric crystal mine. There were many esoteric crystals, and the esoteric crystal pit simply couldn't compare to it. 2 hours later, the entire mountain peak had disappeared. Lu Ming had already dug out 300 pieces of intent crystals. Yes, a total of 300 fire attribute intent crystals. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming felt that he had struck it rich. However, he had not found any middle-grade profound meaning crystals. This was Lu Ming's true goal. Lu Ming continued to dig. He dug a few meters deeper into the mountain peak, but there was still nothing. He did not even see a low-grade profound meaning crystal. Is there really nothing? This might be a small mine, but it should still be able to produce mid-grade profound meaning crystals, right? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up and continued digging. Clang! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's battle axe hit a hard stone, but it did not split open. What is this? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Below, a stone the size of a human's head was revealed. The color of this stone was different from the other stones. It was deeper and more fiery red. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the time when he obtained the Earth Attribute Middle Grade Profound Meaning Crystal. Didn't he also find it in a special stone? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He raised the battle axe, his essential core burst forth, and he hacked at the stone. Clang! A crack appeared on the rock. Immediately, Lu Ming changed to the back of the axe and struck the stone. And NBSP, ka-ka. The stone cracked, and the cracks spread like a spider web across the entire stone. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, the entire stone cracked. An extremely powerful fire heaven-earth concept spread out. In the middle of the stone, there was a fiery red crystal lying quietly inside. It was crystal clear and dazzling, extremely eye-catching. A middle-grade fire-type intent crystal. Lu Ming looked excited. He used his vital essence and grabbed the esoteric crystal in his hand. Then he put it into a jade box and kept it. The harvest this time is not bad, not bad. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied. Now, let's find a place to condense the fire concept runes. Then, we'll return to Tianxian City to complete the mission. Lu Ming smiled and swept his gaze across the room. With a wave of his hand, the power of thunder spread out and turned the unmoving refined corpses into charcoal. Thereafter, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and sat cross-legged, with the path understanding ancient trees' tender shoots placed beside him. During this period of time, the clear spring in the jade box had decreased a lot. There was only a small layer left. The young sprout of the path-understanding ancient tree was even more lustrous, and the aura it emitted was even more mysterious. As for the other branch, it didn't move at all. Lu Ming estimated that the branch had most likely withered completely and could not be alive anymore. Moreover, there were rumors that the same kind of path-understanding tree could only exist once in the world. It was impossible for two identical path-understanding trees to exist. This was the law of heaven and earth. Looks like I'll have to look for some spiritual liquid after I get out. Otherwise, it'll be a miracle if the path-understanding ancient tree doesn't wither, let alone grow. Lu Ming pondered. And NBSP, with a wave of his hand, the fire element middle rank intent crystal appeared. I should be able to successfully form the middle grade intent crystals with the help of the ancient tree of comprehension. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he squeezed hard. Gotcha! The middle grade profound meaning crystal exploded, and waves of extremely intense fire heaven and earth intent realm filled the entire area. Lu Ming could even see that there were dense threads of intent realm floating around him. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and tried his best to comprehend it. All around him, the intent threads continued to enter the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's comprehension of the intent of fire increased rapidly. Chapter 532. 532. A huge fortune. At the side, the path-understanding ancient tree emitted a mysterious aura, causing Lu Ming's condition to reach its peak. His heart was empty and his mind was clear. His comprehension speed was 10 times faster than usual. The faster the comprehension speed, the more intent threads he absorbed. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the concept of fire had reached a limit. Condense! Fire! He shouted in a low voice. A strong fire concept burst out from his body, making Lu Ming look like a burning man. The next moment, the fire concept was completely retracted. It gathered in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and began to condense crazily. At that moment, the thunder runes and wind runes in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A wave of energy emanated and prevented Lu Ming from condensing the fire runes. Nothing can stop me. Condense! Lu Ming growled. And NBSP, with the help of the middle rank intent crystals and the path understanding ancient tree, the fire intent symbol in his sea of consciousness began to condense with an unstoppable momentum. A moment later, an inch-long intent symbol became fiery red and crystal clear as it floated in his sea of consciousness. The fire concept rune was formed. However, it did not stop. The intent of heaven and earth contained in middle-grade intent crystals was too dense and strong. The price of a middle-grade profound meaning crystal was 1,000 times that of a low-grade profound meaning crystal. This was a clear sign. At this moment, there were still many intent threads that were being absorbed by Lu Ming. In his sea of consciousness, the fire intent runes were slowly growing longer. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch 2. When a piece of fire element middle-grade profound meaning crystal was completely consumed, Lu Ming's fire element concept rune had actually reached 2 inches in length. First level intent realm initial completion. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the concept of fire to level 1 lower tier in one go. This was all thanks to the stacked effects of the path understanding ancient tree. If it were anyone else, even if they had middle-grade intent crystals, they wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. First level lower tier fire concept. Let's go and see its effects. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. After leaving the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming flew into the sky. Buzz! As he cast the concept of fire, endless flames appeared out of thin air between the heaven and earth, gathering madly at Lu Ming's palm. A fireball appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was so hot that it distorted the space. With a wave of his hand, the fireball flew out and then exploded. The hot flames swept across the surrounding 10 miles, as if a sun had exploded. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now, all 3 intents have condensed into intent runes. How strong will the power of the fusion of three intents be? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust the spear at a mountain peak that was thousands of meters away. The three wills gathered and formed a spear light, which pierced toward the mountain. Lu Ming only heard a soft sound and then saw a big hole that was transparent on the mountainside of the 10,000-foot mountain. 1,000 feet tall mountain peak was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear casually. Lu Ming did not use any essential core in this shot. He purely relied on the power of his will. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming realized that the power of the three concepts was terrifying when they were combined. Lu Ming estimated that it was more powerful than cultivating a single concept to level 1 upper tier. It was close to the completion of level 1 concept. In other words, the power of Lu Ming's intent was already slightly stronger than the intent of an ordinary king at the phenomenal success stage. It seems that the power of the fusion of three intents is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the power of the fusion of two level 1 elementary intents is comparable to the initial success of a single intent. The power of the fusion of three level 1 intents is comparable to the completion of a single intent. As for me, 2 of my will have reached the first level small accomplishment. If I combine 3, its power will be close to the first level completion of a single will. When my wind will also breaks through the first level small accomplishment, the combination of 3 will be completely equivalent to the first level completion of a single will. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. The breakthrough in the fire concept had doubled Lu Ming's combat strength. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill an early-stage Level 6 Martial King Realm Martial Artist in one move without using the extreme blow. Lu Ming could easily defeat and kill a peak Level 6 Martial King Realm Martial Artist. Of course, it was a different story for those peerless geniuses who could fight above their level. Now, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone below the level of a king tier. Now, let's go back to Tianxian City. Buzz! With a flash of light, he headed for the exit of the demonic scales dimension. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the high wall and headed towards the exit. Lu Ming returned to Tianxian City 2 days later. Following that, Lu Ming came to the third area and walked into a huge mansion. "Young master, do you want to rent a house? This place costs 100 top-grade spirit crystals a day." An old man asked. "I'll rent it for a month." Lu Ming nodded. He took out 3,000 best-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. "All right." The old man had a smile on his face as he passed Lu Ming a jade tablet. Lu Ming took the jade card and walked into the room according to the number on the jade card. After closing the door, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. As expected of a room that costs 100 top-grade spirit crystals, the essence realm of heaven and earth is extremely strong. Lu Ming sensed the environment and thought to himself. He realized that the essence realm here wasn't as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east, but it wasn't too far off. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was also extremely dense, several times denser than the eastern sky courtyard he was staying in. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The powerhouses of the ancient era were indeed extraordinary. They could actually build an entire city into a cultivation sanctuary. It was truly terrifying. Now, let's check it first. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all left behind by the geniuses of the Sheng family and the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was already very experienced and interested in counting his spoils of war. He immediately started counting them one by one. He placed a block of supreme-grade spirit crystals, a block of spirit herbs and flowers, a block of forging materials and spirit weapons, and a block of cultivation technique manuals. Also, place a piece of soul-sealing crystal. In the end, all the top-grade crystals were listed. 66 million supreme spiritual crystals. After Lu Ming took a deep breath of cold air, he was overjoyed. 66 million supreme spiritual crystals. Even an ordinary king-level warrior wouldn't have that much wealth. It was probably comparable to the wealth of a peak-tier king. In addition, the various materials, ling weapons, and ling grasses could also be worth a lot of jingshe. Unfortunately, Lu Ming could not find a suitable long spear among all the spirit weapons. Now, an ordinary level 5 spear was no longer suitable for Lu Ming. He wanted to find an upper level 5 spear to use, but unfortunately, he did not have one. There were very few people who used spears. If you have time, go buy one. Lu Ming pondered and then looked at the pile of soul-sealing crystals. There were more than 50 pieces of soul-sealing crystals here. They were Lu Ming's. In addition, there were more than 60 pieces which he had obtained from the storage rings of the Sheng family. Chapter 533. 533. I'll let you see. In total, there were 110 pieces, all of which sealed the souls of the Sky Corp's sex corpse guards. Among them, Level 1 Martial King Realm martial artists had the most, with 55 pieces. There were 30 pieces of the second level of the Martial King Realm. Level 3 Martial King Realm pills, 19 pieces. Level 4 Martial King Realm, 10 pieces. Level 5 Martial King Realm, 3 pieces. Level 6 Martial King Realm, 2 pieces. Those at the Level 1 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 2,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Level 2 Martial King Realm martial artists would be rewarded with 5,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Level 3 Martial King Realm martial artists would be rewarded with 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Level 4 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals of the highest quality. Level 5 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 50,000 pieces of spiritual crystals, and Level 6 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 100,000 pieces of spiritual crystals of the highest quality. The total reward of these soul-sealing crystals was 800,000 pieces of top-quality spiritual crystals. A big harvest, definitely a big harvest. This time, Lu Ming's total harvest was more than 10 million best-grade spirit crystals. This was a supreme spiritual crystal, not a lower spiritual crystal. And this was not even including the intent crystals. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had really struck it rich this time. It's a pity that my comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth isn't deep enough. Otherwise, with so many resources, wouldn't my cultivation be able to improve rapidly? Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. Next, I'll have to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth with all my might. There's also the Dragon God's 3 absolutes and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Lu Ming decided on the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps had both offensive and physical power. It was a divine-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming would not slack off and would comprehend it whenever he had the time. As for the 3 absolutes of the Dragon God, Lu Ming would not let his guard down since it was his main method of attack. Now, let's go to the mission hall and hand in the mission. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and walked towards the missions hall. There were still many people in the mission hall. Lu Ming discovered that most people were connected to the demonic scales plane. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk towards the counter to accept missions from the cross scales demon dimension, a cold voice was heard. Lu Ming, it's you. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned around and his eyes turned slightly cold. 3 figures walked toward Lu Ming. The person in the lead was an elder. The Holy Light was the Peak King who had gone to the Eastern Palace, the Holy Light. Behind Sacred Glory, there were 2 young men. One of them was actually Sheng Wuxuang, and the other looked like he was in his late 20s. Lu Ming did not know him. The voice just now was from Sheng Wuxuang. Lu Ming, you're not dead yet? When Sacred Glory saw Lu Ming, a look of disbelief flashed in its eyes. Sacred Jade and the rest wanted to kill Lu Ming in the demonic scales dimension. Sacred Glory knew about this. He had thought that Lu Ming would have died long ago. Now, Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him in a lively manner. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Could it be that this little bastard didn't go to the demonic scales plane? Or perhaps, Xingyu and the others didn't find him. Holy Light's mind was spinning rapidly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had killed Xingyu and the rest, he would not even think about it, as that was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he looked at the sacred glory and sneered. As an elder of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, you actually wished for my death. Hee, how laughable. It's a pity that I've disappointed you. Lu Ming's voice spread far and wide, attracting the attention of a group of people. How dare you, kid? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to the glorious God Elder like that? You're being very disrespectful. Behind sacred glory, the unfamiliar young man shouted, looking very arrogant. Great disrespect. This old man has been waiting for me to die the moment he saw me. Why should I respect him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming chided loudly and looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. You. The young man was so angry that he was trembling. How audacious! Xingyao shouted, his face extremely ugly. If they were not in a public place, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. However, there were so many people here. Given his status, what he said just now was indeed inappropriate. He had been firmly held by Lu Ming and he could not find a reason to take action. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with them and walked toward the mission counter. Buzz! At this moment, the young man behind Sacred Glory caught up with Lu Ming in a big stride and appeared in front of the mission counter before Lu Ming. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression and said, Kid, so you're here to hand in a mission from the demonic scales dimension. What a coincidence. I entered the demonic scales dimension a while ago and was just about to hand in my mission. He looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and continued, It's not that I want to say this, but this mission is completely suitable for a rookie from the East like you. In my opinion, you're already very lucky to be able to seal the souls of 1 or 2 Lever 1 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards. Which eye of yours saw that I've only sealed the souls of 1 or 2 first-tier Martial King Realm Corpse Guards? Lu Ming looked at the young man, amused. Oh, could it be that there are more than 1 or 2 or 3 pieces? The young man laughed in disdain. Who is that person? It looks like Xingchuan is going to humiliate him. That's right. This kid is quite bold to talk to the elder of the Divine Glory sect like that. It's normal for Xingchuan to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. But he seems quite calm. Maybe he has some stock? What goods? It's just an act. In the surroundings, some people saw that there was a show to watch, so they all gathered around and whispered. Lu Ming had also heard that the young man was called Xingchuan. At the side, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with cold smiles. Although he could not kill Lu Ming, it was good to see him embarrass himself. Lu Ming looked at Xingchuan indifferently and said slowly, If that's the case, then you should have gained a lot. It's just so, but it's more than you, without a doubt. Xingchuan sneered. Oh, since that's the case, you can hand in the mission first and let me see it. Lu Ming said indifferently. All right, I'll let you experience it. Xingchuan smiled smugly and waved his hand. A pile of soul-sealing crystals appeared on the counter. Each piece of soul-sealing crystal was covered with a layer of faint black light. With one look, one could tell that all of them had sealed their souls. So many pieces. There are actually more than 20 pieces. More than 20 pieces means more than 20 corpse guards died at Xingchuan's hands. It's really terrifying. It seems that Xingchuan's cultivation has improved again. As soon as they saw the soul-sealing crystal Xingchuan took out, the crowd burst into discussions. Help me check. Xingchuan was even more proud of himself as he spoke to an old man on the mission counter. On the task counter, the old man picked up the soul-sealing crystal and carefully examined it piece by piece. A moment later, all the checks were completed. There are a total of 21 soul-sealing crystals, and all of them have sealed the souls of the corpse guards. Among them, 13 are at the Lever 1 Martial King realm, 5 are at the Lever 2, 2 are at the Lever 3, and one is at the lower tier of the level 4 martial king realm," the old man announced. "What? There's even a lower tier king tier at level 4 martial king realm? Even a corpse guard at the lower tier king level died at Xianxua's hands? How terrifying!" Corpse guards are difficult to kill. With the refined corpse protecting them and Holy River being able to kill them, his cultivation should have broken through to level 5 martial king realm. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with discussions again. Chapter 534. 534 Disgraceful. Usually, a level 4 martial king realm corpse guard would bring 2 or 3 level 4 martial king refined corpses to guard them at all times. It would be impossible to kill a level 4 martial king realm corpse guard unless it was caught off guard and a sneak attack. But even if it was a sneak attack, it wasn't easy, because the corpse guards spent most of their time hiding in coffins. Also, if one's strength was overwhelming, one could kill the other party with great strength. Xianxuan's face was even more smug. The total reward is 91,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. These are the spiritual crystals. Please check them. The old man at the counter took out a jade box and handed it to Xianxuan. The surrounding people became even more envious. 90,000 supreme spiritual crystals. For an ordinary low-rank king, this was definitely a huge amount. It was just a single task, but they could actually earn 90,000 supreme spiritual crystals. This was truly terrifying. There's no need to light it. Xianxuan was very generous. He took the jade box and put it into his storage ring. Then, he looked at Lu Ming proudly and said loudly, "See, this is my harvest. I sealed the souls of 21 corpse guards. Actually, this isn't much. I believe that I will definitely have an even greater harvest next time. However, for you, this is an unattainable height." Xianxuan looked at Lu Ming with great contempt. At the side, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were sneering at Lu Ming. They were very pleased to see Lu Ming lose face in public. "It's just this little bit, and you have the nerve to take it out and embarrass yourself? Hurry up and scram to the side, let me do it." Lu Ming's face was calm as he glanced at Xianxuan and said indifferently. The disdain in his tone was extremely obvious. "What did you just say? I'm such a disgrace. Damn it. Can you take out more soul-sealing crystals?" Xianxuan's eyes were burning with fire as he roared. The surrounding onlookers also looked at Lu Ming curiously. What made Lu Ming so confident? Could it be that Lu Ming's harvest was greater than the Holy River? "Take it out. Hurry up and take it out. If you can't take it out today, I will make you swallow the words you said just now." "Walala." Xianxuan was originally shouting angrily, but the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter clattered, making Xianxuan's shouting stop abruptly. Xianxuan's eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the large pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter, his lips trembling. All around, the other onlookers were similar. Each and every one of their eyes almost popped out as they stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter in disbelief. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang had similar expressions. They were dumbfounded. "It's fake. It's definitely fake. Lu Ming, the souls of the Sky Corps sex corpse guards are definitely not sealed inside. Lu Ming, are you using the souls of demonic beasts or hunting ordinary warriors to seal their souls to cheat for rewards? How dare you? Lu Ming, you've committed a heinous crime that deserves to be executed." At this moment, Xianxuan came to his senses. He pointed at Lu Ming and roared. He immediately pinned the blame of killing ordinary martial artists to obtain rewards on Lu Ming. Around them, the way the others looked at Lu Ming had changed. Some of them believed Xianxuan's words. After all, the pile that Lu Ming had taken out was too much. There were at least more than 100 pieces. Could Lu Ming kill more than 100 corpse guards? How was that possible? "Idiot," Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked at Xianxuan as if he was looking at a fool. This made Xianxuan's chest ache, and he almost vomited blood. What did you just say? What did you just say? Xianxia shouted angrily. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He could not even be bothered to look at him. He turned to the old man at the counter and said, "Senior, please help me check so that I won't be wronged." "All right." The old man at the counter picked up the soul-sealing jade plates and started to check them one by one. At the scene, everyone's eyes turned to the old man. Xianxia, in particular, wished that the elder would say that Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals were fake. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The old man started to check the pieces seriously. Slowly, the old man's face revealed a look of surprise. Then, the more he checked, the more surprised he was. After half an hour, the elder finally finished checking all of Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals. Everyone was staring at the old man, waiting for his answer. A total of 110 pieces, all of which seal the souls of the Sky Corps Sex Corps guards. "That's right," the old man said. Whoosh! As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire place went into an uproar. "They are all the souls of the Sky Corps Sex Corps guards. How is this possible? This Lu Ming, what exactly is his cultivation level? To actually be able to kill so many corpse guards, this is too unbelievable. I heard that Lu Ming came from the east to provide reinforcements. When he entered the city, he had a conflict with Xingjiang of the Sheng family. I heard that his cultivation is at Level 2 Martial King Realm." Level 2 Martial King Realm? You're joking, right? A Level 2 Martial King could kill so many corpse guards and seal their souls. Unless he was extremely lucky and all the corpse guards he encountered along the way were at Level 1 Martial King Realm, and they were all alone, how could he have killed so many corpse guards? The crowd's disbelieving discussion came from all around. Xianxuan's eyes also widened in shock. All 110 pieces of soul-sealing crystal stones had sealed the souls of the corpse guards. Even if they were all Level 1 Martial King Realm, the reward he received was much more than his. The old man at the counter announced. "A total of 110 pieces, all of which have the souls of the Sky Corps Sex Corps guards sealed inside. Among them, Level 1 Martial King Realm has the most, 55 pieces. Level 2 Martial King Realm has 30 pieces, Level 3 Martial King Realm has 19 pieces, Level 4 Martial King Realm has 10 pieces, Level 5 Martial King Realm has 3 pieces, and Level 6 Martial King Realm has 2 pieces. In total, the reward is 880,000 best spiritual crystals." The old man's eyes were also filled with amazement. Ever since this mission was issued, this was the first time someone had received so many rewards. Silence. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes and mouth were wide open as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. A reward of 880,000 supreme spiritual crystals. There were even 10 Level 4 Martial King Realm martial arts, 3 Level 5 Martial King Realm martial arts, and even 2 Level 6 Martial King Realm martial arts. How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Xianxia was completely stunned. He couldn't stop trembling and mumbling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What's impossible? I've been working in the Hall of Mission for 300 years and I've never made a mistake. You're suspecting me." The old man at the counter glared at him. The old man's words woke everyone up. Heavens, what did I just see? The reward of 880,000 top-quality spiritual crystals is terrifying. There are 15 pieces for king tiers and above. How did he do it? The Holy River's Level 4 Martial King Realm piece is really trash in comparison. The surroundings were in an uproar as waves of discussions broke out. Many people even stopped submitting their missions and came to watch the show. Chapter 535. 535 Chapter 535 Slandering. Xianxuan's face was red with shame, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had only sealed the soul of a fourth-tier Martial King Realm Corpse Guard. Compared to Lu Ming's smug look, there was a world of difference. There was no way to compare. They were so many levels apart. Lu Ming was right when he said that he was a disgrace. How is that possible? How did this kid manage to obtain such a great harvest? He was even able to seal corpse guards at level 5 and level 6 Martial King Realm? Sheng Chuan couldn't figure it out. How dare you, Lu Ming? What should you do? At this moment, sacred light suddenly roared, and the sound shook the entire scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sacred glory, and they were all confused. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at the sacred glory and said, "What crime have I committed?" "What crime? You can hide it from others, but can you hide it from me? Lu Ming, with your cultivation level, can you kill a level 4, level 5, or even level 6 Martial King Corpse Guard? How is this possible? If you have the ability, tell me, how did you kill him?" Holy Light said coldly. "Hee, I don't think I need to explain to you how I killed them. Moreover, there's no rule in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that requires the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards to tell me how they completed their mission, right?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Haha, you're still trying to quibble? Lu Ming, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to kill so many corpse guards. There's only one possibility, and that is that these soul-sealing crystals belong to someone else. They belong to other Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards. He simply deserves to die." Xingyao shouted. Everyone present was shocked and fell into deep thought. They felt that what the sacred glory said made a lot of sense. This was the only possibility that could explain why Lu Ming had obtained so many soul-sealing crystals. "How dare you, Lu Ming? You've done something unforgivable. You deserve to die." Sheng Chuan seized the opportunity and shouted. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He said coldly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? There's no need for evidence. This is the truth, damn it." Holy Light shouted. "Ha ha." Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Shengyao, is this how you should be an elder of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Everything was just your wild speculation, and you want to convict me of a big crime. It's simply ridiculous. According to you, in the future, as long as you don't like the look of someone, you can convict them? Laughable, extremely laughable. All right then, I'll say that you bullied the Ditian Divine Guards outside of the Sheng family. You're a big bully, and you've forcefully taken a girl. Xing Yao, how should you be punished?" Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire venue with an imposing manner. "How dare you, you little bastard! You dare to slander me!" The Holy Light roared. "Ah, what venomous slander! This is the truth. You should also quickly kneel down and admit your guilt." Lu Ming sneered. "You're looking for death, little bastard. I'll cripple you now." A terrifying aura burst out of the sacred glory, and its eyes were fierce, as if it was about to eat someone. "Xing Yao, are you going to kill all the other Ditian Divine Guards who don't listen to you? Are you trying to get rid of all the other Ditian Divine Guards and dominate the Tianxian region? Are you looking down on Martial Emperor Di?" Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and was ready to escape. However, he shouted and put a lot of blame on the holy brilliance. "Little bastard, you dare to slander me?" Sacred glory roared, but for a moment, it did not attack. Tianxian City was different from the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace, he would be fine even if he killed Lu Ming. However, in Tianxian City, there was not only the Sheng clan, but also the Mu clan. On the surface, the Sheng family and the Mu family were still considered good, but in the dark, they were competing with each other. Xing Yao had a lot of enemies. Not to mention the Mu family, even in the Sheng family, Xing Yao had enemies. If he did something out of line and was caught by his enemies, he would have a hard time. Therefore, if he attacked Lu Ming in public without any concrete evidence, he was afraid that his opponent would really catch hold of something and use it to attack him. For a moment, his old face turned red, but he did not make a move. He was somewhat hesitant. Damn it, this little bastard, I'll definitely find an opportunity to make him die without a burial place in the future. Holy light roared in its heart. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you be so rude to the elders of the Sacred Glory sect? Kneel down and admit your mistake. At this moment, Sheng Chuan jumped out and shouted. Hee hee. Lu Ming only sneered in response. Sheng Chuan gritted his teeth and roared, Lu Ming, I think the Divine Glory Elder has a point. Did you secretly harm the other Empyrean Sky Divine Guards and take their soul-sealing crystal? How about this? I challenge you now. If you can defeat me, I will admit your strength and prove that you have the ability to obtain those soul-sealing crystals. Sheng Chuan said loudly, his eyes rolling as he thought of evil thoughts. Holy Light's eyes also lit up. He looked at Sheng Chuan with admiration, wondering if he was muddled from anger or if this kid was smart. In that case, if Lu Ming still did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. They could use this as an excuse to investigate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming accepted the challenge and ended up losing to the Holy River, needless to say, he would be further convicted. Was it possible that Lu Ming had defeated Sheng Chuan? Lu Ming had just arrived at Tianxin City and was only a Level 2 martial king. How could he be a match for the Holy River? The Holy River had already reached the middle stage of the Level 5 martial king realm. This move could be said to be vicious. Sheng Chuan also saw the look of admiration in Xingyao's eyes. He was overjoyed. He thought to himself that he was smart enough to think of such an idea. As long as he did this well today, he would definitely be valued by Xingyao in the future. You really want to challenge me? Lu Ming's expression was a little strange. He looked at Sheng Chuan with a faint smile. Nonsense, don't you have ears? Hurry up, do you dare to accept the challenge or not? If you don't, hee, then your strength is worthy of doubt. Sheng Chuan sneered. Oh, since that's the case, I'll accept your challenge. Lu Ming said with a cold glint in his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of intense discussion broke out in the audience. Lu Ming actually agreed. He actually agreed to Sheng Chuan's challenge. That's really unwise. What unwise? He's riding a tiger and can't back down now. How do you explain taking out so many soul-sealing crystals at once? That's right. He can only blame himself for being too high-profile and not knowing how to endure. If he had endured it just now, he would have lost some face at most. Then, he would have sneaked into hand in the mission and nothing would have happened. If it were me, I would have done the same. Only by enduring humiliation can I achieve great success. That's right, I was thinking the same. You agree? Sheng Chuan's eyes also lit up with ecstasy. Lu Ming actually accepted his challenge. That was great. Hee. The Holy Light sneered. Lu Ming, you can't escape this time. Sheng Wushuang's eyes were filled with viciousness. Let's go. We'll fight on the Divine Guard's battle platform. Sheng Chuan called out. Chapter 536. 536 3 moves. What's the hurry? I haven't received my reward yet. Lu Ming said indifferently. He then looked at the old man at the counter. The old man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Here are 880,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Count them. There's no need to light it. Lu Ming smiled. His storage ring flashed and all the best-grade spirit crystals were transferred into his storage ring. Lu Ming then returned the storage ring to the elder. Hee, now that I've received the reward, I'll have to spit it out later, right? Sheng Chuan sneered. Oh really? Don't cry later. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Guard's fighting ring. In all the sub-palaces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, there was a Divine Guard battle platform. Let's go and take a look. The people in the Mission Palace Hall swarmed towards the Divine Guard's battle stage. There were 500 to 600 people. Some of them had even used voice transmission talismans to ask their friends and family to go to the Divine Guard's battle platform to watch. 500 or 600 people walking together on the street naturally caused a sensation. Many people were curious and asked around. After hearing the whole story, they also followed the crowd to the Divine Guard battle stage. The number of people in the crowd increased rapidly, and soon there were several thousand people. Lu Ming walked to the front of the crowd. When he arrived at the Divine Guard's battle platform, he was a little stunned because he realized that the Divine Guard's battle platform was surrounded by people. It seemed that some people had received the news and rushed to the Divine Guard battle platform first. So many young experts of the Sheng family have come. Yeah, it's no wonder. Not many people dare to offend the Sheng family. It's normal for the geniuses of the Sheng family to come out and take a look. I hope that Lu Ming can withstand a few more moves. I hope he won't die so easily. I've run so far for nothing. Not bad. A series of whispers sounded in the surroundings. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. Buzz. Arriving at the edge of the Divine Guard's fighting ring, Shengchuan stepped forward and crossed a distance of more than 100 meters. He jumped onto the fighting ring and looked down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry up and come up. Lu Ming smiled and walked up the stairs of the Divine Guard's battle platform step by step. He came to the Divine Guard battle platform and stood opposite the Holy River. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that you would really dare to accept my challenge. I really don't know where you got your guts from. 3 moves. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Shengchuan's smile was full of disdain. 3 moves? Shengchuan, you have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 2 moves. No, 1 move is enough. I'll beat him into a pig's head with 1 move. Shengchuan, if you really defeat him with 3 moves, it'll be too embarrassing. Shengchuan, this kid is so arrogant. I heard that he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Sheng family. Today, you must cripple him and let him know the consequences of offending the Sheng family. That's right, cripple him. At the edge of the fighting ring, some young geniuses from the Sheng family shouted one after another. Their voices were full of indifference and arrogance, as if Lu Ming was a pitiful worm that could be manipulated at will. The smile on Shengchuan's face grew wider. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, Lu Ming, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending the Sheng family. The next stage? Just relying on the mouths of your Sheng family? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You'll be crying later. Shengchuan's eyes were cold. How about this? It's boring to fight directly. Let's make a bet. Lu Ming suddenly said. He still remembered that last time he had a gambling match with Xue Chao, he had made a huge profit, so he naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Bet? What do you want to bet on? Shengchuan's eyes lit up. Let's bet on intent crystals, 20. If I lose, I'll give you 20 earth-type intent crystals. If you lose, you'll give me 20 wind-type intent crystals. How about it? Lu Ming said with a smile. Earth element intent crystal? You have one? Shengchuan's eyes lit up. He had comprehended the creation of Earth. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 20 pieces of Earth-type profound meaning crystals appeared in the air. They exuded a strong concept of Earth. He had obtained these Earth attribute profound meaning crystals with Han Man and the rest from the scaled demon tribe in the demonic scales dimension. Lu Ming also had a mid-grade Earth attribute profound meaning crystal. After Han Man and the others were killed by Lu Ming, the profound meaning crystals naturally fell into Lu Ming's pocket. It really is an Earth element intent crystal. Shengchuan's eyes glowed. Where's your wind-type intent crystal? Take it out. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Shengchuan snorted. I'm just afraid you'll go back on your word. Lu Ming said. You. Shengchuan gritted his teeth, but he didn't have that many wind intent crystals. Shengchuan, I have a few wind attribute intent crystals. I'll lend them to you first. I also have a few pieces here. The young men from the Sheng family on the side chimed in and took out a few wind element intent crystals. Sheng Chuan was overjoyed. He received them one by one and said loudly, "Brothers, I'll borrow these intent crystals first. I'll return them to you in a while." From his tone, it seemed like he was about to win. "And quickly cripple that brat. I still have to go back and cultivate." The other young men of the Sheng family said, "Don't worry, it'll be quick." Sheng Chuan took the ultimacy crystal and returned to Lu Ming. 20 intent crystals, not a single one less. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now what he desired the most was the wind-type ultimacy crystal. But 20 is a little too little. Lu Ming's eyes turned to the young men of the Sheng family. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Boom! At this moment, Sheng Chuan put away the wind intent crystal, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura of the middle lever 5 Martial King realm. "Lu Ming, just lose?" Sheng Chuan shouted. Boom! He threw a punch and a huge mountain peak appeared in the sky. It was a few thousand feet tall and it came crashing down on Lu Ming. It was extremely majestic. Lu Ming's body was extremely small compared to the mountain. Is this the first level lower tier of the creation of Earth? It's so powerful. Many low-tier king tiers and even martial artists below the king tier exclaimed in shock. Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl and a spear's gleam shot up into the sky, colliding with the mountain. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the mountain, creating a series of rumbling sounds. It lasted for a while before it exploded. The mountain exploded, and the spear radiance also collapsed and disappeared. Bang! Bang! Sheng Chuan and Lu Ming retreated 7 to 8 steps. The difference was that there was a strange smile on Lu Ming's lips, while Sheng Chuan's expression changed drastically. Detestable! Sheng Chuan roared in rage. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. It was a great humiliation. They're evenly matched. They're actually evenly matched. Lu Ming can actually withstand a move from Sheng Chuan. Unbelievable! It's indeed incredible. I didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so strong. No wonder he dared to fight the Holy River. Exclamations came from the surroundings. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.